9 people have been killed in the small community of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia. The suspected attacker is also dead. What we know about that shooter and the latest on the investigation, all ahead.
The scene was very dramatic, and there were multiple victims that are still being cared for.
More than 24 people were injured, some critically, as ambulances poured into the community. Now, psychological help for the survivors is on its way, too.
Our principal goes throughout the halls, and she's saying, people close your doors, lockdowns.
CBC News hears directly from one of those survivors who was locked down, barricaded in the classroom for hours. Moments like right now seldom happen in our country. We have seen before how shock, grief, and loss can deeply influence our society for years to come. But right now, we are in the immediate aftermath of the mass shooting at a school in Tumbler Ridge, BC. We're waiting for any update on the condition of the 24 injured, and we have the latest information confirmed by the RCMP and health officials, but there is still a lot that is not known. Let's look at video taken last night by our CBC News team. In the background there, the school behind barriers. Here's what the RCMP is telling us this morning. 9 people were killed, 6 found inside the school. A 7th was on the way to hospital and died. RCMP say the suspect was also found dead in the school building from a self-inflicted injury. Another 2 people police then found in a nearby home. At least 25 others have been injured. People who live in Tumbler Ridge say everyone in this small town will in some way be touched by this and perhaps know one of the victims. BC's Premier David Eby had a message for the community.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. But I can say for myself, and I'm sure for many British Columbians, many Canadians, it makes us think about our kids' safety when they're going to school. We take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe. And events like this give us pause about that safety that many Canadians have the privilege to enjoy across this country. In the days and weeks to come, we'll look at this incident and try to understand what opportunities there are to learn from an unspeakable tragedy like this. My biggest concern is for the people who have to live with this tragedy. Those who are physically injured, for their physical safety, and for those who have endured a trauma that will be with them for the rest of their lives, and how we can support them going forward. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
The geography of Tumbler Ridge tells its own story. It's about 1,100 kilometers northeast of Vancouver, the community in the Eastern Rockies, just over an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. We should look now, if we have it, at a satellite image that shows Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. You see the geography there of the community, but when you look in the community itself, where the school itself is located, it is there. A neighboring building is the health center where the injured were brought, 25 of them. In behind that building, the recreation center where families went to find out if their loved one, a student, a staff member, an adult, whomever, was injured or dead, waiting to hear from authorities. Linda here with more details about what we know. This unfolding just after lunchtime in that school, around 1:20, the call going out to RCMP. And what we are told is the principal then going door to door, yelling in the hallway as an alarm was sounding, get to help, close the doors, barricade yourselves inside.
Yes, they think they're in the end part of their day. Students then having to use those skills that they had been given, trained for, but hoped never to have to use, hiding in their classrooms, some of them barricading themselves in their classrooms, and then parents, family members frantically trying to get answers about this alert that went out in this community, this very small community, about an active shooter. RCMP say police entered the school and encountered a very dramatic scene. 6 victims dead, as well as the shooter, another person dying on their way to hospital. The RCMP saying about 25 people were hurt at the school. 24 there taken to this local medical center, as you showed there, just so close to this where this school is, where they were supported there at that clinic. 2 taken in air ambulances. We know 1 in critical condition, 1 in serious but stable condition at last report. Then the police identified another location, a residence in this community that they believe to be connected, and found 2 people dead inside of this home. Community in lockdown for several hours. About 100 students and staff were inside of that school at the time and had to be evacuated out of the school. Residents sheltering in place in homes, in community centers, grocery stores, wherever they were at the time. And at about 5:30 local time, then they lifted that because they deemed there was no further threat to the community. But certainly a very sad day for this community.
Everyone will want to know who did this, why they did it. And the fact of the matter is we don't have all the answers to that. There is a lot of information that is floating around online. Here at CBC News, we haven't been able to confirm it. That's why we're not reporting it. We don't want to contribute to any misinformation amidst all of that information. But the RCMP have said some details about this suspect, which you have, Linda.
Yeah, so police in that initial alert did describe the suspect, as they often would do, describing the suspect as a female in a dress with brown hair. Now, RCMP say that they do believe the shooter acted alone. There was some early thought that maybe there might have been others involved, but they do believe now that this person acted alone and that this was the person described in the alert. That person found with self-inflicted gunshot wounds. They believe that they have been able to identify the shooter, but they're not releasing that. And they're certainly not commenting on the motive.
It says something with 2,400 people in this community. There's a good chance everybody's going to know somebody.
Yeah, and the victims themselves, you know, they're not commenting on the ages of the victims, who they are. They're not giving any identifying information about whether they were students, whether they were staff, and those at the home who were killed, what their relationship was.
Let us talk about the school building itself in this small community. It's closed today.
It is, yeah. So the secondary school as well as the elementary school, not just today, but for the rest of the week, they are going to be bringing in grief counselors for the students in this community. They haven't released that information that I've been able to see yet, but they say that once those supports are being made available, that they are going to post that on their social media feeds, telling people where to go to access those supports, because certainly there are going to be a lot of people that need that today.
All right. Linda Ward, thank you. I know you're on top of this for us. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to turn to George Rowe, who is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church. He is in Tumbler Ridge. George, it is a very early morning. I would say good morning to you, other than the circumstances.
Good morning to you, David.
How are you?
Whoa, it's a big question. Just dealing with it, trying to cope with it. It's been a restless night for sure. And yeah, we'll get through this.
George, we've been showing people the geography of the community and how everything happened in such a small triangle almost. The secondary school is in one place, the health center next door, and the community center right in behind the high school. I understand you were at that community center as families were gathering to find out anything about their loved ones. What was it like inside that building?
It was a situation that you really never want to face again. Of course, after the lockdown had been lifted, I left my house to go over. And when I walked in, the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived the shooting or not. And while the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured. The RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he or she not survive? And that was very, very difficult to deal with.
Did you hear any explanation from the RCMP about why they weren't able to sort of reveal that to these waiting parents in that room?
Well, identification, of course, is very, very important. There's protocol and procedure to be followed here. And I listened to a part of the conversation, and the gentleman giving that information as to why they could not release the name. He found it very difficult, and he knew the parents found it difficult to receive the information he was giving. But there had to be an absolute, unequivocal identification of the person. And they began to absorb that and began to understand that. And about 2 hours after I had left, I got notification that one of the victims had been identified. And I haven't heard since. I did hear last evening that it would probably be early morning or during today before other names would be released. George,
we here at CBC News are not identifying a suspect because the RCMP have not yet identified a suspect. But you're in a small community. Is it something people are talking about?
Absolutely. See, everybody here practically, they know everybody. And there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of rumors out there for sure. And I don't think it will be a big surprise when the name is released. Again, because you're in a small community, you may have encountered that person personally in the last week. You really don't know. But once the information is out there, we'll try to deal with it. And because the family of the person who committed this atrocity would also be going through a very, very difficult time, and we need to remember them in our thoughts and prayers as well.
George, you've spoken rightly about how this is impacting so many other people, but I want to ask about you because your kids went to this school. You were a substitute teacher in this school. You're going to have to look at that building, and perhaps today. What's that going to be like?
Difficult, emotional. Our kids who graduated from the school have been updated on everything that is happening, and they're finding the emotion as well. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again. And it's been a restless night thinking about that. And every time I look at that school, of course, it will bring back some fond memories, but the atmosphere will be changed forever. And just learn to deal with that and kind of move on. In fact, in my daily walks, I walk by that school quite often, several times during a week. And again, the memories are just going to sweep right over you, man.
George, I know you spent a lot of the afternoon and night yesterday taking care of other people, and I'm sure that will be in the weeks ahead. But take care of yourself as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is Pastor George Brown speaking with us from Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. George Rowe, who was at the community center, as he describes, during all of this yesterday. All right, there is a lot of reaction that is coming in, certainly from political leaders. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, was set to travel overseas later today. He's canceled that trip. Politicians across the country are sending out messages of support. Janice McGregor with us live right now. Janice, let's start with the Prime Minister's response.
Yeah, this has really upended the events of the day. A major announcement, technical briefing, a number of other things all put on hold in the wake of this news overnight. As you say, the Prime Minister was expected to be traveling to Germany to participate in the Munich Security Conference. Those plans very much up in the air right now. Instead, focusing on this event at home, in a statement overnight, the Prime Minister said he was devastated, extended his prayers and deepest condolences, but also expressed gratitude for the courage and selflessness of the first responders who risked their lives. And he said that Canada's ability to come together in crisis is the best of this country. He talked about empathy, unity, people's compassion for each other. Federal officials, the Prime Minister said, are going to be supporting the community as best they can. Public Safety Minister Gary Nansangri will be coordinating that response from the federal side. The minister called the pain of this event unimaginable. He thanked local RCMP officers for their swift action. And he also said this violence has rocked our nation. He said it's stolen the sense of safety that students deserve when they go to school each day. Now, the House of Commons does not sit on Wednesday morning. MPs usually meet in their national caucuses. As MPs arrived, I would expect more expressions of shock of this news, and also some acts of condolences here in Ottawa as the day unfolds. The MP that represents Tumbler Ridge is Conservative Bob Zimmer. He told CBC News last evening he's heading home to be with his community.
As a father of 4 children, I can only imagine parents, possibly have lost their children and lost family members, and it's absolutely tragic. What can you say? I just want to hear from the people of Tumbler Ridge, and just to hear them talk. I'm going to be there to listen.
That same kind of sentiment about listening to some of the pain there, Janice, being expressed by other Canadian politicians as well.
Yeah, a lot of social media posts overnight, as you'd expect. Opposition leader Pierre Poilievre talking about how he was devastated to hear about those murdered and injured in this senseless act of violence, offered his prayers for the community. I want to show you also reaction from Nathalie Provost. She is a Secretary of State now, a MP from Châteauguay in Quebec, but of course people may recognize her name. She was, as a young engineering student back in 1989, part of a group of women who were shot at that point, and became a gun control advocate afterwards. She said she reflects with profound gravity on the suffering, particularly that these events leave behind. And she said these sorts of things mark a loss of innocence for many young people.
Janice McGregor in our Parliamentary Bureau, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll turn to some reaction from leaders around the world in response to this deadly mass shooting in British Columbia. French President Emmanuel Macron describing it as a horror, saying France stands alongside the Canadian people. Also hearing from Australia's Anthony Albanese, whose country's still reeling from last year's Bondi Beach attack. He says he is deeply shocked and saddened by the tragedy. Linda Ward is looking at reaction broadly in the community. This lockdown, as we've described it, lasting hours, and in that time, the health centre was receiving 24 patients in varying degrees of distress, at least one person critical, taken by air ambulance out of the community. Can you describe to us some of what you were seeing over the course of the morning today?
Yeah, so, hearing these kind of harrowing stories, I've been saying about 100 students who were in this school for more than 2 hours, and you can imagine what it was like in that school with the alarms sounding and the doors locked and instructions to stay in those classrooms and those lockdown instructions that the students had to obey before police then escorting them out to meet with those parents who were waiting to find out if their children were okay or not, that were barricaded in their own community centers, homes under that lockdown as well. And we heard from one of the counselors from the town, Chris Norbury. His wife was inside the high school when he got the alert.
Once I heard from the elementary school that they were on lockdown, I immediately texted my wife to let her know that what was going on, and I contacted her to find out if she was okay. And I didn't hear anything. I was very fortunate that the mayor also owns the grocery store, and he called me to let me know that he saw her entering in the community center. And then sometime later, I was able to get a text from her. She was looking after her students which is amazing. It shows the dedication she has.
And they're going to be looking after those students on everybody's mind today, those who lived through that yesterday and those who are lost as well and their families. We're also hearing from the chair of the Parent Advisory Council for Tumbler Ridge Elementary and Tumbler Ridge Secondary, urging families to check in with their children today after this shooting, saying in a statement to CBC News, there are no words that can ease the fear and pain that events like this cause in a school community. We also know the province's disaster psychological support team has been providing supports there as well.
We heard the councillor mention the mayor. You have some word there too.
Yeah, the mayor spoke with CBC right after the lockdown was lifted, just as he was getting into his truck. We've heard the words tight-knit be used to describe this community.
There's only
over and over
2,400
again.
people there,
yeah.
right? It's a small community.
And, as I say, he just got out of this lockdown. He said he probably knows every single one of these victims. Here's what he said to CBC.
We're one big family here, and we just need to support each other and be there for people that are grieving and have an ear or the shoulder, or give them a hug and make sure that people know that we're here for them. And, like I said, Tumbler Ridge is one big family, and we'll all do that. It won't be, myself. It'll be our whole community will come together. And it's just devastating news today, and it's not something that we expect to see in a small community, and we'll have to work through this process.
After that interview, David, he was asked, what is he going to do now? And he said he was going to go out and he was going to give a hug to anybody in the community that needed it and make sure that everyone was okay, especially the first responders, some of them volunteer firefighters who went and responded to this. And he said they've also received a lot of offers for help from outside of the community, other levels of government offering support as well. We're going to have more on that for you through the morning.
All right, Linda, thank you very much. We are, of course, working to bring you the latest in our newsrooms, but factual and confirmed information is what we're looking to do. As we do that, survivors and their families struggling to come to terms with this tragedy, CBC News is now going to take you inside a classroom as this happened after speaking with a student who barricaded himself when it happened. He and his mom told us how they're now doing.
I think it's going to be... I've had people reaching out, Darian's had people reaching out, just saying, that they love us, that they're concerned. And it's going to be probably the days, the weeks, months ahead where the community is going to come together. We're going to grieve together. And I'm just thankful my son is sitting here beside me.
Yeah, and Darian, it's been a few hours now since you've been able to leave the school, and how do you deal with it? Have you been, calling friends, going online with friends? How do you try to cope?
I think the reality of it all is definitely starting to set in once the numbers were revealed. And I'm just sticking close to family and people that I know and just trying to, I think, keep my mind off of it a lot. But adding on to what Shelley said, we just all need to work together as the close community that we are and make sure that everyone affected by this tragedy today gets the proper help and support that they need to keep on moving.
That's Darian Quist, who was in the school, barricaded in a classroom when the shooting happened. He's there with his mom. We're going to hear more from Darian on what happened. Now, the RCMP deployed its emergency response team to Tumbler Ridge, surging officers in from surrounding areas to that small community. They are now highlighting additional help is on the way while providing an update into how the community is responding.
Our communities are tight-knit. We're spread out across the northern part of the province, but we are a close community-oriented group of BC citizens. We have multiple layers of support coming for our students, for our teachers, for our community of Tumbler Ridge, for our front line and first responders that were part of this unfolding event and are going to be working through that in the days and years to come. I've had an opportunity to speak with the mayor I've had an opportunity to speak with politicians. Your businesses are stepping up to provide support as best as they can. And I think that really speaks to the fiber of the North District and the northern part of British Columbia, and exactly what it will take to get through this together.
We also wanted to point out some mental health resources, particularly for those who are in British Columbia. You can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line. It's at 310-6789. And also Kids Help Phone, available by calling, texting, or requesting counseling over an online chat. And of course, anytime someone's in immediate crisis, call 988. I want to recap what we do know at this point in what is the worst mass shooting in this country at a school since École Polytechnique more than 36 years ago. It has cost the lives of 9 people, plus the suspected shooter, who is dead after this attack yesterday afternoon in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 6 of the victims found there inside the local high school. The clinic right next door is where people were brought, but another died on the way to hospital. At least 25 other people have been injured. We will speak in about 90 minutes to the mayor of Tumbler Ridge, Daryl Kurkauka. That's right here on CBC Morning Live. All right, lots of reaction to the school shooting in British Columbia, including from Team Canada, who, of course, are overseas at the Winter Olympics. Akil Augustine with what they are saying as a group.
An official statement coming out from the Canadian Olympic Committee. The statement reads, "We are heartbroken by the news of the horrific school shooting that occurred in British Columbia. Our thoughts are with the families who've lost loved ones, those who were injured, and the entire community of Tumbler Ridge. Team Canada stands with everyone affected as they navigate the difficult days ahead." We also have some individual athlete reaction. This one from alpine skier Cassidy Gray. Here it is directly. "Woke up with a heavy heart this morning after seeing what happened in Tumbler Ridge. My heart is with all the victims and their families. You are in all of our thoughts over here in Italy. This one hits close to home as a small town BC girl. Hug your people tight today." That's the message. Right. And I'll have more from the games as they continue.
All right, Akil, thank you very much. Difficult day, certainly, here in the aftermath of this attack on a high school in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia.
Take a look at your national forecast, and the most active weather moving from Ontario and Quebec into the Maritimes, where snowfall warnings are in place across much of Nova Scotia for 15 to 20 centimeters of snow. But watch out for some freezing drizzle and slippery surfaces in eastern Newfoundland and eastern Labrador. Now, there's no snowfall warnings in Fredericton and St. John, but you've got about 6 fresh centimeters of snow, so that's fluffy snow being reported in Fredericton. It's likely going to be some wet snow in parts of Nova Scotia as those temperatures today get above the freezing mark. 0 degrees in Charlottetown. You've got snow today, and across Newfoundland it could be that flurry, showers, and freezing drizzle off and on through the day. So more significant snow again still to come around the eastern shore of Nova Scotia, including Halifax eastwards through the evening hours, Cape Breton, and then that will gradually ease west to east, but continue to Newfoundland and portions of Cape Breton. So we could see locally 20 to 30 centimeters in some of those harder hit areas. Meanwhile, light snow from Kapuskasing, Timmins, Sudbury. Of course, we still had some of that accumulating snow yesterday, and we've had about 7-8 centimeters in Ottawa and Montreal, and we do have some flurries coming downwind of Lake Huron and Georgian Bay on the backside of this low pressure system that makes its way down to the GTA. But temperatures are going to be pretty mild today and near seasonal in Quebec. Fog advisories in place in western Manitoba and eastern Saskatchewan. Temperatures today still very mild, and across British Columbia, no active weather to speak of now, but come Thursday night into Friday, more rain showers for the lower mainland and some snow up in the ski hills.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians.
British Columbia Premier David Eby speaking after a devastating school shooting. The high school in the small BC town of Tumbler Ridge, the scene of that attack. 9 people were killed. The suspected shooter is also dead of what police say was a self-inflicted injury. The names and ages of the victims have not been released, nor has the name of the suspect or a motive. I'm David Common. This is the worst mass school shooting in Canada since École Polytechnique 36 years ago.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy.
The Mounties arrived within 2 minutes of the call for help and found 6 people dead inside the school. A 7th died on the way to hospital. Investigators then went to a home connected to the incident where they found 2 others dead. They have not identified the suspect, but in an alert, they were described as a female in a dress with brown hair. The Prime Minister has canceled a planned overseas trip following the deadly shooting. Carney says he's devastated and is offering federal support while calling on Canadians to grieve alongside those whose lives have been changed irreversibly. RCMP have now surged resources into this small community, starting yesterday with that initial call for help. They admit, though, they will struggle to answer the key question: why? But they say investigators are working to determine that. John Hernandez with more on what we know.
We're starting to get a full grasp of what happened at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School on Tuesday. Police were called to the school at about 1:20 p.m. after reports of an active shooter. We understand officers arrived within 2 minutes. They went inside the school and they found 6 people dead. Police confirmed 2 additional people were dead at a residence believed to be connected to this attack. Also, 3 people were airlifted in serious condition. One of them died en route to a hospital. Another 25 people were injured in the attack and are being triaged at a medical facility. RCMP did not identify any of the victims nor the shooter and wouldn't say what potentially motivated this attack.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. This was a rapidly evolving and dynamic situation, and the swift cooperation from the school, first responders, and the community played a critical role in our response. Our thoughts are with the families, loved ones, and all those impacted by this tragic incident.
BC's Premier urged Canadians to send love to Tumbler Ridge during this time. Many residents are shaken by what's happened. Some said they never expected something like this to happen in a usually quiet and quaint town.
And this really, I mean, there's that sense of quietness, safety, you know, these things are things that happen elsewhere. They don't happen here. And that's been shattered.
The school will be closed for the rest of the week. Meanwhile, BC's Ministry of Education says its trauma and crisis response team has been sent to the community to help people grieving through this challenging time. John Hernandez, CBC News, Vancouver.
Tumbler Ridge has only 2,400 people in it, and we keep hearing everyone there will know at least one person directly impacted. We will speak with a clinical psychologist on the impact right here in about an hour. A recap that more than 24 people were treated at the small local health center. 2 people were also airlifted to hospital in serious condition. We'll continue to follow this story throughout the morning. You're watching CBC Morning Live. Top story across this country this morning involves the community of Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, grieving in the aftermath of yesterday's mass shooting that left 9 people dead. There is reaction coming from all over. Linda, this is a very small community. We've been saying 2,400 people. That will present some challenges to investigators, to many.
Yeah, it's very difficult, specifically because this community, and we've heard this used so many times, close-knit, tight-knit community, which means everybody is going to know someone who was affected by this, and maybe not just the people that were lost or the people who were injured, but also the suspect. And we heard that interview that you had with Pastor George Rowe from the local Baptist church, who spoke about supporting the community as all of this information comes to light.
Everybody here, practically, they know everybody. And there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of rumors out there for sure. And I don't think it will be a big surprise when the name is released. Again, because you're in a small community, you know, you may have encountered that person personally in the last week. You know, you really don't know. But once the information is out there, we'll try to deal with it.
And as that information comes out, there are, of course, the people that are going to be going there to give their supports to that community. But a lot of the people in the community who are tasked with giving those supports, like the pastor there, are people who may know people themselves, and may be struggling too.
And he was talking about, as we were speaking, the support that he was offering to family members as they gathered at the recreation center to find out, I mean, potentially the worst news of their lives. Is my loved one alive? There are all sorts of logistical challenges, particularly dealing with the injured. Can you walk me through some of that?
Yeah, this, as we say, very small community, and with a small community comes a small RCMP detachment. We know there was about 5 people in that RCMP detachment that were dealing with that yesterday. They were supported by RCMP from surrounding communities that came in the aftermath, and certainly the Major Crimes Unit is now on scene, so they're helping out with that. So people have been coming in from all across the province to help out this community. And yesterday, the Premier was asked about the lack of emergency services in the off hours. The biggest story there in Tumbler Ridge before this was that the emergency room was closing after 5 p.m. and whether they would be able to handle all of the injured. Here's one of the mayor of Chetwynd, one of the communities that has offered their support because he says this is close to his heart.
Anybody that's lost a child in any fashion, they know the feeling. And I, being one of those people, me and my wife lost a child quite a few years back. For those people that are happening in Tumbler Ridge right now, it's happening to them. It's the worst feeling a person could go through in their lives. It is. It's just, a parent should never have to go through something like that.
So Chetwynd offering hospital support, any other kind of support they can. Also hearing from Premier Smith in Alberta saying that they're offering as much support that they can in terms of Alberta healthcare services. Yeah, and they're calling basically all hands to help with this one. All right, Linda, thank you very much. You know, this is the worst school shooting in Canada since 14 young women were killed at Montreal's École Polytechnique. That was 36 years ago. The shooter then stormed into a classroom, holding the class at gunpoint, separating the women and ordering the men to leave. 9 women were shot in the classroom, 6 of them fatally. Survivors say he screamed, "You're all feminists," as he began shooting. Then another 8 women were killed by that gunman as he stormed through the school. The day of the shooting, December 6th, known as White Ribbon Day, one to commemorate women who are victims of violence and a reminder of their struggle for equality, respect, and safety. That mass shooting at École Polytechnique did lead to tighter laws for firearms across the country and began a debate over gun control that continues to this day. I want to recap what we do know. 9 people are dead after a mass shooting at the high school in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. The suspected shooter also died by what police are calling a self-inflicted injury. You see the school there on the map, the health center where the 25 injured were taken. Air ambulances called in to help deal with some of those most critically, seriously injured. The RCMP, in their small detachment, have not yet released any details on the shooter.
They say they may never understand the motives. There's all sorts of information floating around out there, but we're only providing you that we can confirm. We do know police had confirmed the suspect was a female in a dress with brown hair. That was the description in the initial alert that was sent out. Who's been hurt? We don't yet have the names or ages of anybody at this point. Our teams are on the ground in Tumbler Ridge, and as we get new details, we'll let you know. You're watching CBC Morning Live. We will watch for more details today from the RCMP on the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, after 9 people were killed, 7 in the community's high school, 2 at a home. As the alarm signaling an active shooter sounded at the school, the principal went down the hallway urging that classroom doors be closed. CBC News spoke with the mom of a grade 12 student. She describes the fear she felt waiting on the phone with her son as he was barricaded inside a classroom.
It's one of those things where you just never think this is going to happen. And I always tell him he's my youngest. He's like my angel, because at 14 weeks gestation, I was air flown into Edmonton from Wabasca. I had a cyst growing faster than he was, and I had to have surgery. And he made it through the surgery. And so that's why I call him my angel baby.
Yeah. And he's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just all over the place today.
Of course. Of course. And when did you find out that he was going to be able to be get let out and he's going to be okay? Tell me what that was like.
Well, I had heard that some of the students were being escorted out. And then when they started kicking in the door. I heard that. And just kind of, hands up. And I was hearing that through Darian's phone.
Wow.
And then that's when I left home. Like, we live very close, like a block and a half away from the community center. I literally almost ran over there.
That was Shelley Quist, whose son was inside the school as the shooting was underway. Again, here's what we know at this point. 9 people killed in that small community of Tumbler Ridge, BC. It all began around 1:20 p.m. local time. We know the suspected shooter is also dead, and more than 24 people were injured, some critically. The Tumbler Ridge Secondary and Elementary School is set to be closed for the rest of this week in the wake of the shooting, and the school district now in the process of getting support to those affected by this tragedy. You're watching CBC Morning Live.
Greetings, I'm Akil Augustine, and this is your update on Milano Cortina 2026. There are a number of events that we're keeping a close eye on this morning, starting with the status of Canada's hockey superstar, Marie-Philippe Poulin. MPP unlikely to play in Canada's next match with Finland due to the injury she suffered against Czechia. She was in the house for the U.S. match that the team described, unfortunately, as sloppy. Listed as doubtful, she will be reassessed later today. All this coming from Team Canada coach Troy Ryan. We did speak with Brianne Jenner, the captain of the Ottawa Charge, who wore the C in lieu of Poulin.
Of course you miss her. She's the best player in the world. She's our captain. Just too bad we couldn't have a better showing for her. I think the divide tonight was just in our puck management, to be honest. I think we were skating well, but just mismanaged the puck a few too many times, didn't take care of the details.
Moving on to women's moguls action. Top 6 move on, and Canada's Maya Schwinghammer was our best finisher. You might know her because her dad has gone viral thanks to the CBC's Ariel Helwani with a very sweet interview. 3 other Canadians qualified, and the qualifiers continue at 8:15. The final goes at 8:55. At 1:30, it's figure skating ice dance free dance, featuring Piper Gillis and Paul Poirier, who were part of the team event days ago. They will give their long routine a shot, and it will be set to Don McLean's Vincent. Gillis and Poirier coming into today's event skate with the 3rd highest score in the rhythm dance portion on Monday, trailing behind the American pair of Evan Bates and Madison Choke, as well as French skaters Guillaume Cizeron and Laurence Fournier-Boudry. Interesting fact about Boudry, she previously skated for Canada before getting her French citizenship last year. The 2 other Canadian pairs competing are Marie-Jay Loriot, Romain Lagac, and Marjorie Lajoie and Zachary Lagat. And at 12:30, it's men's long track speed skating, and you're going to see 3 Canadians competing in that one. You got Laurent Durel, Anders Johnson, and David LaRue. That's it for me. I'm Akil Augustine, and that was your CBC News update from Milan Cortina 2026.
Take a look at your national forecast beginning in British Columbia today. We've got about 2 degrees in Fort St. John, 4 in Prince George, mainly cloudy skies. And down towards the south coast, we do have 9-10 degrees with some sunshine. Rain for the north coast will start to move its way southwards, and by about Thursday night into Friday, that'll be rain for Vancouver on the lower mainland. Low freezing levels, so this will put down some snow in those North Shore mountains and Whistler. It's not a big snowfall amount, but it is any snow at this point is certainly needed and welcomed. That'll be coming Thursday night, Friday morning, and perhaps again Friday night, Saturday morning. Fog advisories in central and eastern Saskatchewan and southwestern areas of Manitoba. So watch the drive this morning. The visibility and temperatures are below zero, so that's some freezing fog. Otherwise, very mild across the prairies, particularly in Alberta. And this Pacific air is still in charge for the next few days, but we'll notice that we're going to get into some much colder air into next week. Take a look at Edmonton going down to minus double digits potentially next week, and periods of snow. So it is going to revert back to more normal winter weather. Meanwhile, light snow showers continue for northern and southern Ontario to Quebec. The heavier snow now moving into the Maritimes. We've already had several centimeters in Fredericton, St. John, Yarmouth. Wet snow likely in Halifax. It's been fluffy snow in Fredericton, and anywhere from 15 to 20 centimeters in Nova Scotia, but locally perhaps more than that. That's moving into Newfoundland tomorrow. Toronto, tomorrow's a cool day, but then back to more seasonal values. And Montreal, same story. No deep freeze for the next few days.
Good morning, I'm David Common. We begin this Wednesday with the worst mass shooting in this country in more than 3 decades.
It makes us think about our kids' safety when they're going to school. We take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe.
9 people have been killed in Tumbler Ridge, BC, after the high school came under attack. The suspected shooter is dead.
Excessive resources have been sent to the community in the way of RCMP enforcement, in the way of ambulance support.
Help rushed into that small, remote community as doctors now race to treat dozens of people injured, some critically.
once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was, so we all barricaded up the doors.
People inside the school tell CBC News what they saw happen within those walls. We have their stories ahead. Moments like this rarely happen in our country. They seize the national attention and leave wounds in a community that may never fully heal. But right now, we are following the investigation, the people impacted, the 24 injured, and what we know about the shooter. And there is still a lot that is not known. We look now to overnight video from our CBC News team in Tumbler Ridge. You can make out in the background there the school behind the barriers. Here's what RCMP are telling us. 9 people were killed. 6 of them found dead inside that school. A 7th died as they were being transported to hospital. RCMP say the suspect was also found dead inside the school, apparently from a self-inflicted injury. Officers then went to a home where they found 2 others dead. At least 25 people have been injured.
The shock waves of this horrific event will continue to reverberate through the community and throughout the country.
And the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again.
These things are things that happen elsewhere. They don't happen here. And that's been shattered.
You never think it would happen, and when it happens to people that you care dearly for and people that it is devastating.
Tumbler Ridge is a town of only about 2,400 people, and so everyone will know someone impacted. The geography of the town tells its own story. It's about 1,100 kilometers northeast from Vancouver, the community in the eastern Rockies, just over an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. Now, look at a satellite image which shows Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. It's in the town's southern half. Next door is the health facility where the injured were brought. Behind the school, a community center where family members arrived to find out if their loved ones were among the dead. Caroline Bargout has arrived overnight in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Very glad to have you there, and I know it is very early in the morning, Caroline, but if you could just give us a sense of what you expect to unfold over the course of the day.
Yeah, David, we just got to the scene a little while ago. As you could see probably right here behind me, there is the roadblock. That is still up, of course, because police will be conducting the investigation at the secondary school. In the distance, you could probably see the secondary school, and as you mentioned, the community center is somewhere back there. Right here, right across from us, is the health center, and this is where some of the injured were taken last night. Now, we know that there's a really big, obviously, a police investigation. We know that there are officers coming from all over British Columbia to assist with this. But this all started yesterday at 1:20 in the afternoon when police issued an active shooter alert. They say that the officers who work in this community arrived within 2 minutes, and police say that those officers managed to save lives. When they got here, as you mentioned, they did find 6 people who were deceased, 25 others injured. 2 people were taken to hospital in critical condition. We don't know their condition at this point. We know another person also died on the way to hospital. And now we're trying to find out a little bit more about exactly what happened, who this shooter was, who the suspect was, and what connection they had to this school, as well as to a home in this community where 2 people were found deceased. We don't know the age of the suspect. We also have not been able to find out the ages of the victims. So we don't know if they were adults, if they were students, if they were both. Police said yesterday they held a press conference, the RCMP held a press conference and basically said they know the identity of the shooter, or at least they believe they know the identity of the suspect, but they are not releasing that information as of yet for privacy reasons and for the sake of the investigation. They're also not telling us the ages of the victims or where they might be or what their conditions are. So we're hoping to learn a little bit more about that. As I mentioned, it's still very early here. It's 6 o'clock in the morning local time. People are still asleep, but when they wake up, they will be waking up to this horror.
And Caroline, you are so close to the health center where those injured were brought. It is striking to think such a small clinic being inundated with people who in some cases were quite grievously wounded. We're watching pictures of just how small that facility is in a small community as well, where ultimately everyone will know someone connected to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the small healthcare facility. Premier David Eby said yesterday that Alberta Premier Danielle Smith has offered, assistance if they need. I'm assuming it means if people need to be medevac to Alberta, that they can help. We also believe that possibly 2 of the victims maybe were airlifted to Vancouver. We still haven't found out the details as to where these people are. In terms of the 25 people injured, we don't know the extent of their injuries. We don't know if any of them required medical care or if they needed to be hospitalized. We just know that 25 people suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
Caroline Bargut in Tumbler Ridge, very much appreciate you being up with us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks.
Caroline mentioned the RCMP, who are struggling with the question that is really hanging over this. Why? Investigators are working to determine exactly that question, looking at what happened yesterday and what led up to the mass shooting.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. This was a rapidly evolving and dynamic situation, and the swift cooperation from the school, first responders, and the community played a critical role in our response.
We're going to continue to hear from community members over the course of the morning, but we're hearing from much further afield than that. The Prime Minister now cancelling his plans to travel to Germany today for a key defense conference. Mark Carney calling the shooting horrific and offering his condolences. Carney says he joins Canadians in grieving with those whose lives have been changed irreversibly and in gratitude for the courage and selflessness of first responders. Prime Minister saying Canadians' ability to come together in a crisis is the best of our country, our empathy, our unity, our compassion for each other. Let's go right now to the scene as this was underway with Trent Ernst, a journalist in Tumbler Ridge, one of the very first people to arrive at the school after that shooting began. He live streamed this video after seeing reports of an active shooter. He says an emergency alert went out to cell phones once he was near that school, with people in the community being told to shelter in place. Trent is now on the line with us from Tumbler Ridge. I would say good morning, but it can't possibly be, Trent.
Well, it is at least morning here, but yeah, good is a hard adjective to apply in this situation.
Can I ask how you are? You probably, as you were filming that video, couldn't imagine the scale of what this would become.
Yeah. A few hours later, my phone died while I was out there filming, so I came home to see if I could cover the situation from my home computer, and just sort of taking information as it came. And I actually got a note from somebody saying that the lockdown was lifted for the Tumbler Ridge Elementary, Tumbler Ridge Secondary School students who were sheltering in place, not in the school itself, but had moved to the local community center, as well as for the YMCA childcare. And I went live on that. And as I went live on that, I got a note that the RCMP had just released their release saying what happened. And so I was like live on air when that happened. And yeah.
Trent, can I ask you just, we're told the detachment in Tumbler Ridge only has about 5 Mounties in it at any given time. And I wonder what you were seeing there as the high school, 100 people inside, comes under attack. What it was like for police, for the health center, for everyone.
Yeah, a lot of what was happening behind closed lines. It wasn't a police line. It was the district of Tumbler Ridge had set up the barricades. So I could just see from. I mean, you've seen the video, so I could just see from a distance from off the school property. But the school the RCMP were entering the school without, not like they were charging in, they were just kind of walking in. So I was pretty sure that the event was basically over. But there were a lot of emergency vehicles coming in from larger detachments. Chetwynd is an hour down the road. Dawson Creek is about an hour and 15 the other way. Fort St. John. I don't know who all showed up here, but there were a lot of RCMP on the ground by the time that I left.
Can I ask about your daughter? She works in the building right next door to the school. She was in lockdown.
Yeah.
How was she after all of this?
She's doing all right. She works at the YMCA daycare, so she was there when the shelter-in-place order came down. With I think about a dozen kids. They had to hold them for a couple hours past. Hope that didn't.
No, I have you, Trent. You turn. Yeah, I still have you.
Yeah. Sorry, other media is trying to call me while I'm on the air. So
I imagine.
But I mean, she was never in any danger according to all the reports that I've seen. But yeah, it's a little scary. My youngest, fortunately is such a bad word to use here, but I don't know what else to do, was homeschooling. And so wasn't in school. So that's all. Yeah.
Trent,
sorry, I'm a little discombobulated.
No, it's very understandable, Trent. I mean, I have no idea even if you've slept last night. So being discombobulated is the right place to be in some ways. I do want to ask you, when a shooting happens in a big city, it doesn't mean that people know someone who's been impacted. But in a town of 2,400, in a place like Tumbler Ridge, that is going to be inescapable. And it comes not just for those killed, but those potentially involved as the shooter in this case. We don't have any confirmation from the RCMP, lots of speculation, but nothing confirmed from the Mounties at this point. Is the community talking about all of that?
Oh yeah, this is basically the only topic of conversation on Facebook right now. I've been avoiding most of that because I know how these conversations can degenerate into finger pointing and recrimination. There's a lot of people who are showing support, but there's also a lot of people who are saying, posting images saying this is the person who did it, and stuff like that. And so I'm trying to stay on the page, as it were, for making sure that I'm not getting involved in any of the speculation. When I was live streaming, I got a note from somebody and I started reading it, and maybe said too much, but I'm not going officially. I'm not going to report anything unless the RCMP comes out and says that. I've had a couple already notes that sort of cast some murk on the situation. So it's going to be a while before everything is known and clear to the people here in Tumbler.
Trent, you have a responsibility to the community journalistically, but you do to your family as well. My best to you and your children.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Trent Ernst, who is a local journalist, speaking with us from Tumbler Ridge, BC. We do want to point out some mental health resources, particularly for people who might be in British Columbia. You can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or requesting counseling over an online chat. And of course, as always, if you're in a crisis, call 9 888. Coming up shortly on the program, we will be speaking with a clinical psychologist who will look at the impact violence like this can have on a community, particularly one so small. You're watching CBC Morning Live. We do expect an update from the RCMP today on the mass shooting that's happened in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 9 people have been killed, 7 in the community's high school, 2 at a home. CBC News has this remarkable video, which we want to show in its entirety now. It is an interview with a grade 12 student. He was barricaded inside a classroom. He knew to do that when the principal of the school went down the hallways urging people to close the door. The alarm, which students had heard only before in practice, was sounding, indicating an active shooter. We spoke with this young man, a grade 12 student, and his mom, who in the midst of all of this was on the phone with her son. It is, as I say, an extraordinary retelling of what happened. A heads up, you're going to hear in this video some notifications pinging at the start.
I was getting briefly off of my support block, which ends at 1:30 our time, and I was heading down to the mechanics classroom. Nothing seemed wrong. And then I got into the mechanics classroom. We watched a short video on how to replace batteries. And then I've never been through a lockdown in the school before. Alarm starts going off. Miss Steely's running around in the hallways on the phone. She's saying, "This is a lockdown, close the doors." So we closed the doors, and I think for a while I didn't think anything was going on. I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. And I believe we sat in there for about 2 hours, 30 minutes until members of the RCMP and I believe SWAT had come through the door and escorted us all out of the high school.
And when it was happening, did you hear anything from the other side of the door?
No, I did not. We were what I believe is most of it took place up in the upstairs section of the high school, and we're on the far left end away from that, which is on the far right end. Okay. So if anything had occurred, I did not hear anything.
So there was nothing. And so what was it like in the classroom that whole time?
It was definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
What kind of photos were they sending?
They were disturbing, just showing blood and things like that.
Oh man, Darian, I'm so sorry. And so then you realized just how serious
then I think that's when it all really set in.
Yeah. How scared were you?
I was definitely pretty scared. I was wondering if we were formulating an escape plan if anyone did come up to the door, that we were going to run out the garage door and out of the back towards the visitor center.
How many? How many of you were there in the classroom at the time?
It would have been maybe 15, I think, maybe 14.
Yeah.
A relatively small class.
Was a teacher there with you?
Yeah, Mr. Naronia was our teacher.
Yeah. What was he doing?
He was just making sure everyone was in the correct place, making sure everything was going smoothly. I think once we realized, kind of organized us all to start moving the tables towards the doors and just formulating our escape plan if anything did happen.
And so when you finally got the word that you could get out, what happened? What was that like?
The police came through the door and yelling, hands up, things like that. And we were all escorted out of the classroom, keeping our hands up the entire time. And there were police positioned at different points throughout the building, making sure that nothing was coming from front or behind. And we were escorted out one of the foyers, and we left out the door and then turned up towards the community center where I met my mother.
Wow. I think that dinging might be on my end. Can I get you to hold on for a quick second?
No worries.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Flick that off if it is on.
What?
Is your notifications on?
No.
I didn't think the dinging was for me.
No, I was just reading the new
I'm not sure if it is or not. We're not quite sure. Maybe
Okay,
it'll help.
no worries.
So, and Shelley, I was watching you when Darian first started telling me about what it was like. You took a big breath in. I mean, you're sitting there, you're his mom. I can't imagine what this must be like for you.
Yeah, a roller coaster of emotions is a nice way to put it right now. I was sitting in the lab doing some work, and my coworker came and asked me if I knew what was happening at the high school. And I was like, no one's texted me, nothing. So I went to my office, which faces the health center parking lot, which is the health center is like kind of here, and then the parking lot, and then the high school is like just kind of below down on the hill. And that's when I saw RCMP everywhere. Fire was staged, ambulances. There was an RCMP crouched down in our parking lot with his gun drawn. And that's when I called Darian. And I told him just to leave me on the phone, even like when he needed to be quiet, just be quiet. And that I was just there. At that time at work, we were just trying to figure out what was going on. And the decision was made, any of us with kids were to go home. And because we were still in a active shooter situation, I got home and locked my doors, and my 20-year-old son was at home. So I was at home with him. And then I was just staying on the phone with Darian.
And the whole time you're on the phone with your baby.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that must have been like for you.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you just never think this is going to happen. And I always tell him he's my youngest. He's like my angel, because at 14 weeks gestation, I was airflown into Edmonton from Wabasca. I had a cyst growing faster than he was, and I had to have surgery. And he made it through the surgery. And so that's why I call him my angel baby.
Yeah. And he's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just all over the place today.
Of course. Of course. And when did you find out that he was going to be able to be get let out and he's going to be okay? Tell me what that was like.
Well, I had heard that some of the students were being escorted out. And then when they started kicking in the door, I heard that. And just kind of, hands up. And I was hearing that through Darian's phone.
Wow.
And then that's when I left home, like we live very close, like a block and a half away from the community center, I literally almost ran over there. And yeah, like panic setting in until I laid eyes on him.
And then what was it like to actually hold him?
Oh, I gave him a very, very big hug. And he's not going to be out of my sight for a while now.
Yeah. Can you describe what the scene was like as everybody was getting out of the school?
From my end or her end?
Both. I'll start with you, Darren.
So yeah, they got through the door. Power was out from what I could see. Possibly turned off by employees, possibly turned off by some other means, but nonetheless, the lights were out, besides I think a few in the corridors. Everyone hands up. We were walking out. I didn't see anything. We were escorted very quickly out of a nearby exit, and just a lot of very dedicated people to guide people and make sure that everyone was safe. Fire department, RCMP from Dawson Creek and I think Prince George had made it there in less than 2 hours, and just helping to make sure that every single kid was safe and accounted for, and just getting us all to where we needed to be.
Yeah. And were there just people all around? Was it chaos? Was it quiet? What was it like?
It was an organized chaos because everyone was still very fresh on the event, but I think a degree of professionalism definitely took over, and just making sure that everyone was safe. I remember a comment that one of the officers gave was just like, "You guys did good," as we were exiting through our barricade.
What was that like, hearing him say that?
It was redeeming in a way, I'd say.
Yeah. And then you guys, did you go right home from there, or what happened next?
We were a bit confused, and we left when we were not supposed to, as they were gathering attendance of everyone to make sure and further understand everyone who may have been injured or such worse. So we had left at a time that we were not specified, but luckily one of my friends told me to come back.
Yeah.
Because I thought we were told to leave.
Yeah. And so I guess you're in touch with all your friends. What are those? I can't imagine what those conversations are like right now.
Yeah, one of them is, I believe, struggling with the loss of someone that they knew. And I think a lot of people are shaken up right now, especially when we got told what the true numbers were, which I think really set into perspective what this all led up to.
And your school's a small school. I hear it's about 160 kids there.
Yeah.
Not that much. I think we only have 20, maybe 20 more in our graduating class.
And what grades does it go to in your school?
7 to 12.
7 to 12. So pretty small school. Have you heard?
Darian was actually in his support block up in the library just before mechanics. And from what I understand now, that's where the shooter went to, was up in the library. So
possibly.
Yeah. It was maybe minutes, between them going up there and him, going to his mechanics class.
Oh. And Darian, did you know? You said one of your friends is struggling with a loss. Like, I guess, did you know anybody who was hurt or killed?
I believe I knew somebody, but everything's still very fresh, and I don't believe that anyone will reveal names of the victims anytime soon. But going off pure what is speculation, I believe that I may have known one of the victims.
I'm so sorry. And have you heard much from the school at all, or what?
There was an organizer, Mr. Dealey. He was helping to guide everyone to everything. I ran into a few of my teachers, but I think the school issued a statement just announcing that school was off for the rest of the week, and that they would be working with the RCMP to help us reintegrate.
Yeah. It's almost surreal, we hear about these stories somewhere else. I mean, it's tragic and it's gut-wrenching, but to be having this conflict, to have this happen here Like, I just can't imagine where your heads and hearts are at right now.
To live in it is a very different experience, is what it felt like. It felt like I was in somewhere that I had only seen across a TV until you're actually inside of it and directly affected.
Yeah. And Shelley?
Sorry.
Yeah. I just, yeah.
Sorry.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it's hard for me too, because it's like, you know, I wanted one of my coworkers stopped me from leaving the hospital to run to the school because I was about to, and then we stayed, and then our health services administrator had contacted us and said any of us that had kids in the school were to go home. So,
yeah. And then the realization that this is actually happening must have been, like, as a mom, just must have been horrifying.
Yeah, because it was like, I didn't like when I first called, and then we didn't know that there was a shooter. We didn't know what was going on. And it wasn't until, like, I don't know, maybe half an hour passed, getting in contact with him, that we got some information that there was an active shooter in the school.
Yeah. So I guess tonight you'll just be holding each other close, and
yeah, I think we're gonna watch a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to meet you under such awful circumstances, but I'm really grateful that you were able to, that you're okay, and that you're able to share this story with us.
Yeah, of course.
Is there anything you wanted to say to folks in your community, maybe, or I don't know?
Hold each other close, and just we're gonna be able to get through this. And I just think now more than ever, we embrace the fact of such a small community, and we work together to make sure that everyone gets out of this.
Remarkable conversation with Darian Quist. You see him there on the left, grade 12 student. He was speaking along with his mother to CBC News, describing the scene inside the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, what happened, when, how, and that he believes he knows at least one of the people who's been killed. I want to recap our story right now. 9 people have been killed after a mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. The suspected shooter also died by what police call a self-inflicted injury. 2 people airlifted with serious injuries, at least 25 people treated at the local health center. The RCMP have not released any details on the shooter or their motives. Our team on the ground in Tumbler Ridge working to bring us new details. You are watching CBC Morning Live.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians.
BC Premier David Eby speaking after a mass shooting in the small town of Tumbler Ridge. 9 people have been killed. The suspected shooter also dead of what police say was a self-inflicted injury. The names and ages of the victims have not been released, nor has the name of the suspect or any kind of motive.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy.
I want to be clear that there are a number of theories about who the shooter may have been and why they did this floating around online. We don't have any information that would confirm that at this point. The Mounties arriving at the school within 2 minutes of the call for help. They found 6 people dead inside. A 7th died on their way to hospital. Investigators then went to a home connected to the incident where they found 2 other people dead. They have not identified the suspect, but in an alert, that suspect described as a female in a dress with brown hair. There's a large police presence now in Tumbler Ridge. So too will there be an additional health presence, particularly with mental health support. What can they offer in a moment like this? Let's ask Dr. Simon Sherry, who's a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Dalhousie University. Dr. Sherry, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I want to start with those who went to a recreation center yesterday and got the worst news they possibly could imagine, as police would have told them their loved one was dead. What support can counselors offer in that kind of a horrific moment?
There are understandably intense reactions to this type of event. It can involve guilt and shame and horror and terrible anxiety. And in a response like this, emotion often intertwines with grief. Part of what we need to figure out is who are those people who are going to improve. A lot of people do get better within days and weeks. And then we also need to identify those people who are going to be affected in the long term and are in need of greater care, like psychological intervention.
How do you identify a person at this point, less than 24 hours after the shooting, someone who might need months, years of support given what they have seen and survived?
We know in the aftermath of traumatic events, there are some factors that predict someone having more persistent problems. For example, if there was a direct perceived threat to your life, you're more likely to go on and have a complicated traumatic response. If in the aftermath of a horrible event like this, there's little social support available to you, your adjustment is going to be more difficult. We also know, unfortunately, that if you have pre-existing experience with trauma, or you're entering into a situation like this with some sort of pre-existing mental health problem, you're much more susceptible to go on to have longer term or even lifelong problems from a trauma like this.
We do not know the ages of the people who have been injured or killed in this, but certainly in a high school, there will be students impacted, and their parents will today be looking at any way they can support their kids. What do you suggest?
I think we need to start with stability and calm, letting these youngsters know that they're now safe. As soon as reasonably possible, it's good to return to predictability and to routine. I also think, as horrible as these events are, that we can offer a message of hope, and that we know that most of the people, most of the time, do recover from these events, typically within a few weeks. And we have to be diligent and watchful and identify those people who are going to have intense and longer term problems.
Here's a difficult challenge. In such a small community, just 2,400 in Tumbler Ridge, not only will people, everyone, know someone impacted, there is a very good chance that many people will know the person behind this act. And while we don't have that name yet, there will be people in the community who will. How will people process anger, frustration? How do you process that in the aftermath?
I think you let those emotions run their course. There's no textbook way to deal with trauma and its aftermath. So I would let people feel their feelings and think their thoughts and know that they have within them the ability to recover from grief and trauma. And I would certainly validate and empathize with those angry reactions. They are appropriate to something this horrible.
I want to finally ask you, Dr. Sherry, if I can, about the teachers. Some of the description of what happened inside that school tells a tale of the school becoming aware of what was happening inside, sounding an alarm that they thought they never would have to, except in a drill, in a practice, signaling an active shooter. The principal going out into the hallway and yelling at kids, close the door, barricade yourself. How do the staff deal with this?
It's an enormous stressor for our staff and students. We want our schools to be a place of order and safety. We trust in our teachers and our communities to make these places safe. So it's a massive violation of the sense of safety and predictability we want in our schools. And I think we should be very watchful of anyone who could be affected in the long term, and know that psychology and psychiatry have interventions, both psychosocial and pharmacological, that can be quite helpful if you are affected by trauma in the long term. In other words, there are interventions at work that can help people to make adjustments to even the most horrible of circumstances such as these.
Dr. Simon Cherry, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
have not publicly named a suspect. We do know that in the hour of this alert that the RCMP sent out a description of a woman in a dress with brown hair, but that is the last time they said anything about that. Have been pressed for additional information. You see the school and the community of Tumbler Ridge right there. The school right next door to the health center where people were injured. Behind it, just above it in that picture, you see the community center. And that is where family members went to find out if their loved ones had been killed, injured, or were otherwise okay. Let's look at where the investigation will begin, and we will do so with Doug King, criminology professor at Mount Royal University. He is joining us from Calgary. Doug, we saw a large number of police resources, the Major Crimes Unit taking responsibility for this now with the Mounties. Where do they start inside this school?
You know, there's going to be at least 3 teams or 3 stages to the investigation. The first that they're going to want to do is secure the crime scenes. Now, remember, there sounds like there's going to be 2 crime scenes, so they're going to have to independently secure those. Then it's the task of going through the crime scene, documenting any evidence, photographing it, tagging it, collecting it, and potentially using that in terms of the investigation. The police will also be wanting to establish some kind of communication link with the family. They will be very hesitant to release anything to the media before it's released to the families, and that sort of courtesy. They'll have a media team down there. And they'll also be trying to get some background information on the suspect. What connection do they have to the 2 crime scenes? They'll be looking at social media. They're looking at CCTV cameras. All of those kinds of things. They're going to hold off on looking at things like motive until they get a real secure sense of what's happening.
Doug, I'll just clarify for people who are tuning in, of those 2 crime scenes, obviously one, the school where many bodies were found, but another home nearby in Tumbler Ridge that police went to in the aftermath of this shooting where they found 2 additional people dead. You talk about the shooter. There are, as I've been saying, many theories about who it is online, and frankly, we just don't know. We're going to wait for the Mounties to actually give us factual information. In the midst of that, what do the Mounties do in terms of a deep dive trying to understand a motivation on a person who is now dead?
Yeah, I think the very first thing is that they're going to be wanting to first look at the cell phone. If the individual was carrying a cell phone, that'll give them access then to maybe what kind of social media apps the individual may have been on. They're going to want to investigate any communication the individual had on the social media apps. Then they will want to be careful about following up with rumor. In these kinds of situations, rumors can often be false, and so they're not going to want to be tainted by that. They're going to want to figure out what the connection is, if any, of the suspect to both of the crime scenes. Was this a random attack and individuals got killed? Was there some kind of connection? And so that'll be kind of the first layer of finding out something about the suspect.
Doug, you're focusing on the investigation. I wonder if I could just ask you a bit about the immediate moments. We understand only a little bit about what happened inside the school. There's a lot of gaps in our understanding, admittedly. But it seems an individual walked into the school and people were killed and injured in the aftermath of that happening. What we do know is that Tumbler Ridge is small. So too is its RCMP detachment. And the Mounties who came into that school, there wouldn't have been many of them. There wouldn't have been backup. And a lot of it would have been hundreds of kilometers away. What does it say to you about that moment?
You know, first of all, it speaks to me about what the officers walked into. It would have been chaotic. They would not have any indication of, you know, had the suspect actually taken their own life. Doors were barricaded, so they were facing a pretty significant hurdle. The parallel that comes to my mind immediately is the situation down in Uvalde in the United States, where things did not go well from from the perspective of the police. Sounds like the responding officers did exactly what they were trained to do. The unfortunate reality of these kinds of situations is that there would be RCMP and other police agencies will have similar protocols in terms of how to handle this, and officers will have received some kind of minimal training. The first thing the officers would do is get into that school and see if they can prevent any kind of further harm that's happening there. At the same time, they're going to be requesting a lot of support from surrounding RCMP. And I suspect the Major Crimes Unit was on the ground there within about 4 or 5 hours of what happened. It would have may have flown in from Edmonton or somewhere like that. So this is unfortunately something that they plan for.
Doug King, a difficult day. Appreciate your insight on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to turn to reaction, and we'll start with the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who was set to go overseas today, but has canceled that trip in light of this incident, this tragedy. Politicians also sending support, messages of support. Janice McGregor in Ottawa tracking all of it for us.
Yes.
Janice, glad to have you here. Can we start with the Prime Minister?
Yeah, as you say, he has changed his plans this morning. We're waiting to hear if we are going to see him in front of a camera today to put kind of in front of microphones thoughts he's already expressed online. Obviously devastated to see this, as are so many, but expressing gratitude for the selflessness of the first responders here. Also pointing out that federal officials are doing their best to support this community as best they can. Public Safety Minister Gary Sangari has been leading that effort. He also, speaking about the pain of this event and how the violence really has rocked this country, also stolen the sense of safety and security that students deserve when they go to school. The House of Commons doesn't sit on Wednesday mornings. The national caucuses of MPs do meet. As MPs arrive this morning, I think we are going to see some reaction. We have already seen an event in the House of Commons foyer, and I'm going to check with the control room. Do we have the... Okay, we don't have the tape of this, but I'm going to describe it to you. The third week of February is National Kindness Week. And through a private member's bill, they'd established this as a time for Canadians to show kindness to their neighbours at school, work, and in the community, random acts of volunteerism and so on. A number of MPs speaking very movingly over the last hour of what it was like to sort of show up at an event that they intended to be an uplifting one in the wake of this tragedy and how emotional they are all feeling at this time. I think we are going to see more of that as the day goes on. The MP that represents Tumbler Ridge is Conservative Bob Zimmer. He did speak to CBC News last evening, and he said he is going to be heading home to be with his community at this time.
All right, Janice McGregor in Ottawa, thank you very much. I want to just recap the story consuming this country this morning. 9 people dead after a mass shooting at a school in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. The suspected shooter also died, police calling that a self-inflicted injury, but they have not released any details on the shooter or their motives beyond an alert yesterday saying it was a woman in a dress with brown hair. No further updates since that initial alert on the identity. We're going to have much more ahead on CBC Morning Live.
measure a country? By those who build it. For 60 years, the measure of F-Series hasn't been the trucks. It's been the people who depend on them. Now get 0% APR plus a $2,000 rebate on this F-150.
Cookies. Or cream. Crunchy cookies or smooth cream. How about both?
For Canadians without health benefits at work, rising out-of-pocket health costs are hitting hard. But with personal health insurance from Green Shield, you can keep costs down and more money in your pocket. Our plans cover the things you actually need, like up to 80% coverage on dental. That should put a smile on your face. And most plans are guaranteed acceptance with no medical exams. Want over $2,500 in coverage for registered specialists? Just call this number and get the coverage you deserve. And of course, you can save really big on prescriptions, like up to 90% coverage big. Now that's peace of mind you can count on. It's easy to apply, and there's no waiting period. Visit greenshield.ca for a free quote or call 1-844-292-7873. That's 1-844-292-7873.
Good morning, I'm David Common. We begin this Wednesday with Canada's deadliest mass shooting in decades.
Wrap the people of Tumbler Ridge, wrap these families with love. This is something that will reverberate for years to come.
9 people have been killed at a school and a home in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. The suspected shooter is also dead, but police say the motive may never be fully understood.
I think we should be very watchful of anyone who could be affected in the long term.
Mental health support is on its way to survivors and family members. After 25 people were injured, others will face psychological wounds.
She was there when the shelter-in-place order came down, with, I think, about a dozen kids.
We have firsthand accounts from those who were there. Plus, the mayor of Tumbler Ridge joins us in about 25 minutes with an update. Moments like this seldom happen in Canada. They seize the national attention and leave wounds in a community that may never fully heal. We are following the investigation this morning, the people impacted, the 24 injured, and what we know about the shooter. But there is also a lot that is still not known. I want to show you overnight video from our CBC News team in Tumbler Ridge. In behind, you see the school, dark behind the barriers. The RCMP say 6 people were found dead inside that school building. A 7th died as they were being transported to hospital. The Mounties say the suspect also found dead in that school, apparently from a self-inflicted injury. Officers then went to a home nearby where they found 2 more dead.
The shockwaves of this horrific event will continue to reverberate through the community and throughout the country.
And the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again.
These things are things that happen elsewhere. They don't happen here. And that's been shattered.
You never think it would happen, and when it happens to people that you care dearly for and people that it is devastating.
Tumbler Ridge is a town of only 2,400 people. Everyone's going to know someone impacted, and the geography of the small town tells its own story. It's about 1,100 kilometers northeast of Vancouver, the community in the Eastern Rockies, just over an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. Help had to come from a long way. Now, let's look at the satellite image, which shows the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. It's in the town's southern half. To the upper right, this is a health facility where the injured were brought. Behind the school, at the top of the screen, a community center where family members arrived to find out if their loved ones were among the dead. We're going to go now live to Tumbler Ridge, where Caroline Bargout is this morning. Caroline, you've arrived overnight. The community certainly will be reeling, waiting for news on this investigation today.
Yeah, absolutely, David. We are here at the scene just outside the high school, the secondary school, Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, which was where the active shooter alert was initiated. If you look behind me, the school is right there, and the health center is right here, very close by. As you mentioned, there's also a community center, which is where the students were taken out. This entire community was told to hold and secure for about 4.5 hours yesterday. But police say that RCMP officers who work in this community arrived on scene at this school within 2 minutes of the 911 call. And what they found was a pretty horrific scene. They found, as you mentioned, 6 people were dead, 25 people injured. We know that 2 people were airlifted to hospital. A 3rd person died on the way to hospital. We don't know the extent of their injuries, but we know for the students who were in the school, it was a very traumatic incident. One of my colleagues, Sarah Penton, spoke to one of the students, 17-year-old Darren Quist. He was inside the school when he was told to basically stay in class. The school was on lockdown. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
So there's a lot that we don't know. We know that RCMP believe that they know the identity of the suspect, but police are not releasing that information to the public yet. They say for privacy reasons, but also for investigative reasons. We don't know the ages of the victims or the conditions of the victims in hospital. We don't know if the 25 injured were also in hospital or if some of them were able to go home after that. And we don't know a motive. Police are saying that we may never know a motive. Take a listen.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
Police are still investigating. The major crime section will be on site today to begin the investigation here in the school. As you see, there's an RCMP, well, I don't know if you can see, but there is an RCMP police vehicle sitting outside the school, basically holding the scene. This road is closed and will probably be closed for some time. We know that the school will be closed for this week at least.
Caroline, I just want to emphasize something that you have importantly pointed out. There's a lot that we don't know here, particularly around the suspect, that in the active shooting phase of this, the Mounties put out an alert with a description of a woman in a dress with brown hair, but we have not heard anything more. We don't know if that actually is the suspect ultimately. The Mounties very tight on that information, even as a lot of information floats around online. And it will be particularly acute in a community as small as Tumbler Ridge, 2,400 people there. Everyone's going to know someone.
You're right. And this school also is very small, you know, about 160 students in this school. Darren Quist, that we heard from earlier, he said there's only about 20 students in his graduating class. So he also said that one of his friends had lost somebody that they cared about. And, you know, news is starting to trickle out to this community as to who these victims were. We have not been able to find out that information yet. Police are not releasing that information, but we do know that it is, as you mentioned, a very small community, and people will know a lot of the victims and the people impacted. We also know that there's a secondary location. There's a home in the community where 2 people were found dead. Now, police believe that the 2 scenes are connected, but they have not said how they're connected or how the shooter is connected to this school. Were they a past student? Are they a present student? We don't know the age of the shooter or the connection to the 2 deceased in the home or the victims in this school. We know that condolences are also coming in from not just across Canada, the Prime Minister, also all around the world. Premier David Eby held a press conference last night, and here's what he said about supports coming to this community.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
He also says that mental health supports will be on the way to this community, that RCMP will have all the resources that they need to investigate this. And we are hoping to find out a little bit more about the victims and possibly even a motive as this day goes on.
Caroline Bargout on a very windy early morning in Tumbler Ridge. Thank you very much. We spoke with George Rowe, who is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church, and he told us about going last night to the community center as families gathered there to find out what had happened to their loved ones.
It was a situation that you really never want to face again. Of course, after the lockdown had been lifted, I left my house to go over. And when I walked in, the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived the shooting or not. And while the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured, the RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he or she not survive? And that was very, very difficult to deal with.
Did you hear any explanation from the RCMP about why they weren't able to sort of reveal that to these waiting parents in that room?
Well, identification, of course, is very, very important. There's protocol and procedure to be followed here. And I listened to a part of the conversation, and the gentleman giving that information as to why they could not release the name. He found it very difficult, and he knew the parents found it difficult to receive the information he was giving. But there had to be an absolute, unequivocal identification of the person. And they began to absorb that and began to understand that. And about 2 hours after I had left, I got notification that one of the victims had been identified. And I haven't heard since. I did hear last evening that it would probably be early morning or during today before other names would be released.
That is George Rowe, the pastor at Tumbler Ridge's Baptist Church. You may wonder how such a small community deals with such a big incident. We did, and so we've asked Jack Rozdilski, who is an associate professor of disaster and emergency management at York University, to join us. Jack, what are the particular challenges of surging law enforcement and emergency health resources to a place like Tumbler Ridge?
David, I think, first of all, our hearts and minds have to be thinking about the residents on the ground, but in Tumbler Ridge. But in terms of your question, I would say right now we are in a disaster response mode. What I mean by that, the law enforcement active shooter response has ended yesterday, and the threats to public safety have been minimized. But right now, the response is shifting to a community type of response in terms of rapid provision of emergency social support services and trauma coping. And those services need to be stood up, if not now, within the next few hours in Tumbler Ridge.
We do know that there is an effort to get psychological response units and individuals in, not just for the community, but for the school. That school, all schools in the community have been closed for the rest of this week as they try to gather that kind of support around this community. But if I can go back to yesterday, this is a community of 2,400 people. It has one health center that doesn't have a lot of people staffing it. Sometimes it closes overnight. Can you imagine what the situation would have been like as 25 injured people get rushed into that health center?
David, that situation is hard for me to imagine. I myself had personal experiences with a mass shooting, and that happened in the Greater Toronto area. And there were issues, I thought, and problems with the needed provision of emergency social support services in the immediate aftermath for those exposed to violence, and that was in the Greater Toronto area. Now that we're in a much smaller place in Tumbler Ridge, I would suggest that across British Columbia and also perhaps cross-border services from Alberta need to be deployed into the city this morning, as it's very, as it may be challenging for such a small community, which has a modest level of emergency services and health support services, to deal not only with the initial rush of physical injuries, but now to be opening up the chapter this morning of dealing with emergency support social services. And my two messages would be, number one, this emergency social support has to be present on the ground today. And then two, plans need to be put into place in order for those emergency social support services and trauma coping services to be consistent over the long term, because I could foreshadow those types of long-term trauma coping supports are definitely going to be very important in this circumstance.
You have, in terms of people affected, not just family members who have lost a loved one, and there will be many families like that this morning. There will be the survivors themselves, the 100+ students who were in the school, the first responders, be they ambulance, police, those officials in the health center. Can you use a one-size-fits-all approach to try to deal with what they're now dealing with?
The only aspect of a one-size-fits-all approach would again be the emergency social support services have to be present and they have to be consistent. Other than that, I think we have to understand there are a number of types of trauma exposure to the mass shooting violence. Some of that exposure is direct to people who have witnessed and people who have direct relationships to people injured or killed. But then there are many others in the community who have witnessed some form of violence, who have known others who have been, and they have experienced forms of vicarious exposure to mass shooting trauma. So no, there is not one size fits all, but in terms of something that needs to happen for everybody, support services getting on the ground now.
Jack, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister has canceled a key overseas trip in light of the shooting, and politicians across this country are sending messages of support. Janice McGregor in our Ottawa bureau. And Janice, we are hearing from MPs on the Hill this morning.
Yeah, certainly not going to be business as usual on any front. The House doesn't sit on Wednesday morning. It is instead a time for the national caucuses to gather. I think maybe some issues going to be set aside here as everyone processes this difficult news. And in the Prime Minister's statement, you know, he had a line in there overnight about Canadians' ability to come together in crisis, talking about how that brings out the best of this country, the empathy, the unity, the compassion for each other. And as luck would have it, last hour in the foyer of the House of Commons, there were already a group of MPs that were scheduled to gather, meet with reporters, and talk about something that happens every year in the third week of February, National Kindness Week. There was a private member's legislation in the Senate to mark this in Canada. It's a time when people are supposed to engage in random acts of kindness in their school, their workplaces, their homes, to look out for each other, show generosity, charitable deeds. This all quite poignant now in the wake of these shootings in Tumbler Ridge, and not lost on MPs from all parties who are represented at this event. We've got just a sample of the tape here, and look, I just want to say we talk a lot about the big fights on Parliament Hill, but this morning more about expressing some big feelings. Take a listen.
It's tough to arrive here this morning and plan to deliver an uplifting message in the wake of such a tragedy.
It strikes me that as we gather here today to mark National Kindness Week, there's a cruel irony.
I love Bob Zimmer, and God, what he's going through as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge right now. I can't begin to express how stricken we all are by this.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult times.
So we have had statements on social media from opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, Prime Minister as well. They will both be arriving for their respective national caucus meetings fairly shortly, actually. Cameras at the ready to sort of capture in front of cameras what I'm sure they'll want to express in terms of condolences, support, solidarity with this community.
Indeed. We'll be watching for that. Janice, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Leaders from around the world are also sending their condolences to the victims of the deadly mass shooting. French President Emmanuel Macron describing the shooting as a horror and that France stands alongside the Canadian people. Australia's Anthony Albanese, whose country is still reeling from last year's Bondi Beach attack, says he is deeply shocked and saddened by the tragedy. Meanwhile, in a statement on social media, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky offering his condolences, saying Ukrainians are shocked, and when children are killed, no one should remain indifferent. I'll just point out that we actually don't know the ages of the victims at this point, though it did happen in a school. Zelensky also saying he hopes the injured recover quickly and sends condolences to victims' families and all Canadians on behalf of the Ukrainians. We're also hearing from survivors and their families. CBC News spoke with a student over the phone who was in the school, heard the principal yell out to barricade the doors. That's what he did as the situation unfolded.
It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
What kind of photos were they sending?
They were disturbing, just showing blood and things like that.
Oh man, Darian, I'm so sorry. And so then you realized just how serious.
Then I think that's when it all really set in.
Yeah. How scared were you?
I was definitely pretty scared. I was wondering if we were formulating an escape plan if anyone did come up to the door, that we were going to run out the garage door and out of the back towards the visitor center.
How many? How many of you were there in the classroom at the time?
There would have been maybe 15, I think, maybe 14.
Yeah.
A relatively small class.
Was a teacher there with you?
Yeah, Mr. Naronia was our teacher.
Yeah. What was he doing?
He was just making sure everyone was in the correct place, making sure everything was going smoothly. I think once we realized, we kind of organized us all to start moving the tables towards the doors and just formulating our escape plan if anything did happen.
That is Darian Quist, a grade 12 student at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. He was finally escorted out of that classroom where he'd taken shelter by police and taken to the nearby community center to be reunited with his mom. Just want to reiterate something we've been saying over the course of the morning, that this is the worst mass shooting at a school since 1989, the École Polytechnique massacre. While there have been other incidents, for instance, the Nova Scotia massacre, which killed more people, this is one of the deadliest incidents, certainly in Canadian history, and the second deadliest happening inside a school. The RCMP deploying its emergency response team yesterday to the community, bringing in officers from surrounding communities, often hundreds of kilometers. Now investigators from the Major Crimes Unit have been sent to determine what happened and why. More help now on the way.
Our communities are tight-knit. We're spread out across the northern part of the province, but we are a close community-oriented group of BC citizens. We have multiple layers of support coming for our students, for our teachers, for our community of Tumbler Ridge, for our front line and front first responders that were part of this unfolding event and are going to be working through that in the days and years to come. I've had an opportunity to speak with the mayor. I've had an opportunity to speak with politicians. Your businesses are stepping up to provide support as best as they can. And I think that really speaks to the fiber of the North District and the northern part of British Columbia and exactly what it will take to get through this together.
Little question that there's going to be a lot of hurt, and we did want to point out some mental health resources, particularly for people in BC. You can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line. It's at 310-6789. Kids in particular can reach out to Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or requesting counseling over an online chat. And of course, anyone ever in an immediate crisis, call 988. This is CBC Morning Live. Reaction continues to pour in from around the world to the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. And some of that is coming out of the Winter Olympics. Akil Augustine with a message from Team Canada.
Yeah, we're going to start with the Canadian Olympic Committee. Their official statement is, "We are heartbroken by the news of the horrific school shooting that occurred in British Columbia. Our thoughts are with the families who've lost loved ones, those who are injured, and the entire Tumbler Ridge community. Team Canada stands with everyone affected as they navigate the difficult days ahead." Most recent comments coming from the general manager of Canada's men's Olympic hockey team, Doug Armstrong. He said, "It's so sad to see what's happening. It affects everybody. This is sport, but we understand there's real life, and that trumps anything we're doing here. But all we could do is send our love, send our support, and then go about and do our job." An alpine skier, Cassidy Gray, a BC native, said she woke up with a heavy heart this morning after seeing what happened in Tumbler Ridge. "My heart is with all the victims and their families. You are in all of our thoughts over here in Italy. This one hits close to home as a small town BC girl. Hug your people tight today."
Very good message. All right, Akil, thank you. We're also hearing from King Charles about what's happened in Tumbler Ridge. The King saying he can only express our deepest possible sympathy to the families who are grieving the unimaginable loss of their loved ones and those still awaiting news from hospital. In such a closely connected town, every child's name will be known and every family will be a neighbor. We can only begin, he continues, to imagine the appalling shadow that has now descended across Tumbler Ridge, and our hearts go out to all those whose lives have been so shattered by this senseless act of brutal violence. I want to recap our top story, the one consuming much of this country today. 9 people dead after a mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. The suspected shooter died by what police are calling a self-inflicted injury. It happened at a school and then a nearby home. 2 people were airlifted with serious injuries, while at least 25 were treated at the local health centre. The RCMP have, to this point, not released any further details on the identity of the shooter or their motives. We do have teams on the ground in Tumbler Ridge, and we're working to bring the new details as we learn them. You're watching CBC Morning Live. We're going to bring you live now to Ottawa, where Prime Minister Mark Carney walking into Parliament Hill the day after 9 people killed in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, in a, 7 killed. There's Mark Carney now.
Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you. I have spoken to Premier Eby. Minister of Public Safety has been engaged, as have many Canadian officials over the evening. Minister of Public Safety is en route to British Columbia. He and the Premier will be visiting the community. All assistance, obviously, will be offered. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents, for everything that they've done in this terrible situation. On the advice of the Clerk of the Privy Council and Heritage Canada, I've asked that the flags in the Peace Tower here and across all government buildings be flown at half-mast for the next 7 days. We will get through this, we will learn from this, but right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together. Alors, ce matin,
So this morning is a difficult day for our nation, and especially for the residents of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia. Parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters are waking up this morning without one of their loved ones. It is a difficult time. Canada is grieving with you in Tumbler Ridge, and all Canadians are wholeheartedly with you. And I'd like to thank our allies and government leaders throughout the world for their support. France, the United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, people from Norway, Australia, leaders have communicated with me directly to express their condolences and solidarity with the people of Tumbler Ridge and all Canadians. I have had a call with the Premier of British Columbia, as well as the Minister of Health and Public Security. He is on his way with the Premier to this municipality. Our authorities are working in close collaboration with the local and provincial interveners, and we are following the advice of the Privy Council as well. I have asked that the flags on the Peace Tower here on Parliament, and as well for all government buildings in Canada, be at half-mast for the upcoming 7 days to express our solidarity to the residents of Tumbler Ridge. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister arriving on Parliament Hill speaking about the shooting incident that left 9 people dead, plus the shooter in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Janice McGregor still in our Ottawa bureau. Janice, the Prime Minister was not expected to be on Parliament Hill today, but that shooting... Oh, you know what? I will. Janice, before I go to you, I see the opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, speaking.
Le fusillade qui s'est produit à Tumbler Ridge. Le fait que c'est une tragédie qui est arrivée à une école secondaire rend la tragédie encore plus difficile en tant que père de famille. Je ne peux pas, même pas imaginer.
The Conservative leader here in French at this point speaking about his condolences to the families in British Columbia.
Nous sommes là pour les supporter. C'est le temps pour tous les Canadiens de s'unir.
We're all here to support. It's a time for Canadians to come together.
Cette communauté merveilleuse. Les conservateurs sont prêts à travailler avec tous les autres partis afin d'offrir le support.
He's saying the Conservatives will work to support this community with the other political parties and provide the necessary help.
Donc, évidemment, on n'a
So
pas
as
tous
to
les
answer
détails.
their needs.
Et on va pouvoir
Of course,
dire
we don't
davantage
have all the
quand on a
details
pris,
yet,
les
and we will be able
circonstances.
to say
Mais pour
more
l'instant, on est ici avec un
once
message de
circumstances
l'amour et d'unité
clarify.
pour, à
And
l'égard de
for
tous
the
les
time
Canadiens.
being, we send our love,
Thank you very much, everyone.
and we
Obviously,
are
we all
wholeheartedly with
devastated by
Canadians.
the news of this appalling shooting in Tumbler Ridge. The fact that this took place at a secondary school it makes it even more tragic. As a father, I can't even imagine the phone calls that parents might have received. I can't imagine the heartache and hell that they're living through at this moment. This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large. We'll be in touch with the Prime Minister and the other parties later today to offer all of our support to work together and help the community in any way we can in this terrible time. I encourage all Canadians to pray for the community and pray for the family as we go forward and take the necessary steps to support them. Thank you very much.
All right, that is the federal Conservative leader, opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, speaking in the aftermath of the a deadly attack on a secondary school and at a home in the small northeastern British Columbia community of Tumbler Ridge. I'll turn to Janice McGregor. Janice, Mark Carney speaking before Poilievre. He was to be leaving today from Parliament on a trip. Plans have changed now.
Yeah, indeed. The Prime Minister's office realizing overnight that it couldn't be business as usual in the wake of this event. I think both of those leaders there giving voice to what's going to be a pretty sober and somber day in this country. Mark Carney, usually a pretty cool customer, showing as much as emotion as I've seen from him during his time in office. Also, I think giving us some concrete things to expect about the way ahead here. Mentioning that the federal public safety minister is on his way to Tumbler Ridge. We know that this is a community that is probably going to need substantial resources, both on the law enforcement side for proper investigation of these events, but also on the support side in terms of making people feel safe again. Medical support, emotional support, and so on, as you've been discussing all morning. We are probably going to see a series of very kind of public commemorations, but the Prime Minister gave us details of a couple of them in this scrum. First, that flags on federal buildings, House of Commons, you look to that kind of symbol on Parliament Hill of the nation's grief, will be coming down. As well, at the very end of his scrum there, he said he is going to be making a statement with other leaders. He didn't mention whether that would be in the House of Commons, but at other moments of national tragedy, we have seen the regular House business stop so that people could make statements to capture the moment, and we'll try and confirm whether that is indeed ahead this afternoon based on what he just said. But trying to leave everyone with a bit of a resolute message about how people are going to get through this. And you heard from Poilievre also similar expressions of support, Conservatives being willing to work with people, asking people to pray for the community, and say more about the specifics once they are actually properly understood. From leadership of both of these parties here today, I think a clear message of solidarity and sympathy, and we'll watch to see what commemorations follow here.
Janice, thank you very much. We will go now from Ottawa to British Columbia, where Tanya Fletcher joins us from Vancouver. Tanya, I look at the beginning of this incident in Tumbler Ridge, started with an emergency alert to the community, students inside that school barricading themselves in classrooms. Take us through what happened at that point.
It was such a fluid situation and a developing situation for so long, David. And I think it's worth just stepping back and putting yourself in those shoes of those people. I mean, you're talking about basically the middle of the afternoon. It was 1:30 local time when all of this happened, and that shelter-in-place alert that hit people's cell phones, that was in effect for almost 4 hours. So you can imagine the chaos, the confusion, the fear, especially as you mentioned those students inside the school. But as we know, the lockdown alert urged people to shelter in place. They were told to don't leave your home or your business. We heard, the mayor, who also happens to own the grocery store, was barricading their windows and staying away from the entrances, exits, that kind of thing. And so after several hours is when we learned 6 victims were found dead inside that high school. The suspect as well dead from an apparent suicide at that location. 2 more people died, as you said, on the way to the hospital. 1 more person died on the way to the hospital, and 2 more victims were found dead in a residence at a home separately. And so for several hours, it took that long for that information to come to light, and still so many questions to be answered here.
One of those big questions is who did this and why, and we do not yet have the answers to either of those questions. I do want to ask you, Tanya, about the initial description offered by police in that early emergency phase of who the suspect was at that point and what they have said since.
They've said nothing since, David, and so you're right. That initial description is all we have to go on. So on that alert that was sent out publicly, it described the suspect as a woman, a female, wearing a dress with brown hair. We've heard nothing since then. All we know is that they said the suspect who was found dead was the same suspect that they did describe in that initial public alert. So yeah, that's the big question. And of course, this is a small town. A lot of people probably rightly do know who this was, but there's so much rumor, so much speculation, and we're looking for, of course, as you say, confirmed, credible information from authorities, and so far we have yet to hear that, so RCMP will be pressed for those answers this morning, no doubt.
And we would anticipate a news conference from them at some point today. I do want to ask about the two scenes here that investigators are now processing. One, of course, the school, but in the aftermath of the attack there, officers went to a second site, a home. They were prompted by something to go to that home and found two bodies there. Is there any indication of what prompted them to do that, whether these are connected?
So far, all they're saying is that they are connected, they believe, these two sites. But again, that's all we know. We are keen to know, and there's a lot of frustration building about what is the timeline, what is the connection. The list of questions unanswered far exceeds the list of answered questions we have. So, for example, as you mentioned, those two sites, what's the relation? What's the connection? The home, the people found dead there, to the school, the students found dead there. What's the common thread, if there is any, with all of the victims? What is the relationship, if any, with the shooter? What type of weapon specifically was used? You know, so many things we just don't know, and that police will be pressed on. The big one, of course, the motive, the why. And RCMP acknowledged last night we may never know details around that, but at least that is something people will need closure on as we move forward, is why did this happen? And, you know, further to that, could it have been prevented? Was there perhaps any indication that this was a possibility that could take place? Could anyone have done anything to stop it? All of those what ifs will need to be answered.
This forever changes for all of us when we hear the name of the town, Tumbler Ridge, what it comes to symbolize and identify as. Can you tell us more about this small community in northeastern BC?
Yeah, it's in the heart of the Peace region, and David, I actually covered that area as my first gig as a radio news reporter. This was some 20 years ago now, but from what I've seen and heard since, it stayed largely the same. It's an idyllic community. It's that small town feel. You know, the pastor that we spoke with said he and his wife have lived there over 30 years. And he says, you know, to people, this is a great place to retire. It's a safe community. We spoke with a town councillor as well who says, you know, we don't lock our doors here. We don't have to worry about crime. And so that same councillor, by the way, we were talking to him about the school. His wife is a teacher at the high school. It has about 160 students there, grades 7 to 12. And he says his wife was at the school during the shooting, and he described to us how he went to the school and saw the emergency response and just, you know, the fear and the anxiety watching that. But he also talks about how the connections are so intertwined among this community, and those threads run deep.
I was a children's librarian for 10 years, and I left. So I know these children. You know, I've seen them grow up. I've interacted with them. We sang stories together. We read books together. I saw them in community. I saw them at their sporting events. I saw them everywhere. And knowing that I can't see them anymore, that we won't see them anymore, that their family has to live with this incredible loss that I can't imagine. You know, just the fear of something happening to my family is almost unbearable.
Tanya, you talk about some of the core questions that we still want to learn from police, and perhaps that police themselves want to learn. What are the core ones among them beyond who the suspect was and why they did this?
The accountability, I think, will be a big one. And perhaps an important context to weave in. And I should preface this saying we don't know if this was a factor in this situation, but we have done our own reporting, like many communities around BC, and in fact across the country, about emergency staffing at local hospitals. And if you listen to the press conference yesterday, one of the local reporters said, you know, up until the moment this happened, the headline story in Tumbler Ridge was that there were no staff essentially to man the emergency room at the healthcare center there in the evenings and perhaps on weekends. And so looking at the staffing levels, could that have affected the response? I mean, the Premier himself was quick to credit RCMP. You know, the councillor we just heard from said they have 3 RCMP vehicles in that town. And so given the resources they had, also suggestions there are fewer than 6 officers in Tumbler Ridge, RCMP officers. So given those small numbers, they really were praising and crediting the efforts of emergency responders and said that, you know, RCMP, their actions did in fact save lives. But you look at the wider context of healthcare, we know 25 people who were also injured in this were triaged on site. And that healthcare facility is basically across the parking lot from the school. So were they sufficiently staffed? We do know that they sent in teams and paramedics from other areas to help out with this response. So perhaps in that way it wasn't affected by healthcare shortages, but I think that'll be one of the wider questions as well, looking at this going forward, and mental health supports too. You know, the mayor asked right away, he said one of his first requests from the provincial government was to send in counselors, and he said they would be there today to help with that. So many different facets to this, and again, you look at could this have been prevented and how, and I think that will be the big question going forward.
Certainly will be. Tanya, thank you.
You bet.
Schools across Tumbler Ridge set to be closed today. We are watching for more details from the RCMP on this incident. A reminder of what we know: 9 people killed, 7 in the high school, 2 of them at a home. As the alarm signaling an active shooter sounded inside the school, the principal, we are told, went down the hallway urging classroom doors be quickly closed. We heard this after speaking with the mom of a grade 12 student. She describes the fear she felt because she got her son, who was barricaded inside one of those classrooms, on the phone.
It's one of those things where you just never think this is going to happen. And I always tell him he's my youngest. He's like my angel, because at 14 weeks gestation, I was airflown into Edmonton from Wabasca. I had a cyst growing faster than he was, and I had to have surgery. And he made it through the surgery. And so that's why I call him my angel baby.
Yeah, and he's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just all over the place today.
Of course, of course. And when did you find out that he was going to be able to be get let out and he's going to be okay? Tell me what that was like.
Well, I had heard that some of the students were being escorted out. And then when they started kicking in the door, I heard that. And just kind of, hands up. And I was hearing that through Darian's phone.
Wow.
And then that's when I left home. Like, we live very close, like a block and a half away from the community center. I literally almost ran over there.
That was Shelley Quist. Her son was inside the school where the shooting happened. Let's look at a map of Tumbler Ridge. You see the school there. To the upper right, that is the health center. That's where the injured were brought. Just above it, just ahead, on top of it, through the backyard essentially, is the community center. And that is where she was, where others were, waiting to find out if their loved ones were injured or among those killed. Now, we've been talking about how people in Tumbler Ridge will certainly need not just immediate but long-term help to deal with the trauma. We spoke with clinical psychologist Dr. Simon Sherry about what should be offered.
It's an enormous stressor for our staff and students. We want our schools to be a place of order and safety. We trust in our teachers and our communities to make these places safe. So it's a massive violation of the sense of safety and predictability we want in our schools. And I think we should be very watchful of anyone who could be affected in the long term, and know that psychology and psychiatry have interventions, both psychosocial and pharmacological, that can be quite helpful if you are affected by trauma in the long term. In other words, there are interventions at work that can help people to make adjustments to even the most horrible of circumstances such as these.
That's Dr. Simon Sherry, who is a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Dalhousie University, speaking about some of those mental health supports needed. If you are among those in British Columbia, a reminder you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line. It's at 310-6789. Kids Help Phone, particularly for kids. Calling, texting, request counseling over an online chat. And of course, if you're in crisis, 988 is the number. We've heard a lot of reaction, frankly, from around the world, many world leaders. The Prime Minister in this country delivering a message just moments ago. Here's Mark Carney.
Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents, for everything that they've done in this terrible situation.
9 people are dead after a mass school shooting in Tumbler Ridge. The suspected shooter also dead. Police say a self-inflicted injury. 2 people were airlifted with serious and critical injuries, and 25 treated at the local health center just next door to the scene of the main shooting. The RCMP said initially in an alert that to the community that the shooter was a woman in a dress with brown hair, but have said nothing since then about the identity of the shooter, now dead. We have teams on the ground in Tumbler Ridge. Much more coming ahead.
All right, we'll take a look at your national forecast. In a nutshell, it still feels pretty spring-like in many parts of the west, wintry in the east, and frigid in the north, where we still have wind chill or cold weather alerts with wind chills -50 to -60, not in Yellowknife, but north of there and through the high Arctic. Blizzard warnings for the Dempster Highway, blowing snow for the South Klondike Highway, and that continues this morning. Watch for fog advisories, Prince Albert towards Brandon, and that means reduced visibility with temperatures below 0. That's freezing fog, and it could be a little slick in surfaces. 15 to 20 centimeters of snow, and now St. John, Moncton, Charlottetown, and East have been added to the snowfall warnings, and freezing drizzle from St. John's right up to the coast of Labrador towards Grosswater Bay, and that could be some slippery surfaces. We've already got 10 centimeters of snow down in St. John, New Brunswick. The snow's moved from Yarmouth all across the HRM and will continue to move its way eastwards, and the snow at times will be heavy, and it's going to be wet, heavy snow at that as well, so that's tough to shovel. Look at that poor visibility likely with that snow through the evening hours in Nova Scotia, Cape Breton for tonight, overnight, and into Newfoundland tomorrow, and lingering snow and blowing snow for eastern Maritimes tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, widespread snow showers in northern and southern Ontario, but with the wind coming off Lake Huron, reduced visibility, especially as you go north of London and west of Kitchener, but widespread flurries, Ottawa to Montreal to Quebec City, still dealing with the backside of that low pressure system, bringing in some extra snow. But blustery today, so that temperature is going to feel colder on your skin. Tomorrow is going to be cold, but not quite as windy, and then another system comes in for Friday, and temperatures will go back up again, but the wind will make it a bit of an issue. Across the west, 6 degrees in Calgary, 4 in Edmonton, normal is -4, and Vancouver we have 9 degrees, 0 in Whitehorse. So across the west, we see all that storm track right across the north. That's why we have those blowing snow warnings, those blizzard warnings. So not much moisture in the prairies other than that fog this morning. But we take a look at Thursday night into Friday morning. Some rain showers for Vancouver, snow for the North Shore Mountains, and some snow into the Rocky Mountains. Most of the country gets a break from the deep freeze for the next couple of days, but we'll be watching closely next week. We expect a pattern change and colder air to return.
Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pohl. We are covering a day of shock, grief and disbelief in a small BC community and right across our country. It has been about 19 hours since a shooter killed 9 people at a high school and a home in the northeastern town of Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. 25 people are being treated for injuries after one of this country's worst ever mass shootings. Now, just moments ago, Prime Minister Mark Carney requested flags at the Peace Tower on Parliament Hill and at all government buildings fly at half-mast for the next 7 days. We also have some new images to share with you from Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. They show these terrified students emerging after hiding and barricading themselves for hours yesterday. There are still so many questions about what happened and who did this and why. We do have extensive coverage for you, interviews and reaction throughout this hour and beyond right here on CBC News Network. First, though, we do want to place this BC community for you. Here's a look. Tumbler Ridge is a mountain town in the Eastern Rockies. It's home to about 2,400 people, and it's located 1,100 kilometers northeast of Vancouver and about an hour's drive southwest of Dawson Creek. A satellite image, as you can see, shows the location of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and the local health center among the buildings on your right. In Ottawa, again, Prime Minister Mark Carney had this message for a community and a nation in mourning.
Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents for everything that they've done in this terrible situation.
So again, that was the Prime Minister just a few minutes ago, and the CBC's Caroline Bargout joins us now live from Tumbler Ridge, BC. Caroline, thank you for joining us today. Tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing there right now, almost a full day after the first reports of this emerged.
Hi, Arthur. Yes, we are standing here outside the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. You could probably see it just over my shoulder. This is where the active shooter alert was first initiated at 1:20 yesterday afternoon. It's been pretty quiet here this morning, but we're starting to see a little bit more activity. We're seeing some vehicles pulling in with RCMP officers inside. We know that the major crime section will be taking lead on this investigation. It appears they are starting to arrive and heading into the school. One of the vehicles was pulling a trailer. Presumably it contains some of the investigative equipment that they will need for this investigation, which will likely take quite a bit of time to go through. Now, so far what we know, again, is the active shooter alert was issued yesterday at 1:20 p.m. local time here in Tumbler Ridge. When officers arrived on scene, it was apparently 2 minutes after the local police officers who are in this community arrived at the school, 2 minutes after that 911 call, and found quite the scene. We know that there were 6 people who were found deceased inside the school, as well as 25 people injured. We don't know much about the injured or the dead. RCMP have not released the ages, or we don't know if they're students or perhaps even teachers. We also don't know a lot about the shooter, but I'll get to that in a little bit. First, we want to listen to one of the students who was in this school at the time. He's a 17-year-old student. He said that there was about 160 kids who are registered at this school. He said this is such a small school, there's only 20 people in his graduating class. He was in the school and locked down in a classroom when this all took place. Take a listen to what he said.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
This community was in a hold and secure for about 4.5 hours yesterday. So you could just imagine, you know, parents and all kinds of people just wondering what was going on, what was happening to their kids. The kids were in the classrooms, as Darian said, for about 2 hours yesterday. Now, police say that they do know who the suspect is. They believe that they have been able to identify the suspect, but they have not released that information to us. We don't know the age of the suspect. Was it a former student? Was it a current student? We don't know much about that. We also don't know anything about motive. Take a listen to what the RCMP had to say.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
So I'd mentioned there were 6 people who were found deceased in this school. The suspect was also found dead inside. There's a secondary location here in this town, a home in the community where 2 people were found deceased. Now, police are not saying how those people are connected to the suspect or to this school, but we're hoping to find out a little bit more as the day goes on.
And Caroline, we've been talking about how Tumbler Ridge is such a small community, talking about a population of about 2,400. It's one of those places where people can certainly feel like they know everyone in town. So how are people there responding to this tragedy?
I mean, people here are very shaken, obviously. It's a very difficult situation. I mean, people are just starting to wake up. It's about 8 a.m. local time here. People are now waking up to this tragedy in their community. Premier David Eby, he held a press conference yesterday, and he talked about this community. He also talked about supports, mental health supports, as well as supports for officers. Take a listen to what he said.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
And the Prime Minister also said that British Columbia and Tumbler Ridge could have, whatever resources that they need. Right now, we are still waiting to find out more about this investigation as well as the victims.
Caroline, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Caroline Bargout in Tumbler Ridge, BC. So, of course, we continue to track reaction to this. So for more on the impact of this tragedy, we've now reached Larry Neufeld. Near Tumbler Ridge, rather. He's en route to the community. He's a member of the BC Legislative Assembly for Peace River South, and Tumbler Ridge is a community within his riding. Mr. Neufeld, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
I understand that you know so many people within this community. I wanted to start by asking you what sort of conversations you've had with people as now they start to wake up and really digest what took place less than 24 hours ago.
Well, in my estimation, there's not a word in the English language that's strong enough to describe the level of devastation that this community has experienced in the last few hours. It is tearing at the fabric, if not having torn the fabric of this community. And it's going to take a significant amount of effort and a significant amount of courage to repair that tear.
When you first heard the news yesterday afternoon, I'm wondering what your initial reaction was and how specifically you were able to, whether it was deploy resources or offer support.
I did find out about it very early on. I found out about it from a constituent, and as it was unfolding, unfortunately. And my immediate calls, I was very pleased with the level of reaction that I was aware of that was occurring. I was speaking with people who were in lockdown mode that were very close to the situation and had their thumb on the pulse of what was happening. And I will admit, I can't say more about how excellent of a job the RCMP did, given the incredibly challenging circumstances. And It's words are difficult to come by when you're trying to describe a situation like this.
No, Mr. Neufeld, you have, as you mentioned there, been in touch with law enforcement officials within the community and also with the mayor. I'm wondering what they've said to you about the feeling within this community, how they specifically are feeling, and the investigation.
Well, I wouldn't be, I'd be very remiss to discuss anything around the investigation. It's far too early, and that's not my place to reveal or discuss anything to do with the investigation. I will leave that to the RCMP. They're very capable. With respect to speaking with the mayor and other citizens, devastation. Again, a word stronger than devastation is escaping me, but devastation. If you have not been affected directly, you or your family have not been affected directly in Tumbler Ridge by this event, it's less than a degree of separation.
You know, we've been talking about how rare situations like this are in Canada in general, that this is one of the worst school shootings that this country has experienced. It's been decades since anything like this has happened before. When you see the images of students exiting with their hands up, when you hear the accounts like we just heard of one grade 12 student, what goes through your mind?
It tears my heart out. These people are my community, they're my family, they're my constituents. This has damaged me as a human being.
Very finally, I wanted to ask you, since you are heading to the community right now, you are near Tumbler Ridge, what will you be doing as soon as you arrive there? What's your message to the community?
The message that I would have to the community is that I've spent all evening and obviously haven't slept. And I'm secure in my knowledge that every resource available has either been dispatched or is being dispatched. Every resource that can be provided in the way of crisis management, mental health capacity, counseling is on its way if it's not already here. And we just need to bond together. We need to come together and support each other. All of us need the mental health support.
Well, I want to thank you very much for your time and your thoughts on this, and hopefully we are able to reconnect as we continue to cover this tragedy and learn more information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That is Larry Neufeld. He's a member of the BC Legislative Assembly for Peace River South, and he joined us near Tumbler Ridge, BC. Thank you. Well, we know that there has been plenty of reaction from across the country, including, of course, from Canada's Prime Minister. Mark Carney, we know, has cancelled a key overseas trip in light of this shooting, and politicians across the country are sending their messages of support to Tumbler Ridge. The CBC's Janice McGregor is in Ottawa. She's tracking all of that reaction for us and the developments that we've heard out of our nation's capital as well. Flags, we understand, have been requested to fly also at half-mast, not just in Ottawa, but across the country.
Yeah, and not business as usual. A very sober, somber day, and as people react and arrive on Parliament Hill this morning, a lot of expressions of sympathy and solidarity. As you mentioned, the Prime Minister's trip, I understand it to be a postponement as opposed to a cancellation right now. We are waiting to see what his plans are now for the rest of the week. A major announcement we were expecting today will not be happening. Much kind of in flux, people sensitive to the gravity of this moment. The Prime Minister, normally a pretty cool customer, but as he arrived this morning, visibly shaken. He too grew up in a pretty small, remote community, and I think anyone who comes from a part of Canada like that really feeling for Tumbler Ridge right now. Let's remind people a bit of tape from earlier this morning as both Prime Minister Mark Carney and Opposition Leader Pierre Poilievre arrived on Parliament Hill and went into their national caucus meetings this morning.
The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you.
The fact that this took place at a secondary school it makes it even more tragic. As a father, I can't even imagine the phone calls that parents might have received. I can't imagine the heartache and hell that they're living through at this moment. This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large.
So here's what we know about the day ahead. Government House Leader Stephen McKinnon, as he arrived, confirmed that after question period today, we are going to hear, a moment of silence will be respected in the House of Commons, and we're going to hear from all the party leaders making statements about what has happened for the official record. McKinnon also talking about a separate tragedy we're tracking here in the National Capital Region, tragic murder-suicide involving 2 young children in the Outaouais in the Algonquin community of Kitigan-Zibi. As McKinnon put it, just an unbelievable couple of events to wake up to in Ottawa today. As you mentioned, the flags on the Peace Tower on Parliament Hill, but also at federal buildings across the country will be at half-mast for the next week until February 17th, a visible sign of the nation in mourning. We also know that Public Safety Minister Gary Nansangri, as well as we understand Gregor Robertson, a regional minister for BC, are on their way to Tumbler Ridge. We know this is a community that is going to need support, resources. Stephen Fuhr, a minister from Kelowna, not too far away, also said he was shaking, echoing, letting us know about the colleagues who are mobilizing to make sure the community has everything it needs from federal officials in whatever way they can support. The MP that represents Tumbler Ridge is Bob Zimmer. He is a Conservative. CBC News spoke to him last evening.
As a father of 4 children, I can only imagine parents, possibly have lost their children and lost family members, and it's absolutely tragic. What can you say? I just want to hear from the people of Tumbler Ridge and just to hear them talk. I'm going to be there to listen.
He said he is on his way home from Ottawa, so he can do that.
Now, we mentioned, of course, that there has been so much reaction. I'm wondering what you've tracked in terms of what else is being said on Parliament Hill and in Ottawa today from politicians.
Yeah, I want to play a tape from an event at 8 o'clock this morning. The third week of February is National Kindness Week, something that they have noted on Parliament Hill and Senate in the past. Time for Canadians to do random acts of kindness, gestures of charitable giving to support their neighbour, their school, workplace, their communities. Quite poignant to think about that in the wake of this tragedy. MPs from all parties were in the foyer reacting to this first thing this morning. Let's hear a bit of that tape.
It's tough to arrive here this morning and plan to deliver an uplifting message in the wake of such a tragedy.
It strikes me that as we gather here today to mark National Kindness Week, there's a cruel irony.
I love Bob Zimmer, and God, what he's going through as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge right now. I can't begin to express how stricken we all are by this.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult times.
I think you get a flavor from that some of the big fights set aside today so people can express their big feelings about this. Chris D'Entremont, Nova Scotia MP, of course, Portapique, tragic shootings in that province some years back. He said, look, we just want to make sure we're all there with our arms open to those affected in case they need a hug.
Janice, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. As we continue to track reaction, we also have seen that King Charles is expressing his sorrow about the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. A statement from him reads in part, "We can only express our deepest possible sympathy to the families who are grieving the unimaginable loss of their loved ones and those still awaiting news from hospital." In such a closely connected town, every child's name will be known and every family will be a neighbor. The King adds, we can only begin to imagine the appalling shadow that has now descended across Tumbler Ridge, and our hearts go out to all those whose lives have been so shattered by this senseless act of brutal violence. So as we continue to track reaction, we also want to take a closer look at the timeline of this mass shooting and how everything unfolded. For that, we go to the CBC's Mark Carcassole, who joins us now here in studio. So what do we know about how this happened and when?
Arthi, according to police, they first got the 911 call for gunshots at this school around 1:20 p.m. local time, which tracks with what students have told CBC News, where they say alarms went off in the school and they started hearing gunfire around 1:30 a.m. Obviously, in that tense situation, they're not going to be able to pinpoint the exact time, but around 1:20, 1:30, the stories kind of sync up there. Police say they arrived at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School about 2 minutes after receiving that phone call, warning the community about the incident, telling them to prepare to take safety measures. This was part of the police-initiated public alert that they put out at the time. When police entered the school, they say they discovered several people either dead or injured from the attack. At least 6 were dead by the time they arrived. Another victim said to have died on the way to hospital. Students reported being locked down in their classrooms, some of them behind barricaded doors, for about 2 hours. Eventually, as police moved through the building, they were able to clear out the rest of the students and staff. There were families reunited with the students that they had there eventually under the watch of police. During their work to clear the school, police say they also found the body of the person they believe was the shooter. They say that person died of what they're calling a self-inflicted injury. As they continued their investigation, they went to another home in the area nearby that they say they, quote, believe to be connected to the incident. That's where they found 2 more people dead. In total, 9 people had been killed. The shooter also found dead, and 25 people were injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries. We don't know the ages of the people killed and injured in this incident. Police eventually called off the public alert around 5:45 p.m. local time, so about 4 hours or so after they were initially alerted to the shooting at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Police do say that they have identified the suspect, but they have not revealed that identity publicly. Initially, reports suggested the shooter was a female with long hair, but we're still waiting on concrete details from local RCMP. Speaking of local RCMP, Superintendent Ken Floyd with the North District talking about a motive. He says it's going to be very hard to pinpoint that exactly right now.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. This was a rapidly evolving and dynamic situation, and the swift cooperation from the school, first responders, and the community played a critical role in our response.
So those are the details that we're still waiting on right now, the identity of the shooter and the motive behind it. Interestingly enough, in their correspondence with reporters yesterday, the RCMP talked about conducting further searches of additional homes and properties to determine whether anyone else may be injured or otherwise linked. There's been no update on that since, so we don't know if there are further properties involved here or not. That's another detail that we're still waiting to find out, hopefully sometime today.
Okay, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Mark Carcassole. And as we do continue to share details about this tragedy, we do want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you're in BC, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the Mental Health Support Line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, call 988. And for continued coverage of the story, you can also visit our live page with all of the latest updates. You can find that on our CBC News app or on our website, CBCNews.ca. And we'll bring you any breaking developments right here on CBC News Network. Stay with us. We're back in a moment. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. At least 9 people were killed in a mass shooting. The suspect is also dead. 6 of the victims were found dead inside the local school. A 7th died while being transported to hospital. Now, police say the suspect died from a self-inflicted injury in the school. Officers then went to a home where they found 2 more people dead. So, as the community of Tumbler Ridge starts to try and come to grips with the magnitude of this loss, it will be relying on people like George Rowe. He is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church, and earlier he told CBC News Network about his efforts to provide support to families waiting at the community center next to the school.
It was a situation that you really never want to face again. Of course, after the lockdown had been lifted, I left my house to go over, and when I walked in, the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived the shooting or not. And while the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured, the RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he or she not survive? And that was very, very difficult to deal with. Everybody here, practically, they know everybody. And there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of rumors out there for sure. And I don't think it will be a big surprise when the name is released. Again, because you're in a small community, you may have encountered that person personally in the last week. You really don't know. But once the information is out there, we'll try to deal with it. And because the family of the person who committed this atrocity would also be going through a very, very difficult time, and we need to remember them in our thoughts and prayers as well. Our kids who graduated from the school have been updated on everything that is happening, and they're finding the emotion as well. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again.
That was George Rowe. He is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church. So now, as we continue to monitor the latest on the mass shooting in Northeast BC, we're also closely tracking another tragic situation. Police in Quebec say a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide in a First Nation in the west of the province. The community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa. Now, police say they were called to a home in the Algonquin First Nation around 2 a.m. local time and found a man and his 2 children at the scene. They say they all had suffered gunshot wounds. Police say 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. And House Leader and Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon is a Quebec MP, and he was asked last hour about those deaths as he head into Liberal caucus on Parliament Hill. Here's what he had to say.
It's just an unbelievable thing to wake up to. I know that community very well. My thoughts go out to the chief, all the members of that community. These are joyous, wonderful, incredibly productive and constructive people who live, who are our neighbors. And to lose 2 children like that is just an unbelievable thing.
Quebec's Premier François Legault has also commented on the deaths in this specific case. He says he's deeply shaken by what happened and is expressing his support for the community. Now, police in the small BC town of Tumbler Ridge say it will be a struggle to understand a motive behind yesterday's mass shooting that killed 9 people and injured at least 25 others. The suspect shooter is also dead. We'll continue to have coverage of this breaking news story, and as you can see there, as was requested by the Prime Minister, something we learned of just about an hour ago, the flag at the Peace Tower and at government buildings across this country are flying now at half-mast. You're watching CBC News Network.
We will get through this, we will learn from this, but right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together.
This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large. We'll be in touch with the Prime Minister and the other parties later today to offer all of our support to work together and help the community in any way we can in this terrible time.
The sadness, grief, and the promise of support from political leaders continues across the country following yesterday's deadly mass shooting in the small BC community of Tumbler Ridge. 9 people were killed and at least 25 others were injured in that attack. 6 victims were found dead inside a high school. Another victim died on the way to hospital. 2 more bodies were found at a home that police believe was linked to the incident. Investigators say the suspect was found dead inside the school from a self-inflicted injury. This is the deadliest attack connected to a Canadian school in nearly 40 years. And the CBC's Tanya Fletcher is tracking developments for us. She joins us now live from Vancouver. So Tanya, take us through what happened yesterday and what we know so far.
We know so far, Arthi, very little in terms of basic details, and that's what we're waiting for, is to really fit these puzzle pieces together in terms of some very basic details. But it was a very fluid, developing situation in the moment. We know it was early afternoon, 1:30 local time, that this active shooter alert was sent out. It hit people's cell phones, and it told them to shelter in place, basically a lockdown. It said stay inside your home and business. People were boarding up their windows. The mayor, who also happens to own the grocery store in town, says they were, they left because they had so many windows they were trying to board up. So people were trying to find a safe place to be. That lasted roughly 4 hours. So just take a step back and think of the chaos and the confusion and the fear that locals must have been feeling for several hours all through the afternoon as this was underway. In the end, as you said, 6 victims were found at the high school there, the secondary school. 1 victim died on the way to the hospital. The suspect was found dead inside the school as well from an apparent suicide. And then we have this other site that we know very little of as well. Only that 2 more people were found dead at a residence inside a home. And all police can say at this point is that they do believe those 2 locations are connected.
Of course, part of this tragedy, the intensity that is being felt in the community, is because it is so tight-knit, it is so small. Tell us a little bit more about Tumbler Ridge.
I actually covered Tumbler Ridge some 20 years ago, my first radio gig in the part of the Peace region, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek. And from what I'm hearing and seeing, not a lot has changed in that it is a really tight-knit community, a lot of folks, working together, and everybody knows everybody. It's in the far northeastern corner of the province, so right hugging tight to the Alberta border, and that's why we've seen, Premier Danielle Smith offer up support, and there was kind of a lot of different resources that were sent there from nearby bigger communities, but certainly in the heart of northeastern BC. It's a rural community. It's primarily known for its coal mining, also the discovery of dinosaur fossils. And for that reason, it's been trying to promote itself more, the town as a tourist destination. Roughly 2,500 residents there. The school itself, we believe, had around 160 students from grades 7 to 12. And we spoke with a city councillor there, or a town councillor, and he described going to the school as this was all happening yesterday afternoon and seeing those emergency vehicles kind of blocking at that police roadblock. His wife is a high school teacher at the school, and she was there during the shooting as well. And he talks about just, how close all of these people are and how intertwined so many threads are among the community.
I was a children's librarian for 10 years, and I left. So I know these children. I've seen them grow up. I've interacted with them. We sang stories together. We read books together. I saw them in the community. I saw them at their sporting events. I saw them everywhere. And knowing that I can't see them anymore, that we won't see them anymore, that their family has to live with this incredible loss that I can't imagine. Just the fear of something happening to my family is almost unbearable.
He went on to say it's an incredibly safe community. Usually, he says, we don't lock our doors. We don't worry about crime here. He added they have 3 police vehicles in town. And, the RCMP are credited with their quick response. They responded within 2 minutes, we're told, and apparently did help save lives when all of this was happening, Arthi.
As we continue to track this, there still are so many questions. We know that during the course of the law enforcement press conference, a lot of questions about the suspect, about how this unfolded, about motivation. What else are you watching for today in terms of what we could learn?
It's really about putting those pieces together, the timeline, the locations, how they're connected. We still don't know what relationship, if any, there was between the shooter and the victims, whether the victims themselves had a common thread perhaps among them, what type of weapon was used specifically. And again, that big question, the motive, why did this happen? We know very little about the suspect. As we've heard, the police themselves say they do know the identity. They're not releasing it publicly at this point. But the only thing we do know, the only description, was what we first saw in that public alert that was sent out to people during that shelter in place initially. And they described the shooter as a woman wearing a dress with brown hair. That's all we know. That's all. They haven't said anything since. They did say that the person they described in that public alert is the same suspect who was found dead later at the school from an apparent suicide. But so far, that's all we know about the suspect. And of course, the accountability angle, right? Could this have somehow been prevented? Were there enough resources on the healthcare side? We know many hospitals in BC and across the country have been dealing with, doctor shortages, et cetera. Did any of that play a role? RCMP staffing, were there enough police on hand to respond? So all of those questions will no doubt be coming to light, and we expect RCMP will be pressed to provide some answers very soon.
Okay, Tanya, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Tanya Fletcher in Vancouver. And again, we are continuing our coverage of this devastating event in British Columbia. Coming up, I'll speak with a former BC Solicitor General and former police chief in the province about the investigation. Stay with us for that conversation and more coverage. You're watching CBC News Network.
Now.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy.
A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC has killed 9 people. The suspect is also dead. The RCMP arrived within 2 minutes of the call for help yesterday, and they found 6 people dead inside the local high school. A 7th died on the way to hospital, and investigators then went to a home connected to the incident where they found 2 other people dead. Police have not identified the suspect yet. Of course, it is still early in the investigation. There's a lot we know, but also a lot we don't know. So for more on all of this, we've reached Cash Heed in Richmond, British Columbia. He's the former BC Solicitor General and a former Chief of Police in West Vancouver. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate your time.
Good morning, Arthi.
First, I just want to ask you for your reaction when you first heard this news breaking, about just under 24 hours ago now.
Sadness right away. We certainly know that these incidents occur, but we never think they're going to occur in our communities here in Canada, and certainly not in a northern community such as Tumbler Ridge. So again, at the end of the day, We'll find out what happened here. We'll determine what happened here. But the immediate thoughts that came from me is what the situation was regarding this. And it's very important that police give some information out to the community so the community understands, because they're all going through a tragic set of circumstances and respond to it in a different way.
And to that end, we know that the investigation is continuing. We heard from our reporter on the ground in Tumbler Ridge that, in fact, some investigative teams have moved in now, all part of this, trying to get a clearer picture of how and why this all unfolded and whether or not it could have been prevented, all part of the questions here. And to that end, you, I'm sure, were listening in to law enforcement. There are still so many questions. What do you make of the details that we have now? Where does the investigation go from here?
Well, first of all, we've got a dynamic situation, as the superintendent described there, and the officers, which are limited in Tumbler Ridge, responded, and they go to the threat, they deal with the threat whatever way they can, assist whatever way they can. However, you've got a community alert that goes out alerting the entire community. You've got protocols that are put in place regarding shelter in place in the school. You got the active shooter from all of the protective service agencies that are responding to the school. So you've got a community of only 2,400 people, absolutely wondering what is going on. Now, I listened to the news conference by the superintendent, and it's very precarious here on what information you can give out. They would have had, by the time that news conference had done, a decent theory on what happened or may have happened. They would have identified who the actual suspect was in this tragic incident. They would identify certainly the address of where the two people were found deceased. So law enforcement has to hit that balance. They don't need to give out to the intimate details on the investigation, but they have to hit a balance to make sure that they're able to not only calm the community down, but ensure that the appropriate amount of information is given out. Because I've listened to yours broadcast all morning this morning, and I can sense a type of frustration, not only from my point of view of having been involved in law enforcement for 32 years, but from everyone's frustration of not having the information that is, again, not critical to the investigation, but hits a balance of giving something to the people that are going through the trauma at this point.
Those are definitely some important points to consider as we continue to look for more information into this investigation and into what happened here. And certainly many in the community and beyond will want to know what, if anything, could have been done to prevent this tragedy from unfolding in Tumbler Ridge. I also wanted to ask you about the response that we saw when we're talking about students within the school itself. Adhering to the training when there was a lockdown in place. We heard teachers, the principals, addressing students, telling them to stay in place, and then watching them essentially at the end be led out by law enforcement with their hands up. How did that all go according to your view as we watched what happened, some of it via images and some of it via accounts of those who were inside the school at the time?
Well, based on the images that I've seen with respect to the amount of resources that were available to ensure the protocols were in place, it went relatively well. Now, we've learned a lot over the last 27 years since Columbine shooting in the United States, where we started to change our protocols. We started to not only ensure that law enforcement went in and went to the threat immediately, but again, how the students were to react in these. And they practice that within our school system. They go through the drills to ensure when they're sheltering in place, such as blocking the doors, hiding under desks, all of what appears to have occurred here with respect to that, and the police officers, whatever number that were available, rushing into the threat and finding that tragic scene. The only criticism I have is the length of time that the shelter in place stayed in, and the students had to, hide or do whatever they can for that period of time. Now that may be explainable simply because there weren't the resources to make sure that we can have an orderly removal of the students from the school. But again, there will always be things we can learn, and even the suspect here. And when you look at what information has been released so far, there will be a theory. Many people in Tumbler Ridge, and I've spoken to a couple, know who the individual is. They're waiting to it to be officially identified. They know who the people in that secondary crime scene are and how their relationship is. So law enforcement, again, going back to my point here, has to hit a balance here, making sure they get that information out to the news media because the world is watching, and especially to the local community, because there's a lot of trauma that these people are going to go through, including the law enforcement officers that responded it and the other emergency personnel.
There's a lot to consider here. We appreciate your analysis of this and you joining us today with your thoughts.
Thank you.
That is Kashid. He's a former BC Solicitor General and a former Chief of Police for West Vancouver Police Department. He joined us today from Richmond, BC. Thanks again. And a reminder for our viewers watching, if you're affected by this story, as we continue to bring you the details, we do want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. So if you're in British Columbia, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, call 988. And for continued coverage of this story and everything that we know so far, visit our live page with all of the updates. You can head either to the CBC News app or to CBCNews.ca. We'll bring you all of the breaking developments as we learn more about them right here on CBC News Network. We continue to track the investigation into a deadly mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, in the northeast part of the province. Here's what we know from the RCMP right now. 9 people were killed. 6 were found dead inside a high school. A 7th person died while being transported to hospital. Authorities say the suspect was also found dead in the school from a self-inflicted injury. Officers then went to a home where another 2 victims were found dead. At least 25 others were hurt in a tragedy that has left the local community and people across BC and Canada in shock.
The shock waves of this horrific event will continue to reverberate through the community and throughout the country.
And the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again.
These things are things that happen elsewhere. They don't happen here. And that's been shattered.
You never think it would happen, and when it happens to people that you care dearly for and people that it is devastating.
Now that's here at home, but reaction to the mass shooting is also coming in from as far away as the Olympic Winter Games in Italy. The Canadian Olympic Committee says it is heartbroken to hear the news coming out of Tumbler Ridge. And we also have this clip from Doug Armstrong. He's the general manager of the Canadian men's hockey team.
I'd like to send our thoughts and prayers from the men's hockey team out to Tumbler Ridge and the community. We're with you in prayer. It's so sad to see what's happening, and as I said, our thoughts and prayers are with that, and it affects everybody. You know, this is sport, and we understand there's real life, and that trumps anything we're doing here. But all we can do is send our love, send our support, and then go about and do our jobs.
That was Doug Armstrong, general manager of the Canadian men's Olympic hockey team. And you are now looking live at Ottawa, where the flag on the Peace Tower is flying at half-mast. It will be flying at half-mast at government buildings across the country. worst ever mass shootings. And as we look live now to the Peace Tower in Ottawa, Prime Minister Mark Carney has requested its flag and all of the flags on government buildings fly at half-mast for the next 7 days. And these now are some still images just out today from Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. And it shows those terrified students emerging after hiding and barricading themselves for hours yesterday afternoon. Meantime, the sun is now up at the scene of the shooting and investigators are on site. There are still so many questions about what happened, who did this and why. We will keep bringing you the very latest details and live updates as they come in right here on CBC News Network. First, a look at the location of Tumbler Ridge. It's a remote mountain town in the Eastern Rockies, close to the Alberta border. It's about an hour's drive from Dawson Creek and home to some 2,400 people. This satellite image shows the location of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and the local health center almost next door. Earlier today in Ottawa, the Prime Minister had this message for a community that is gripped by grief.
Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents for everything that they've done in this terrible situation.
And now from Ottawa, we want to take you to the scene. The CBC's Caroline Bargout joins us now live from Tumbler Ridge, BC, with the latest on this story. So, Caroline, it's daylight now. We know investigators are there. What else is happening where you are?
Yeah, Arthi, just behind me, as you can see, police continue to come to the scene. We've seen a number of vehicles pulling in over the last hour or two. One was pulling a trailer, presumably that's containing investigative equipment that police will need to process the scene and figure out exactly what happened. About, I'd say, 20 minutes ago, just here over my shoulder, you could see there is now police tape. That is the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School where the shooting happened, and right behind it, we believe that's right behind it. Not sure what that connects to, possibly the community center, but police have now blocked off that area. We don't know why, but obviously this is part of the investigation. As you know, this all started yesterday with an active shooter alert. Police put out an alert at about 1:20 p.m. local time saying that there was an active shooter seen at this secondary school. They say that officers who work in this community arrived within 2 minutes. Once they got to the scene, they found a gruesome scene. They said 6 people had been found deceased. The shooter, or the suspect, I should say, also found deceased from self-inflicted injuries. They also say that there was about 25 other people who were injured. We don't know the extent of their injuries, but they were not life-threatening. We know 2 people were airlifted to hospital in critical condition. We don't know how they are doing at this point, and 1 person died on the way to hospital. As you mentioned, there was a secondary location, a home in this community where 2 people were found deceased. We don't know the connection to the school or the shooter. The person who is responsible for this, still waiting for RCMP to talk to us about that. Now, we did hear from one student who was in his class here yesterday afternoon when the school was locked down. He said he was in there for well over 2 hours. Here's Darian Quist. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
When RCMP initially put that active shooter alert out, it said that they were looking for a woman in a dress with brown hair that was believed to be the active shooter. Now, since that post, police have not said anything more about the suspect. So we don't know if that was in fact still the suspect or if there's other details. So we don't have the identity, but officers are saying that they have been able to identify the suspect, but have not told us who that is. That's because they say it's for privacy reasons as well as investigative reasons. Now, police also say that they may never really know a motive. Take a listen.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
So, Arthi, at this point, we know that there were 9 people that were killed. We don't know their ages. We don't know any details about them, but we're hoping to find out more from police later today.
You know, Caroline, we've been talking about a lot how this community is so tight-knit, a community of just 2,400 people, the school just 160. You referenced the grade 12 class, 20 graduating classmates were part of that class as well. So how are they all responding to this, a community where it feels like everyone knows each other?
Yeah, it's going to be a very heavy period of time as this community comes to terms with exactly what happened. Premier David Eby held a press conference last night. He said that the community will be supported. Mental health supports will be sent here. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, you know, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
Eby also said that RCMP would be given whatever supports that they need for this investigation. I should mention, last night when we flew into Fort St. John, before we drove in here, we were on a plane with a number of RCMP officers, and we were talking to them, and one of them said that this will be a very difficult scene. And I don't think he meant in terms of the investigation. I think he just meant that this is going to be difficult for investigators. It'll be very heavy, obviously, for this community and for first responders.
Caroline, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Caroline Bargood in Tumbler Ridge, BC. We do want to take you now back to Ottawa because Prime Minister Mark Carney, we understand, has postponed a key overseas trip in light of the shooting, and politicians across the country are sending their messages of support to Tumbler Ridge. The CBC's Janice McGregor is in Ottawa. She's tracking that part of the story for us. So, Janice, we're hearing from MPs on Parliament Hill today, as well as from the Prime Minister, leader of the opposition. What are they saying?
Yeah, very much not business as usual. This morning, big fights of the day set aside really in favor of some big feelings, open emotions on display for the cameras this morning. We were expecting today to be about a major announcement, defense strategy, followed by the Prime Minister's departure, as you mentioned there, to Germany for the Munich Security Conference. Instead, it was a moment this morning for MPs to gather with their national caucuses. Industry Minister Melanie Joly saying this is a day to concentrate on the community of Tumbler Ridge. The Prime Minister is normally a fairly cool customer, but when he arrived this morning, he did appear visibly shaken. He was raised in a small northern community like the one where this happened. Listen to what he said and also the remarks by opposition leader Pierre Poilievre on his way into the Conservative National Caucus.
The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you.
The fact that this took place at a secondary school, it makes it even more tragic. As a father, I can't even imagine the phone calls that parents might have received. I can't imagine the heartache and hell that they're living through at this moment. This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large.
Government House Leader Stephen McKinnon told reporters that following question period today, there will be a moment of silence in the House of Commons and an opportunity for all the party leaders to make statements and express the country's grief. He personally woke up to not just this tragedy, but another one in his own community, the Outaouais, dealing with a kind of shocking murder-suicide in the Algonquin community of Kitigan-Zibi involving children ages 10 and 12. So just words cannot express what a bleak morning this is in the National Capital Region. Flags at government buildings, as the Prime Minister announced, now at half-mast, including on the Peace Tower on Parliament Hill. The Prime Minister also designating a lot of federal officials' resources to help Tumbler Ridge at this time. The Public Safety Minister, Gary Nansangari, will be leading that. He is en route. We also learned from Liberal Minister Stephen Fuhr, who represents Kelowna, BC, that Gregor Robertson, a senior regional minister, is also on his way to Tumbler Ridge to see if there is anything else that community might need federal support to accomplish in their hour of need. The MP that represents this community in the House of Commons is Conservative Bob Zimmer. The CBC News reached him last evening, and this is what he had to say.
As a father of 4 children, I can only imagine parents, possibly have lost their children and lost family members, and it's absolutely tragic. What can you say? I just want to hear from the people of Tumbler Ridge and just to hear them talk. I'm going to be there to listen.
He is on his way back to his riding, leaving Ottawa, in favor of being with his constituents.
And Janice, we mentioned there that there will be that moment of silence. But aside from that, parliamentarians have also been expressing sympathy and support. Tell us who else we've heard from and what they've had to say.
Yeah, in moments like this, people often wonder, what can I do? I want to tell you about something that happened first thing this morning. There was a gathering of MPs from all parties to mark something that always happens in the third week of February. That's National Kindness Week. It's intended to remind people that it's important to do, gestures big and small to help their schools, their workplaces, their community, acts of charitable giving, random acts of kindness, bringing a neighbor a coffee, that sort of thing. They had already organized a press conference to mark this and give their support to that good work. But this turned into an opportunity for them to express their solidarity for Tumbler Ridge, sort of, in the words of one of them, setting aside the sharp rhetoric in favor of more kindness and humanity.
It's tough to arrive here this morning and plan to deliver an uplifting message in the wake of such a tragedy.
It strikes me that as we gather here today to mark National Kindness Week, there's a cruel irony.
I love Bob Zimmer, and God, what he's going through as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge right now. I can't begin to express how stricken we all are by this.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult, difficult times.
We talk a lot about Canada Strong. Elizabeth May suggesting maybe we could focus on Canada Strong and Kind as a brand for the moment. Chris D'Entremont, Nova Scotia MP, speaking of knowing what it takes, for a province to stand strong in the wake of a tragedy. He was talking about how Nova Scotia reacted in the wake of the Portapique shootings. And he said, look, in this moment, British Columbia is going to come together the way his province did. And he said the most important thing is to make sure that people are there with their arms open for those who are affected by this and need a hug.
Janice, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. And again, another note on the reaction from our nation's capital. We understand that there will not be question period today, which typically would be held. There will be statements that will be read from the Prime Minister, for example, and from other politicians. And there will be that moment of silence. And this, of course, is to honor those who were killed in this tragedy in Tumbler Ridge, BC. And we know we continue to track reaction, too, from not only across this country, but from overseas. King Charles, in fact, has expressed his sorrow about the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. A statement from him reads in part, "We can only express our deepest possible sympathy to the families who are grieving the unimaginable loss of their loved ones and those still awaiting news from hospital. In such a closely connected town, every child's name will be known and every family will be a neighbor." The King adds, "We can only begin to imagine the appalling shadow that has now descended across Tumbler Ridge, and our hearts go out to all those whose lives have been so shattered by this senseless act of brutal violence." So now, as we continue to bring you the details of this story, I also want to bring you a note about our coverage. We very much want to focus on the experience of the community and the victims. We have mentioned Tumbler Ridge is a small, tight-knit community, and as such, there are people online who are talking about the possible suspect and other details. But this information has not been confirmed by CBC News, by sources or law enforcement, and we wanted to stick to confirmed details only. So with that in mind, as we learn more, we will certainly bring those details to you. But we also want to take a closer look now at the timeline that has been confirmed of the mass shooting and how everything unfolded. So I want to bring in the CBC's Mark Carcaswell, who's covering off that part of the story for us. Really important to get what we do know and the clarity surrounding that. What details do we have?
Well, I think we've heard from students who've spoken to CBC News here on the network and various local outlets about when this happened. And they estimated it was around 1:30 when they reported hearing gunshots at their school. Some reported seeing the principal in the halls telling students to get back into class. That sort of syncs up with the information we've received from the RCMP, who says they received a call around 1:20 to respond to Tumbler Ridge Secondary for reports of gunshots. They say they got there in a matter of 2 minutes. They issued a police-initiated public alert, which is basically to alert the community around the school, given that they didn't have much information at the time. They didn't know where the shooter was. They didn't know exactly what was going on. As police went into the school, that is when they started to unroll the grim visuals that they saw. They discovered several dead and injured victims, they say. At least 6 people dead in the school by the time police arrived. A 7th victim dying later during transport to hospital. Several people injured as well. Students reporting being locked down in their classrooms, some behind barricaded doors for more than 2 hours. Many of them panicked on the phone with their parents the entire time. Eventually, students and staff were safely moved out of the building after a couple hours. We did see images of families reunited after the fact. Police did also find the person that they believe to be the shooter dead inside the school of a self-inflicted injury. The school was not the only scene that police were dealing with. Shortly after their discovery inside the school, Superintendent Ken Floyd of the North District RCMP tells us about a second scene they went to investigate.
As the investigation progressed, officers identified a secondary location believed to be connected to the incident. 2 additional victims were located deceased inside a residence. Police are conducting further searches of other homes and properties to determine whether anyone else may be injured or otherwise linked to today's events.
Now, we have not received an update from the North District RCMP about what they found at those additional properties. You can assume that perhaps they were all clear, given that we likely would know by now if there was anything serious for them to report. Right now, the toll, this unfortunate toll, stands at 9 people dead, as well as the shooter. There are 25 people with varying degrees of injury, some of them critical. We do not have any identities yet on the victims. We don't know the specific range of the injuries or anything like that, or ages or anything like that. That is what we're hoping to learn more of from police investigators today. Police, as you mentioned, Arthi, have identified the suspect themselves, but they have not released that information publicly at this point. We're still waiting on that. And in terms of a motive, RCMP officials telling us yesterday that they didn't specifically know and that this was going to be a difficult investigation for them, difficult for them to determine the motive.
Okay, Mark, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Mark Carcaswell reporting. And of course, if you're watching our coverage and you are affected by the stories and the details that you're hearing, we wanted to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. So now, if you're in BC, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, call 988. And of course, for continued coverage on this story and all of the details so far, you can visit our live page with all the latest information. You can find it on the CBC News app or our website, CBCNews.ca. We'll continue to bring you all of the breaking news on this coming up right here on CBC News Network. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. At least 9 people were killed in a mass shooting. The suspect is also dead. 6 of the victims were found dead inside the local school. A 7th died while being transported to hospital. Police say the suspect died from a self-inflicted injury in the school, and officers then went to a home where they found 2 more people dead. We also have a first-hand account of what unfolded in the school during the shooting. CBC News spoke with a student who barricaded himself inside a classroom. Take a listen to this interview.
It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
What kind of photos were they sending?
They were disturbing, just showing blood and things like that.
Oh man, Darian, I'm so sorry. And so then you realized just how serious.
Then I think that's when it all really set in.
Yeah. How scared were you?
I was definitely pretty scared. I was wondering if we were formulating an escape plan if anyone did come up to the door, that we were going to run out the garage door and out of the back towards the visitor center.
How many? How many of you were there in the classroom at the time?
There would have been maybe 15, I think, maybe 14.
Yeah.
A relatively small class.
Was a teacher there with you?
Yeah, Mr. Naronia was our teacher.
Yeah. What was he doing?
He was just making sure everyone was in the correct place, making sure everything was going smoothly. I think once we realized, we kind of organized us all to start moving the tables towards the doors and just formulating our escape plan if anything did happen.
An extraordinary account of what was happening inside the school. That again was Darian Quist, a grade 12 student at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, and he was finally escorted out of the classroom by police to the nearby community center where he was reunited with his mother. So now As we continue to monitor the latest of the mass shooting in Northeast BC, we're also closely tracking another tragic story that's unfolding in this country. Police in Quebec say a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide on a First Nation in the west of the province. The community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa, and police say they were called to a home in the Algonquin First Nation around 2 a.m. local time and found a man and his 2 children at the scene. They say they all had suffered gunshot wounds. Police say 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. And House Leader and Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon is a Quebec MP, and he was asked this morning about the deaths as he headed into the Liberal caucus meeting on Parliament Hill. Here's what he had to say.
It's just, I mean, it's just an unbelievable thing to wake up to. I know that community very well. My thoughts go out to the chief, all the members of that community. These are joyous, wonderful, incredibly productive and constructive people who live, who are our neighbors. And to lose 2 children like that is just an unbelievable thing.
That is, and we know that that is House Leader Stephen McKinnon. We know also that Quebec Premier François Legault has also commented on the deaths. He says he's deeply shaken by what's happened and is expressing his support for the community. Now, of course, recapping our top story today, police in the small BC town of Tumbler Ridge say it will be a struggle to understand a motive behind yesterday's mass shooting that killed 9 people and injured at least 25 others. The suspected shooter is also dead, and you're looking live at Ottawa's Peace Tower on Parliament Hill, where you can see the Canadian flag flying at half-mast. That was a request by Prime Minister Mark Carney for all government buildings, all federal government buildings across the country to have their flags fly at half-mast in honor of the victims of this tragedy. You're watching CBC News Network.
Washington.
We will get through this, we will learn from this, but right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together.
This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large. We'll be in touch with the Prime Minister and the other parties later today to offer all of our support to work together and help the community in any way we can in this terrible time.
The sadness, grief, and the promise of support from political leaders continues across the country following yesterday's deadly mass shooting in the small BC community of Tumbler Ridge. 9 people were killed and at least 25 others were injured in the attack. 6 victims were found dead inside a high school. Another victim died on the way to hospital. 2 more bodies were found at a home that police believe was linked to the incident. Investigators say the suspect was found dead inside the school from a self-inflicted injury. It's the deadliest attack connected to a Canadian school in nearly 40 years. Also, a note on our coverage of this story today. We know at CBC News that there are people online who are talking about the possible suspect and other details surrounding this case, but this information has not been confirmed to us by either sources or law enforcement, and we want to stick to confirmed details only as we continue to cover this story. And as we learn more, we will certainly bring all of the confirmed information to you. With that, I want to bring in the CBC's Tanya Fletcher because she's tracking those confirmed developments and what we do know. She joins me now live from Vancouver. So Tanya, take us through what we know about what happened yesterday.
Well, as you mentioned, Arthi, so far few confirmed details that we do know and are able to pass along, and that's part of what's mounting this morning. The sun has now risen. People are very keen to get some more answers, and no doubt RCMP will be pressed for that today. But here is what we do know. It happened early afternoon yesterday is when things first developed. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, RCMP received reports of an active shooter. They sent out a public alert. So locals' cell phones had this alert on them saying, you know, basically shelter in place, lockdown, don't leave your home or your business. And this lasted for 4 hours. So you can imagine the fear, the confusion, the perhaps chaos for some as they're trying to figure out what is happening and try to take into account where their loved ones might be as this was unfolding. So as you mentioned, in the end, 6 victims were found dead inside the secondary school there. The suspect as well, the shooter, was found dead at the school of an apparent suicide. And we have a secondary site as well at a residence, a home. 2 people also found dead inside there, and 1 more victim died on the way to the hospital. We also have 25 people who were injured, a range of injuries, some serious as well, who were kind of triaged on site there and still waiting to find out word of their status as well.
And now also, Tanya, of course, we're learning a lot more about the community. So for people who do not know Tumbler Ridge, tell us a little bit more about it and the people there.
It's, you know, they would probably consider it a small town. I covered Tumbler Ridge for part of my first stint as my first radio gig some 20 years ago. And it very much had that small town feel then. And from what I'm hearing and seeing now, it still is the same. You know, everybody knows each other. It's in the heart of northeastern BC, hugging close to the Alberta border. You've got communities like Dawson Creek, Fort St. John, not far as well from the Alberta border. As we said, Premier Danielle Smith had offered up services there as well. And so, you know, you had responders come in from these other centers because it is a small community, 2,500 residents roughly. The school itself had about 160 students. That's ranging from grade 7 to 12 there, and it is a rural community. You know, it's known for its coal mining in the past, but also dinosaur fossils. They've kind of been trying to promote themselves more as a tourist destination in recent years. And hearing from a town councillor, one of them we spoke to earlier, you know, he described going to the school as this was happening once that lockdown or that alert was lifted, that shelter in place, and seeing the emergency vehicles. His wife is a teacher at the school and she was there when the shooting happened, and you know, he described the relief to know that she was safe, but also just the heartbreak because this community has such tight-knit threads and intertwined relationships, and he talks about just how devastating this is for everyone.
I was a children's librarian for 10 years, and I left. So I know these children. You know, I've seen them grow up. I've interacted with them. We sang stories together. We read books together. I saw them in the community. I saw them at their sporting events. I saw them everywhere. And knowing that I can't see them anymore, that we won't see them anymore, that their family has to live with this incredible loss that I can't imagine. You know, just the fear of something happening to my family is almost unbearable.
So you talk about the intertwined threads of this community. You know, his wife worked at the high school. We spoke to a pastor earlier who used to teach at that same school. We spoke to a student whose mother worked at the healthcare facility, basically on the other side of the parking lot from the school. So many people have so many multi-layered connections within this community and so tightly interwoven. That same counselor went on to say, you know, this community has always been safe. We don't lock our doors here. We don't really have crime here. We don't worry about that. You mentioned they had 3 police vehicles in town, and you know, the premier yesterday, Premier David Eby, did credit RCMP, saying, you know, with the perhaps limited resources they have, he said they responded within 2 minutes, and they are credited with at least helping save some lives. So that's what we're hearing today, and we'll definitely hear for more of those developments as they come out today.
We know that there has, as you've just brought us, some incredible reaction that has come through from the community and beyond, but there's also a lot of unanswered, unconfirmed questions as well. What more will you be watching for today as we hopefully learn more detail?
I mean, we're at the point where it's the basics we're still looking for, the 5 W's. I mean, these puzzle pieces, how do they fit together? You know, we've got 2 different crime scenes. What was the timeline specifically within those? What was the relationship, if any, between the shooter and the victims? Did the victims have a common thread among them? What type of weapon exactly are we talking about was used here? And of course, the big one, the motive. Why? Why did this happen? Was there any indication, perhaps, that this could be happening on the horizon? And that leads to the accountability question as well. Could this have been prevented? And if so, how? You know, the mayor had asked right away the provincial government for mental health supports for counselors, and they promised they would be on the ground today. So we'll be watching for that. And again, just some basic information, some updates that RCMP will no doubt be pressed to provide. Arthi.
Thank you for this, Tanya. That's the CBC's Tanya Fletcher in Vancouver. And for continued coverage on this story, you can always visit our live page with all the latest updates. You can find it on the CBC News app or on our website, CBCNews.ca. And we'll bring you any breaking developments right here on CBC News Network. Stay with us. We're back in just a moment.
this is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians.
British Columbia Premier David Eby speaking after the high school shooting in northeast British Columbia. At least 9 people were killed. Names and ages of the victims have not yet been released. Police say the suspected shooter died from a self-inflicted injury, and details of that person's identity or a possible motive are unclear at this stage. So now, as the community of Tumbler Ridge starts to try to come to grips with the magnitude of its loss, it will be relying on people like George Rowe. He is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church. And earlier today, he told CBC News Network about his efforts to provide support to families waiting at the community center next to the school.
It was a situation that you really never want to face again. Of course, after the lockdown had been lifted, I left my house to go over. And when I walked in, the sight of what I saw was devastating. Many parents just waiting for the news on whether their child had survived the shooting or not. And while the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured, the RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he or she not survive? And that was very, very difficult to deal with. Everybody here, practically, they know everybody. And there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of rumors out there for sure. And I don't think it will be a big surprise when the name is released. Again, because you're in a small community, you know, you may have encountered that person personally in the last week. You know, you really don't know. But once the information is out there, we'll try to deal with it. And because the family of the person who committed this atrocity would also be going through a very, very difficult time, and we need to remember them in our thoughts and prayers as well. Our kids who graduated from the school have been updated on everything that is happening, and they're finding the emotion as well. Walking through the corridors of that school will never be the same again.
That was George Rowe. He is the pastor at the Tumbler Ridge Baptist Church. And of course, as we continue to cover this story, we also want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help if you're feeling impacted by the information. So if you're in British Columbia, you can access supports through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, call 988. More coverage is just ahead right here on CBC News Network.
will concentrate today on the community, and of course we will be there for them to be able to heal.
The federal industry minister is just one of numerous politicians from all parties expressing condolences for Tumbler Ridge. People in the remote town, about an hour southwest of Dawson Creek, are waiting for any new information about the shooting that killed 9 people at a school and at a home. At least 25 people were injured. The suspect is also dead from an apparent self-inflicted wound. For more on how Tumbler Ridge is dealing with this tragedy, we reached out to Larry Neufeld. He is a member of the BC Legislative Assembly for Peace River South, and Tumbler Ridge is a village in his riding. He says there is overwhelming shock and sadness in the community.
Well, in my estimation, there's not a word in the English language that's strong enough to describe the level of devastation that this community has experienced in the last few hours. It is tearing at the fabric, if not having torn the fabric of this community. And it's going to take a significant amount of effort and a significant amount of courage to repair that tear.
When you first heard the news yesterday afternoon, I'm wondering what your initial reaction was and how specifically you were able to, whether it was deploy resources or offer support.
I did find out about it very early on. I found out about it from a constituent, and as it was unfolding, unfortunately. And my immediate calls, I was very pleased with the level of reaction that I was aware of that was occurring. I was speaking with people who were in lockdown mode that were very close to the situation and had their thumb on the pulse of what was happening. And I will admit, I can't say more about how excellent of a job the RCMP did, given the incredibly challenging circumstances. And words are difficult to come by when you're trying to describe a situation like this.
No, Mr. Neufeld, you have, as you mentioned there, been in touch with law enforcement officials within the community and also with the mayor. I'm wondering what they've said to you about the feeling within this community, how they specifically are feeling, and the investigation.
Well, I wouldn't be, I'd be very remiss to discuss anything around the investigation. It's far too early, and that's not my place to reveal or discuss anything to do with the investigation. I will leave that to the RCMP. They're very capable. With respect to speaking with the mayor and other citizens, devastation. Again, a word stronger than devastation is escaping me, but devastation. If you have not been affected directly, you or your family have not been affected directly in Tumbler Ridge by this event, it's less than a degree of separation.
You know, we've been talking about how rare situations like this are in Canada in general, that this is one of the worst school shootings that this country has experienced. It's been decades since anything like this has happened before. When you see the images of students exiting with their hands up, when you hear the accounts like we just heard of one grade 12 student, what goes through your mind?
It tears my heart out. These people are my community, they're my family, they're my constituents. This has damaged me as a human being.
That was Larry Neufeld, an MLA in the BC Assembly for Peace River South. He joined us from Tumbler Ridge. And a reminder, as we continue to track this story, we do have more reaction coming in from Governor General Mary Simon. And in her statement, it reads in part, "My husband, Whit, and I are devastated by the news of the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. Our deepest condolences go to the families of the victims of senseless violence and to the entire community. We extend our deepest gratitude to the officers and first responders who bravely risk their lives to protect and help their fellow Canadians and who continue to support a community that is in crisis. In this unimaginable moment of tragedy, the whole of Canada has Tumbler Ridge in its thoughts. Let us stay united in our compassion and reach out to one another with love and tenderness today as we join the entire nation in grieving." We'll have more on this story just ahead. We continue to track the investigation into a deadly mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. Here's what we know from the RCMP right now. 9 people were killed. 6 were found dead inside a high school. A 7th person died while being transported to hospital. Authorities say the suspect was also found dead in the school from a self-inflicted injury. Officers then went to a home where another 2 individuals were found dead. At least 25 others were hurt in this tragedy that has left people across the country in shock. Now, the investigation is in its early stages, and police and we here at CBC News are working to confirm more information. So as we await word for a possible motive, we spoke earlier with a criminology professor at Mount Royal University about what the investigation process entails.
There's going to be at least 3 teams or 3 stages to the investigation. The first that they're going to want to do is secure the crime scenes. Now remember, there sounds like there's going to be 2 crime scenes, so they're going to have to independently secure those. Then it's the task of going through the crime scene, documenting any evidence, photographing it, tagging it, collecting it, and potentially using that in terms of the investigation. The police will also be wanting to establish some kind of communication link with the family. They will be very hesitant to release anything to the media before it's released to the families, and that's out of courtesy. They'll have a media team down there. And they'll also be trying to get some background information on the suspect. What connection do they have to the 2 crime scenes? They'll be looking at social media. They're looking at CCTV cameras. All of those kinds of things. They're going to hold off on looking at things like motive until they get a real secure sense of what's happening.
That was Doug King. He is a criminology professor at Mount Royal University in Calgary. And now, here is a look to Ottawa this hour, where the flag on the Peace Tower is flying at half-mast. Prime Minister Mark Carney says flags will remain that way on all federal buildings for the next week. You're watching CBC News Network. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pole. We are continuing to cover the devastating aftermath of a mass shooting in British Columbia, one of this country's worst ever. 9 people were shot dead yesterday at a high school and a home in Tumbler Ridge, BC. More than 25 other people are being treated for injuries. And as we look now live at the Peace Tower in Ottawa, Prime Minister Mark Carney requested that its flag and all the flags on government buildings fly at half-mast for the next 7 days in honor of the victims. We also have some still images to share with you just out today showing terrified students leaving Tumbler Ridge Secondary School after the shootings. For hours yesterday afternoon, they hid and barricaded themselves. Meantime, this is the scene there today. Roads around the school are blocked and investigators are on site. Details have been slow to emerge about exactly what happened and who did this and why. We will keep bringing you the latest information right here on CBC News Network. And we do want to take you to the scene. And here is where Tumbler Ridge is located. It's a town of 2,400 people in the Eastern Rockies, about an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. A satellite image shows the location of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and the local health center almost next door. And earlier today in Ottawa, the Prime Minister had this message for the grief-stricken community.
Parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers in Tumbler Ridge will wake up without someone they love. The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. We thank the first responders, the teachers, the staff, the residents, for everything that they've done in this terrible situation.
And from Ottawa, we go now to Tumbler Ridge, BC. That's where we find the CBC's Caroline Bargout. She's on scene with the latest on this story. So, Caroline, what are you seeing where you are right now?
Arthi, we've been on scene for several hours now, and what we've seen is a lot of vehicles going into the barricaded area. We're seeing a lot of RCMP vehicles, a lot of unmarked vehicles, obviously police officers, police investigators, some who've made their way from Vancouver and other parts of British Columbia in order to investigate this horrible crime. If you take a look behind me, you could see, or is the police tape still there? Can you see if the police tape is still there? A little while ago, police came over here and put up police tape, which I'm unable to see from where I am standing. I went over there a little bit ago and you could see they've basically taped off between the school where the shooter was and then the community center behind it, which is where the students were escorted out. So the students were locked down in the school from 1:20 p.m. yesterday afternoon when they got a call, when RCMP got a call about an active shooter at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Students were locked in their classes for 2 to 2.5 hours. After that, police came and got the students out and walked them over to the community center, which is behind there. We've seen quite a bit of activity. We understand that it is focused inside the school. The only thing I saw outside the school was some RCMP vehicles, but we believe the officers are inside investigating. We know last night RCMP held a press conference and basically said that officers who work in this community arrived on scene within 2 minutes, likely saving lives. But when they got there, they found, as you mentioned, 6 people had been killed, 25 others are injured, 2 were taken to hospital in critical condition, 1 person died on their way to hospital. A colleague of mine, Sarah Penton, spoke with one of the students who goes to this school, Darian Quist. He's 17 years old. He was in the auto mechanic shop when the shooting happened. Take a listen to what he said.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
At this point, we know there are 2 scenes here in this community, the secondary school, as well as a home somewhere in this community where 2 people were found deceased. We don't know the connection from the suspect to the home as well as the school. There's a lot of things that are circulating on social media, a lot of talk in the community, but none of it has been confirmed in terms of the suspect or any of the victims. RCMP say they may never know a motive. Take a listen.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
Initially, when the active shooter alert went out, police said that they were looking for a female with brown hair wearing a dress, but we have not heard anything more from police about a possible suspect. Also, careful not to call the person a gunman, because we know that there was an active shooter alert, but police have not actually told us exactly how any of the people were killed or how any of them were injured. We don't know if any other weapons were involved.
And as I understand it, right now, there's no confirmation that we will, in fact, hear from law enforcement officials today. So we are waiting to see whether or not that does happen and whether or not we get more details about all of this. But when it comes to the community itself, Caroline, Tumbler Ridge is small, 2,400 people. It's one of those places where, as you mentioned, people talk. Everyone knows one another because of how tight-knit this community is. So how are people there responding to this unimaginable tragedy?
Well, obviously, people are very, very upset about this. People are now talking amongst themselves, finding out, what happened, who did what, who was injured. We know that there's some fundraising that's been going on to try to help some of these victims. We also know that politicians are giving their support. Premier David Eby says he will be coming to Tumbler Ridge. He is supporting this community. He also says that mental health supports will be provided. Take a listen to what he said.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
Arthi, as you mentioned, there are so many questions and so many unanswered questions about what happened, about why, who the suspect is, who the victims are. We were hoping to hear from RCMP, but last night RCMP did say that they would like patience. They're asking people for patience. They will provide information once they are able to. Right now, they are focused on this investigation. The Major Crime Section is here investigating, and we're hoping to find out more about this case as the day develops.
Caroline, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Caroline Bargood in Tumbler Ridge, BC. Now we want to take you to Ottawa. Prime Minister Mark Carney has in fact now cancelled a key overseas trip in light of the shooting, and the schedule is changing on Parliament Hill as well. The CBC's Janice McGregor is in Ottawa with more on these new developments. So Janice, we'll get to reaction in just a moment, but let's begin with some of that breaking news regarding the Prime Minister and his schedule.
Yeah, a really fluid day, a really fluid week here in Ottawa. This is just in, so I'm going to read this off my phone, but the Prime Minister's office announcing now that he is going to remain in the National Capital Region at this time. His trip to Munich for the security conference there, as you say, has been cancelled. He has designated the Minister of Public Safety, Gary Sangri, to join the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby, in Tumbler Ridge later today. Gregor Robertson, Minister for Housing and Infrastructure, also a regional minister from BC, will be joining them, as well as the provincial Minister of Public Safety. Of course, having sufficient resources on the ground to deal with a tragedy like this, very difficult in a remote community not accustomed to dealing with this kind of violence. Pretty obviously a gesture there to sort of send in support support from the provincial and the federal governments to see what the community is going to need. Because the Prime Minister is not heading to Germany, the statement says that Minister McGuinty, the Defence Minister, Minister Anand, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and Minister Solomon, Minister for Artificial Intelligence, will be traveling to Munich on his behalf to advance Canada's security priorities. And what was supposed to be the big news today, the big reveal on Canada's defence industrial strategy, they say that has been postponed, and further details on the release of that coming in due course. So a very different day than we thought we would be having. Another sign of that in the House of Commons this afternoon. It doesn't sit on Wednesday mornings. That's a time for national caucuses to gather. But when it convenes at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will not be having question period today. Instead, there will be a moment of silence for the victims in Tumbler Ridge, and then the Prime Minister, followed by the leaders of all the other opposition parties in the House of Commons, will be making official statements, all signs of a nation in mourning and very touched by these events. When the Prime Minister arrived on the Hill earlier this morning, look, he's usually a pretty cool customer. He was visibly shaken as he faced the cameras. Here's a little bit more from Prime Minister Mark Carney as he arrived this morning, as well as Opposition Leader Pierre Poilievre, who also spoke to reporters on his way into his National Caucus meeting.
The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you.
The fact that this took place at a secondary school, it makes it even more tragic. As a father, I can't even imagine the phone calls that parents might have received. I can't imagine the heartache and hell that they're living through at this moment. This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large.
As a visible symbol of the nation's feelings at this moment, the Prime Minister saying earlier today that all the flags on federal buildings across Canada, as well as the flag on the Peace Tower here in Ottawa, will be lowered to half-mast for the next week until February 17th to express solidarity with this community. The MP that represents this community is Conservative Bob Zimmer. CBC reached him last evening, and here's some of what was on his mind at that point.
As a father of 4 children, I can only imagine parents, possibly have lost their children and lost family members, and it's absolutely tragic. What can you say? I just want to hear from the people of Tumbler Ridge and just to hear them talk. I'm going to be there to listen.
He is on his way back to his riding to be with his constituents in this moment.
Now, Janice, as we also mentioned, of course, it's not business as usual on Parliament Hill. There will be a moment of silence, something you touched on there. There will not be question period. But aside from that, parliamentarians have also been expressing sympathy and support as they've been passing by reporters on the Hill. Tell us more about who we've heard from and what they've had to say.
Yeah, we often talk about big fights between partisans here. Today, it's giving way to big feelings. And people often watch these events and think, what can I do? I want to tell you about something that happened at 8 o'clock this morning. MPs from all parties represented at an event in the House of Commons foyer to mark National Kindness Week, which is held on the 3rd week of February every year. It's a reminder to everyone. The hope is of the importance of big and small acts of kindness, generosity, charitable giving, just being good to your neighbors, other people in your workplace and your school. MPs remarking about how this is needed more than ever, how sort of sharper rhetoric isn't what's called for here, but kindness and humanity. Let's hear a bit of that.
It's tough to arrive here this morning and plan to deliver an uplifting message in the wake of such a tragedy.
It strikes me that as we gather here today to mark National Kindness Week, there's a cruel irony.
I love Bob Zimmer, and God, what he's going through as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge right now. I can't begin to express how stricken we all are by this.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult, difficult times.
All with the same message there, that this is not a time for political debates and fights. Finally, I just want to note Chris d'Entremont, Nova Scotia MP, who was talking about what his province went through after the shootings in Portapique, talking about how this kind of an event is the sort of thing that brings a province together, sending his best to British Columbia at this time as they go through now what Nova Scotians dealt with a few years ago, and saying, look, the role of someone like him, politicians right now, is to ensure they are there with their arms open to hug anybody that's affected.
Janice, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. We do continue to track reaction to this story, and King Charles is now expressing his sorrow about the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. A statement from him reads in part, "We can only express our deepest possible sympathy to the families who are grieving the unimaginable loss of their loved ones and those still awaiting news from hospital. In such a closely connected town, every child's name will be known and every family will be a neighbor." The King adds, "We can only begin to imagine the appalling shadow that has now descended across Tumbler Ridge, and our hearts go to all those whose lives have been so shattered by this senseless act of brutal violence." And there's some more reaction that we're tracking just in the last hour. Governor General Mary Simon has issued a statement, which also reads in part, "My husband Whit and I are devastated by the news of the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. Our deepest condolences go to the families of the victims of this senseless violence and to the entire community. In this unimaginable moment of tragedy, the whole of Canada has Tumbler Ridge in its thoughts. Let us stay united in our compassion and reach out to one another with love and tenderness today as we join the entire nation in grieving." So now, as we continue to bring you the details of this story, also a note about our coverage. We very much want to focus on the experience of the community and news about the victims. We have mentioned Tumbler Ridge is a small, tight-knit community, and as such, there are people online talking about the possible suspect and other details. But this information has not been confirmed to us by sources or law enforcement, and we do want to stick to confirmed details only. As we do learn more, we will certainly bring that to you. So with that in mind, we also want to take a closer look at the timeline of that mass shooting and how it all unfolded. So I want to head over to the CBC's Mark Carcassole, who's here with me in studio, to take us through that part of the story and what we know about when and how this happened.
Yeah, Arthi, by all accounts from students who've spoken to CBC News here on News Network and in BC, it was a normal day of school, and around 1:30 is the time that they peg it at, and the RCMP says they got the call around 1:20, so they kind of jibe with each other. But students reported hearing gunshots in their hallways. Some of them reported seeing the principal of the school in the hallways telling students to get into classrooms. There was announcements and alarms over the PA telling students to get into those classrooms, lock the doors. Some of them recall barricading the doors with tables, knowing that there was a situation underway. So this was sometime between 1:20 and 1:30. Within 2 minutes of getting that 911 call, the RCMP say they arrived at the school, put together a police-initiated public alert, which is basically to alert the community around the school to the fact that there could be an active shooter, suspect, or suspects in the area. They had a lack of information at the time, so they had to do what they had to do to warn the community. Police say when they entered the school, they discovered at least 6 victims dead. 7th died on the way to hospital. There were several people injured as well. Students reported that they were in lockdown in their classrooms for a couple hours before eventually they were moved out of the building along with staff with the help of police investigators and reunited with their families. Police say they also found the person believed to be the shooter dead inside the school due to what they describe as a self-inflicted injury. After their investigation at the school, or I should say in tandem with it, they went to another address in the community which they say was linked to the investigation at the school. There, they say they found 2 more people dead inside a house. The total death toll, 9 people dead, plus the shooter, 25 people injured. The extent of their injuries unknown, but we do know at least some of them are critically injured. We don't have identities on the victims. We don't have ages or anything like that at this point. We also, police say, do not have a motive at this point. This is something that they're still looking into and say they will have great difficulty doing so.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. This was a rapidly evolving and dynamic situation, and the swift cooperation from the school, first responders, and the community played a critical role in our response.
We also, at this point, do not have an identity for the shooter. And Arthur, you spoke about that. Police themselves have identified the shooter. They know who this person is. They're just not releasing the identity publicly at this point. They say there's still more investigation that needs to be done. There's various contacts that they need to make. We do know that in the early hours after the shooting, the suspect was described by witnesses as a woman in a dress with brown hair. But we've not got the official word from police yet as to the exact identity of the suspect. Police also talked about investigating other properties that may be linked to the investigation yesterday. We haven't heard any update on that. Police have not committed to providing an update today, so we'll have to wait and see whether we get more information on this as a whole.
Okay, thank you for this, Mark. That's the CBC's Mark Carcassole reporting. Now, as we've mentioned, there are only 2,400 people living in Tumbler Ridge, BC, so you can imagine the loss, fear, and devastation residents must be feeling there. In the coming days and weeks, people there will likely need immediate and long-term help dealing with the trauma. Coming up, I'll speak to a psychiatrist about that. Also, though, of course, if you're watching our coverage and you feel impacted by the story, we want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help you. If you're in BC, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the Mental Health Support Line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, call 988. And a reminder, for continued coverage on this breaking news story, you can visit our live page. You can find it on the CBC News app or on our website, CBCNews.ca. We'll bring you any breaking developments on the story and investigation as we learn of them. You're watching CBC News Network.
We will concentrate today on the community, and of course we will be there for them to be able to heal.
The federal industry minister, just one of numerous politicians from all parties expressing condolences for Tumbler Ridge. People in the remote town about an hour southwest of Dawson Creek are waiting for any new information about the shooting that killed 9 people at a school and at a home. At least 25 people were injured. The suspect is also dead from an apparent self-inflicted wound. So for more on how Tumbler Ridge is dealing with this tragedy, we reached out to Larry Neufeld. He's a member of the BC Legislative Assembly for Peace River South, and Tumbler Ridge is a village in his riding. He says there is an overwhelming shock and sadness in the community.
Well, in my estimation, there's not a word in the English language that's strong enough to describe the level of devastation that this community has experienced in the last few hours. It is tearing at the fabric, if not having torn the fabric of this community. And it's going to take a significant amount of effort and a significant amount of courage to repair that tear.
When you first heard the news yesterday afternoon, I'm wondering what your initial reaction was and how specifically you were able to, whether it was deploy resources or offer support.
I did find out about it very early on. I found out about it from a constituent, and as it was unfolding, unfortunately. And my immediate calls, I was very pleased with the level of reaction that I was aware of that was occurring. I was speaking with people who were in lockdown mode that were very close to the situation and had their thumb on the pulse of what was happening. And I will admit, I can't say more about how excellent of a job the RCMP did, given the incredibly challenging circumstances. And words are difficult to come by when you're trying to describe a situation like this.
No, Mr. Neufeld, you have, as you mentioned there, been in touch with law enforcement officials within the community and also with the mayor. I'm wondering what they've said to you about the feeling within this community, how they specifically are feeling, and the investigation.
Well, I wouldn't be, I'd be very remiss to discuss anything around the investigation. It's far too early, and that's not my place to reveal or discuss anything to do with the investigation. I will leave that to the RCMP. They're very capable. With respect to speaking with the mayor and other citizens, devastation. Again, a word stronger than devastation is escaping me, but devastation. If you have not been affected directly, you or your family have not been affected directly in Tumbler Ridge by this event, it's less than a degree of separation.
You know, we've been talking about how rare situations like this are in Canada in general, that this is one of the worst school shootings that this country has experienced. It's been decades since anything like this has happened before. When you see the images of students exiting with their hands up, when you hear the accounts like we just heard of one grade 12 student, what goes through your mind?
It tears my heart out. These people are my community, they're my family, they're my constituents. This has damaged me as a human being.
That was Larry Neufeld, an MLA in the BC Assembly for Peace River South. He joined us from near Tumbler Ridge. So now, as we continue to monitor the latest on the mass shooting in Northeast BC, we're also closely tracking another tragic story. Police in Quebec say a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide on a First Nation in the west of the province. Now, the community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa. Police say they were called to a home in the Algonquin First Nation around 2 a.m. local time and found a man and his 2 children at the scene. They say they all had suffered gunshot wounds. Police say one person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. And House Leader and Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon is a Quebec MP, and he was asked this morning about those deaths as he headed into the Liberal caucus on Parliament Hill. Here's what he had to say.
It's just, it's just an unbelievable thing to wake up to. I know that community very well. My thoughts go out to the chief, all the members of that community. These are joyous, wonderful, incredibly productive and constructive people who live, who are our neighbors. And to lose 2 children like that is just an unbelievable thing.
Also, Quebec's Premier François Legault has commented on the deaths. He says he's deeply shaken by what happened and is expressing his support for the community. Now, as we do continue to track the devastating school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, here's a live look at the Toronto skyline and the CN Tower. Lights on the building will dim for 5 minutes at the top of each hour in honor of the victims of the attack. And Prime Minister Mark Carney also requested flags in all federal buildings to fly at half-mast for 7 days. Much more straight ahead on CBC News Network.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians.
British Columbia's Premier David Eby speaking after the high school shooting in Northeast BC. At least 9 people were killed. Names and ages of the victims have not yet been released. Police say the suspected shooter died from a self-inflicted injury. Details of that person's identity or a possible motive are unclear at this stage. Now, people in Tumbler Ridge are shocked and in disbelief. So for more on the impact this will have on the mental health of community members and the kind of support they might need, we've reached Dr. Shimi Kang in Vancouver. She's a psychiatrist with Future Ready Minds. She's also a clinical associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of British Columbia. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Aarti.
So let's talk first about what people in this community are experiencing. Can I first focus on the children or the students and the staff who were at the school at the time that this happened? What might they be going through now about 24 hours later?
Sure. So they're in a state of what we would call acute trauma. Their brainstem is firing. And when we think of the human brain, we have the brainstem, which fires freeze, fight, or flight. And then logic, problem solving comes from the top of the brain. Young people don't have a fully mature problem solving ability, and they're more prone to stress. So they're going to be in either freeze, which is anxiety, feeling stuck, numb, fight, irritability, anger, or flight, which is mental escape, where they might be turning to like video games, social media, eating sugar, hopefully some healthy distractions. And that's really important to know that that response is pervasive in this small community of 2,400, where everyone, I think to some degree, is going to be cycling through anxiety, irritability, and avoidant behaviors.
So when we talk about what can be done, you know, personally, me as a parent, when I think about what these parents were going through, waiting to hear whether or not their children were safe, whether or not any loved one was safe, and this is such a tight-knit community, I think just about how stressful that would be, how anxious you would be, and I'm wondering how can they work through that, but also support the students who now, their children, who now also need a great deal of help.
Right, yeah. So knowledge is power, and there's a concept called neurons that fire together, wire together. So right now, anywhere near the secondary school vicinity, any kind of alerts coming to the phone, the idea of a 4-hour lockdown, news, all of this can trigger wire and fire, that survival response, that stress response. So really to understand that everyone is heightened, everyone will be more likely to startle, to be jumpy. And what you can do about that is helping the nervous system calm down. The way to do that is slow down your breathing. It's such a simple saying. Simple is not easy, but extremely powerful, because then the signal goes to the nervous system, we're okay. Supporting each other through connection, community. It's a beautiful location, getting outside in nature, getting away from social media or messages that might be disturbing or distressing, getting some exercise, moving your body, getting that energy out there, and then approaching young people, especially with conversations to find out where they're at. There is a lot of misinformation, and knowledge will anchor them to feel more secure.
You know, I also wanted to ask, too, in terms of the situation here where it is such a tight-knit community that we have been talking about a lot. On the one hand, certainly there is a village when we talk about coming together to support one another, but also many people know one another, and this would cut deep then because there's not too much separation between this trauma. So how does that impact how this community, how the community of Tumbler Ridge continues to deal with this?
Yes, it would certainly compound, amplify the grief, the trauma. If you know more than one of the, or even one of the deceased people, there's people wounded in hospitals. And then the support system has all been traumatized as well, including teachers, nurses, doctors, paramedics. So the fact that it is so close-knit on one hand is very helpful and protective, but on the other hand, it amplifies the concern, the worry, and the grief around what happened. So this community is going to need a lot of support from each other, from the outside community, from the nation, because knowing that you know, we stand with them, we're thinking of them, can be so helpful given what they're going through as that close family.
Now, Dr. King, we've been focusing in on the community a lot. I also want to broaden our conversation just a little bit here, and that's because certainly it is very uncommon. It is quite rare for us to have a school shooting of this magnitude in this country. So for parents who are now looking to speak with their children, school-age children, about what happened, how should they approach that in order to make sure that they're not inducing more stress or anxiety?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a parent of 3 children, and I'm sure parents across the country, when they're dropping their children off at school today, in the back of their mind, they're like, are they safe? The child might be asking, am I safe? And their instinct might be to show that anxiety and say, I don't know, we don't know. And that's on everyone's mind. But as adults, we have to first ground ourselves, not fire that brainstem with that anxiety, irritability, avoidant. Approach our children, ask them what they know, what is on their mind, what questions they may have, so that the truth can be very healing and provide security. So then provide a sense of compassion for whatever questions the victims, the wounded, the community, the family of the shooter is going through a lot. So compassion goes a very long way. And then ending with optimism, reassuring your child that your school is safe, this community is safe, the adults acted swiftly, giving them that optimism. So truth, compassion, optimism, that's the ingredients that we want to give to the young people in our lives and to ourselves.
Some good advice for the community and beyond. Thank you for this, Dr. King.
Thank you.
That is Dr. Shimmy King. She's a psychiatrist with Future Ready Minds, and she joined us today from Vancouver. And if you're watching our coverage and are affected by the details, we do want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you're in BC, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line at 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. Also, if you are in an immediate crisis, make sure you call 988. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. At least 9 people were killed in a mass shooting. The suspect is also dead. 6 of the victims were found dead inside the local school. A 7th died while being transported to hospital. Officers then went to a home where they found 2 more people dead. Police say the suspect died from a self-inflicted injury in the school. Well, there are people online who are talking about the possible suspect and other details. But this information has not been confirmed to CBC News by sources or law enforcement. And we do want to stick to confirmed details only. So we do want to note that within our coverage. But as we do learn more, we will certainly share those confirmed details with you. With that in mind, I want to head over to Vancouver for the CBC's Tanya Fletcher, who's tracking all of the latest developments for us. So, Tanya, take us through what we do know right now about what happened yesterday.
Still very basic information. We're in a bit of an information vacuum at the moment, Arthi, because we still have received no updates from RCMP today. You can see images of dawn breaking where there's new fresh pictures from the scene, but still no word yet on any updates on identity of the suspect, the victims, or motive or any such thing. But here's what we do know. It was early afternoon yesterday, 1:30 local time, that RCMP received reports of an active shooter. Out went a public alert to people's cell phones, essentially telling them to shelter in place. It said, stay inside your business, inside your home, don't go outside. And people were in that kind of fluid situation for 4 hours. And so you can imagine the confusion, the fear, perhaps the chaos as people were trying to figure out if their loved one's okay. Nobody really knew what was happening at that point. So for several hours, the people were on this sort of lockdown. Afterwards, RCMP confirmed they found 6 victims inside that secondary school, plus the shooter who had died of an apparent suicide. And we also had a separate crime scene. There were 2 people also found dead in a residence inside a home. And then we also have 1 person who died on the way to the hospital. Beyond that, 25 people were treated for injuries kind of on site there. And so we're still waiting for status as well on those injuries, on those people, and to find out, any more information on the people involved here.
We also want to, of course, take a closer look at the community, Tanya, and it is a small, tight-knit community. We've been talking about that all morning. So tell us a little bit more about what you know about Tumbler Ridge.
I covered Tumbler Ridge in part when I was a reporter, my first radio gig in the Peace region, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, that whole area. And it is nestled in northeastern part of the province, so right along the Alberta border, and a very tight-knit community. You know, you heard the mayor talking about, we don't call each other residents. I don't call them residents. I call them family members. And that just really gives you an indication of how close this community is. We heard from a counselor who says, you know, we don't worry about crime here. We don't lock our doors. It's been a very safe community. He mentioned, you know, we have 3 police vehicles in town, and RCMP were lauded for their efforts. Officials in BC saying, you know, it's partly because of their response that perhaps more lives were saved. But otherwise, you know, we're hearing from leaders in the community. We just spoke with a local pastor who's been kind of front and center in helping support grieving community members, and he was at the community center late yesterday when that's the place where RCMP were gathering family members and perhaps anyone involved who might be affected, who might have victims as loved ones. And he was just saying how devastating and distraught those people were, and to witness it, to see that these people were being told information that perhaps they had a loved one involved. Here he is talking just about that effect on the community.
While the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured, the RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he?
And so today, the list of outstanding questions far outweighs the list of questions we have answers to. We still need to know the relationship, perhaps, if any, between the shooter and the victims. Was there perhaps a common thread between all of these victims? What was the timeline between the two locations? What happened? What was the motive? That's the big one. Why did this happen? And the accountability moving forward. Could it have been prevented? Many what ifs and many still basic details we are still waiting to confirm from officials, and we will keep you updated as that information comes in, Arthi.
Thanks for this, Tanya. That's the CBC's Tanya Fletcher in Vancouver.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy.
We continue to follow the latest in a mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. 9 people are dead. So too is the suspect. The RCMP arrived within 2 minutes of the call for help yesterday and found 6 people dead inside the local high school. A 7th died on the way to hospital. Investigators then went to a home connected to the incident where they found 2 more people dead. We know it's still early in the investigation, and we did want to get some more information on how that investigation could go. Cash Heat is a former BC Solicitor General and a former West Vancouver Police Chief. He says even though it's still a fluid situation, RCMP officers face many limitations.
Well, first of all, we've got a dynamic situation, as the superintendent described there, and the officers, which are limited in Tumbler Ridge, responded, and they go to the threat, they deal with the threat whatever way they can, assist whatever way they can. However, you've got a community alert that goes out alerting the entire community. You've got protocols that are put in place regarding shelter in place in the school. You've got the active shooter from all of the protective service agencies that are responding to the school. So you've got a community of only 2,400 people, absolutely wondering what is going on. Now, I listened to the news conference by the superintendent, and it's very precarious here on what information you can give out. They would have had, by the time that news conference had done, a decent theory on what happened or may have happened. They would have identified who the actual suspect was in this tragic incident. They would have identified certainly the address of where the 2 people were found deceased. So law enforcement has to hit that balance. They don't need to give out to the intimate details on the investigation, but they have to hit a balance to make sure that they're able to not only calm the community down, but ensure that the appropriate amount of information is given out. Because I've listened to yours broadcast all morning this morning, and I can sense a type of frustration, not only from my point of view of having been involved in law enforcement for 32 years, but from everyone's frustration of not having the information that is, again, not critical to the investigation, but hits a balance of giving something to the people that are going through the trauma at this point.
And you are looking now at scenes from Tumbler Ridge, BC. Flags are flying at half-mast throughout the municipality, honoring the victims of the shooting that took place there yesterday at a local school. We'll have plenty more coverage straight ahead right here on CBC News Network.
Hello, I'm Hillary Johnstone. Andrew Nichols is away. This is CBC News Network. It is a grim day for the country. The small community of Tumbler Ridge in northeastern BC is reeling after a mass shooting. We have extensive coverage of this story and the investigation for you. These images show students being escorted out of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School yesterday. They were inside, in lockdown for hours. Here's what we know at this hour. 9 people are dead. 2 of them were killed at a second location. At least 25 people were injured, but we don't know the extent of their wounds. The suspected shooter is dead, the result of a self-inflicted injury. That's according to police. Tumbler Ridge, it is a small, tight-knit community. It's in the eastern Rockies. It's about an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. About 2,400 people live there. A satellite image shows the location of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and the local health center, which, as you can see, is almost right next door. The CBC's Caroline Bargout is on the scene in British Columbia. She joins us live from outside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. So, Caroline, what is happening there right now? If you can, bring us the latest.
Hillary, while we've been here for the past several hours, we've seen quite a few RCMP vehicles and unmarked vehicles crossing into this area right here, which, as you mentioned, is the secondary school is right behind us. There is police tape also. A couple hours ago, police came over and cordoned off another area, putting up police tape between the secondary school as well as a community center, that same community center that you mentioned that the students were escorted out of the school into the community center yesterday. We know that this all started yesterday with an active shooter alert at about 1:20 p.m. Police put out an alert basically saying that the school was in lockdown. They put a secure, hold and secure for this community. Basically, people here stayed inside for about 4.5 hours. Were told not to leave their homes. The students were inside their classrooms, all barricaded for about 2 to 2.5 hours. One of my colleagues spoke to one of the students, 17-year-old Darian Quist. He described what it was like being inside a classroom while this was all happening.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
We now know that 9 people have been killed. 6 people were found inside the secondary school. RCMP are not saying whether they were students, teachers, or both. They're also not saying much about the suspect. All we knew was that there was an active shooter yesterday afternoon. Police were looking for a female with brown hair and a dress, but have not said anything at all other than the suspect has died from self-inflicted injuries and was found inside the school. A lot of things are being posted online. A lot of people are talking in the community, but police have not confirmed any of those details. We also don't know about a motive. Take a listen to what RCMP said last night.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
Police are asking for patience while they conduct this investigation, patience while they're notifying friends and family of the deceased, and while they continue this investigation. The major crime section here on site will be taking the lead.
Caroline, Tumbler Ridge, it is just a small community. How are people there responding at this point? Of course, you can imagine that they're likely in shock.
Absolutely. As the Prime Minister said, people woke up this morning without their loved ones here anymore, and so it's incredibly devastating. A community of 2,400 people. The school itself has about 160 students that are registered. Today, the flags were flying at half-mast here in Tumbler Ridge. Also, Premier David Eby said he will be coming here to the community to support the community. He also talked about other supports that the community will need, like mental health supports. Also, RCMP will be supported in whatever they need for this investigation. Here's what Premier Eby said last night.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
At this point, there are a lot more questions than answers, and we are hoping that at some point today, police will be able to update us on this investigation, perhaps on the suspect, and maybe even on the victims.
Okay, Caroline, of course, we will be watching for that if that happens. But for now, thank you for this. We do appreciate the reporting there in the community. The CBC's Caroline Bargout in Tumbler Ridge, BC. This is a live look for you at the Peace Tower in Ottawa. Prime Minister Mark Carney has requested that its flag and all the flags on government buildings fly at half-mast for the next 7 days. Carney has also cancelled his previously announced overseas travel for the coming days in light of the shooting. Well, the CBC's Kate McKenna joins us from Ottawa now with more. So, Kate, both the Prime Minister and Parliament, they have made some serious changes here to their schedules due to this tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Hillary, this is an extraordinary day on Parliament Hill. Schedules are changing. We're expecting the House of Commons to adjourn early today as parliamentarians are reeling from the grief and sadness brought on by these killings. Let's start first with the Prime Minister. He's canceled some overseas travel. He was intending to go to Munich for a security conference. Within the last couple of hours, he announced, or his office announced, that it'll be the Defense Minister, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and the AI Minister who go in his stead. He is planning on staying in Ottawa for now, but it is worth pointing out this seems to be a fluid situation. The schedule has changed a few times already today. Today, the Public Safety Minister, Gary Anandasangri, is planning to go to Tumbler Ridge, as is the Minister of Housing, Gregor Robertson, who is from British Columbia, and a previously scheduled announcement on Canada's defense industrial strategy has been postponed. As you mentioned, and we can see on the screen, the flags are at half-mast. At 2 o'clock, the House of Commons is expected to convene. This is normal on a Wednesday as caucuses meet in the morning. But it is expected to be a short sitting. We're expecting to hear the leaders speak, addressing this tragedy that's happened, and then we are expecting a moment of silence and an adjournment. Rather, they are expected to rise for the day early. There will be no question period. On their way into caucuses, both the Liberal and Conservative leaders spoke to journalists. Take a listen to what they had to say.
The nation mourns with you. Canada stands by you. I want to thank and pass on a number of world leaders who've reached out directly to me in solidarity and compassion. France, United Kingdom, His Majesty himself, Norway, Finland, India, United Arab Emirates, many others. The world is with you.
The fact that this took place at a secondary school, it makes it even more tragic. As a father, I can't even imagine the phone calls that parents might have received. I can't imagine the heartache and hell that they're living through at this moment. This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large.
The MP that represents Tumbler Ridge is Conservative MP Bob Zimmer. He spoke with CBC News last night. Take a listen to what he had to say.
As a father of 4 children, I can only imagine parents, possibly have lost their children and lost family members, and it's absolutely tragic. What can you say? I just want to hear from the people of Tumbler Ridge and just to hear them talk. I'm going to be there to listen.
He, too, is on his way back to his riding. And just to reiterate, Hillary, we are expecting to hear from party leaders again in less than an hour. I'm also seeing news that the RCMP is set to speak at 11 a.m. BC time, 2 p.m. ET, so we'll be keeping an eye on both.
That's right, Kate, and that's a good thing to bring up as well. And of course, we will be carrying coverage of that when the RCMP do speak. As Kate was saying there, that will be 11 a.m. local time in British Columbia, 2 p.m. Eastern. Now, Kate, in addition to that moment of silence, many parliamentarians, they've also been expressing sympathy and support for the people of Tumbler Ridge. Who else have we heard from so far today?
Well, there's just been an outpouring of grief from coast to coast. I mean, Wednesday is a particular day on Parliament Hill because the caucuses are meeting. So parliamentarians are here and they are out in front of cameras in the morning. And so we heard from people from across the country, but particularly BC MPs who say that they're floored by this, that they're deeply saddened by this, that they were not expecting this in their backyard. Take a listen to some of what we heard.
It's tough to arrive here this morning and plan to deliver an uplifting message in the wake of such a tragedy.
It strikes me that as we gather here today to mark National Kindness Week, there's a cruel irony.
I love Bob Zimmer, and God, what he's going through as the Member of Parliament for Tumbler Ridge right now. I can't begin to express how stricken we all are by this.
It's more important than ever that we come together as a country, as a government, as communities across Canada, and really stand for unity in these difficult, difficult times.
So just a real message today of unity on Parliament Hill and of support for the people of Tumbler Ridge. Hillary?
Okay, Kate, thank you for this. We do appreciate the updates here. The CBC's Kate McKenna in Ottawa. Well, as we've been telling you, Tumbler Ridge is a small town. It is the kind of place where everybody just about knows everyone else. And not surprisingly, the community has been shaken to the core by what has happened. To talk more deeply about the emotional impact of such a tragedy, let's bring in Serena Lewis. She is in Colchester County, Nova Scotia. She is a social worker. She was also the provincial grief lead in the aftermath of the 2020 Nova Scotia mass shooting that claimed 22 lives, as well as the shooters. So, Serena, thank you for joining us on this very sad day. You, sadly, have a lot of experience dealing with these sorts of things. I'm hoping that you can tell us a little bit about what the community of Tumbler Ridge, what the people of Tumbler Ridge may be going through right now.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be part of our country's conversations today. I just want to start by acknowledging my absolute deepest condolences to the families in Tumbler Ridge, to all of the service providers, recognizing the deep, deep shock that everybody must be going through at this time. So I do appreciate being invited. This does take me back to 2020.
It takes you back to 2020. How do you even start to help a community who is dealing with such a profound loss like this?
I think it's important that we really recognize what the communities are going through right now is really shock and disbelief. Just thinking and listening to other people, we hear the rhetoric often about us, not believing that this can happen in our backyard, but recognizing when it does, we need to give space and attention to the deep level of shock that everybody's experiencing right now. And that, to me, is a really big piece of starting.
What about for Canadians out there who may be watching this right now and who will want to help? Of course, we don't know the victims yet. We don't know how old they are, but we do know, of course, that there is a school that's involved in here. You can imagine that a lot of people will be wanting to help. What should the general public know about how to help or when it's appropriate to do so?
I think it's important that we talk, and I was, reflecting back on evidence and other amazing people that have done this work across the world. And I was thinking about this important nugget that I believed that for the healing of this work, it's going to take an inside and outside approach. And I always like to remember, where do I belong in that approach? Because as an outside member of that community, I want to be supportive, but it is not my place to encroach on that community. So I do think the community has to, as they are finding their voice, as the thaw starts to come out, we need to listen. This is a rural community, and being from a rural community, sometimes it's easy to come in with good intentions, but good intentions are not enough. We don't want to cause more harm. So I think about things like the hashtags. I'd really like to suggest that we think about the hashtags that we're going to adapt over the next few days. One of the things I found difficult was the Nova Scotia Strong hashtag. I would like to think that this is about Nova Scotia courage, because it does take courage every day to get up and put your foot in front of the other, recognizing what you've been through. And sometimes strength isn't our greatest friend as we're grieving, because we need to be able to ask for help. So tweaks to this, what would be helpful? And I think about the external kind of, people are relying on the people that they know and trust the most. So how do we help the helpers as Canadians? Let's stop and think about kind of the healthcare professionals, the staff of the schools, the staff of daycare centers, our funeral directors. How do we help support the infrastructure in this community to find their voices, for us to listen, that what would be most helpful as we start to go through the minutes, the days, the months, and the years ahead, recognizing that you're grieving your identity is a huge piece of this, and finding safety again in our homes, within our body, of trying to just recognize the magnitude of what we've just been through. I think we need to take that in very incremental bites.
That's maybe some advice there for helping the helpers, for helping the community more broadly. How do you even start, though, to offer advice or to offer help to some of the people in Tumbler Ridge in this community who have really directly been impacted by this, perhaps losing a loved one?
I think it's the deep, deep level of respect. And I was thinking about a young child that mailed a letter to me. I was getting a lot of mail during that time. And this child from BC wrote with tears that I'm thinking of you. And that card has always stood out for me as so significant. I think we're thinking about bigger gestures, but I think it really is, how do we respect the grievers? How do we listen? How do we understand what is most helpful to them? And how do we know that it's okay to get out of the way at times and recognize that what they need is the most important piece? It's that whole idea of nothing about us without us. And I think as a collective, we can offer our supports to the external teams, and we need to check in on them as well, because oftentimes we're going to go to the people that we trust the most for support. So that to me is an important part. But I think about in our families, what was really important is that we really needed to help families here try to even start to gain a bit more stability around our personal safety, because that has been completely shaken. And before we can get to the grief, we need to start feeling a tiny bit safe again. So those micro moments of really recognizing our capacity and not getting trauma flooded, because that's what's going to happen, right? There's so much information. And how do we deliver facts about this, that we all have a responsibility, that with those facts become feelings, and there's people who have been victimized at the core of this. That to me is an important part of this, is recognizing the integrity. It's like pulling our car over when a funeral procession goes by and having enough respect that a huge magnitude has happened to these families. And how do we really keep that at the focus of everything we're doing right now?
Well, Serena, I'm sure you wish you didn't have so much expertise on this subject, but we certainly do appreciate this, leaning on you today and having you here so you can share your advice. Thank you for coming on and speaking with us.
Thank you.
Serena Lewis was the provincial grief lead after the 2020 mass shooting in Nova Scotia. And if you are affected by this story, we want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you're in British Columbia, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line. That phone number, you can see it there, 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling or texting or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, you can call 988. Do stay with us. We have more coverage for you straight ahead on CBC News Network.
this is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians.
It's British Columbia Premier David Eby speaking after a mass shooting in northeast BC. At least 9 people were killed at 2 crime scenes, one of which was a high school. Names and ages of the victims have not yet been released. Police say the suspected shooter died from a self-inflicted injury. Details of that person's identity or a possible motive remain unclear at this stage. The news of the shooting has sent shockwaves across this country and around the world, prompting an outpouring of grief and sympathy, including from several international leaders. The CBC's Mark Carcassol is tracking some of that reaction for us. So, Mark, what are you seeing out there at this point?
Hey, Hillary, we heard from earlier in the day from Prime Minister Carney talking about and thanking various world leaders for reaching out to him. He talked about the Prime Ministers of India, Norway. We've seen responses from the Prime Minister of Italy online. Several countries have weighed in. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky writing on X this morning, quote, "We are shocked by the news of the shooting at a school in Tumbler Ridge, Canada. When children are killed, no one should remain indifferent. Such tragedy should never happen anywhere in any country in the world. We hope that all those who were injured will recover quickly. On behalf of all Ukrainians, I express our sincere condolences to the families and loved ones." French President Emmanuel Macron also weighing in on X. Horror has struck a school in Tumbler Ridge, Canada. Our thoughts are with the families of the victims, the injured, and the entire educational community. France stands alongside the Canadian people. As mentioned, we've heard from various other international figures. The royal family, both King Charles and the Prince and Princess of Wales have weighed in as well. Various provincial and territorial premiers have weighed in. Who we have not heard from at this point, Hillary, is neither President Donald Trump or Vice President J.D. Vance in the U.S. They have not weighed in yet. We do know that, obviously, we have hundreds of Canadian athletes overseas in Italy right now set to prepare to compete. Those obviously, they've obviously got heavy hearts today as well. Many of these thoughts weighing on their minds. We heard from Doug Armstrong, the general manager of Canada's men's Olympic hockey team, talking about what's going through his and the minds of the various players on that team today.
It's so sad to see what's happening, and as I said, our thoughts and prayers are with that, and it affects everybody. You know, this is sport, and we understand there's real life, and that trumps anything we're doing here. But all we can do is send our love, send our support, and then go out and do our jobs.
It's not just the men's hockey players, it's all of the athletes. We heard from alpine skier Cassidy, I'm sorry, her name's escaping me right now. One of the alpine skiers, Cassidy Gray, I'm sorry, earlier, who talked about how heavy her heart is today. The Canadian Olympic Committee also issuing a statement today saying, quote, "Our thoughts are with the families who have lost loved ones, those who are injured, and the entire Tumbler Ridge community. Team Canada stands with everyone affected as they navigate difficult days ahead." And we're also seeing the CN Tower here in Toronto later on tonight. They will be dimming their lights for 5 minutes at the top of every hour in honor of the victims in Tumbler Ridge.
I'm sure in particular a difficult day for some of those Canadian athletes in Milan who are from British Columbia as well. A difficult time to be away from home. Okay,
As
Mark,
Cassidy Gray is, yeah.
Exactly. Yep. Mark, thank you for this. The CBC's Mark Carcassol for us. Okay, and for continued coverage on this story, you can visit our live page with all of the latest updates. You can find it on the CBC News app or on our website, CBCNews.ca. We are expecting the RCMP to provide an update from Surrey, British Columbia that is coming up next hour. It is now scheduled for 11:30 a.m. local time. That is 2:30 Eastern. We, of course, will bring that to you just as soon as it gets underway. Do stay with us right here on CBC News Network. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. At least 9 people were killed in a mass shooting. The suspect is also dead. 6 of the victims were found dead inside the local school. A 7th died while being transported to hospital. Police say the suspect died from a self-inflicted injury in the school. Officers then went to a home where they found 2 more people dead. Next hour, the RCMP will provide an update on their investigation. We will bring that to you just as soon as it gets underway. Well, ahead of that media conference, we are aware that there are people online talking about the possible suspect and other details of the investigation. However, none of that information has been confirmed to us by sources or law enforcement. We want to stick to confirmed details only. And as we learn more, we, of course, will certainly bring that to you. Right now, I want to bring in the CBC's Tanya Fletcher. She is closely following this story for us. She joins us live now from our Vancouver newsroom. So, Tanya, if you can, take us through what we know about what happened yesterday.
And Hillary, we're in a bit of a holding pattern on what we do know because we haven't received any information since those updates last night from officials. So here is what we do know. This was a very fluid situation as it was developing. Keep in mind, if you just put yourself in these people's shoes, they received an alert on their phone saying there was an active shooter. This was around 1:30 in the afternoon. That lasted for 4 hours until that shelter in place was lifted. So you can imagine the confusion, the fear, the anxiety of people is trying to figure out what's going on, what was happening, are their loved ones affected? And of course, as you mentioned, this is a small town, so everybody kind of knows everybody. Lots of rumors, lots of speculation, but even as it was developing and happening, few details released at this point. 6 victims were found inside the school. Also, the shooter died of an alleged or an apparent suicide. We also have a secondary site, a different location separate from the school, at a residence, a home where 2 other people were found dead. Another victim died on their way to the hospital. And beyond that, we have more than 24 others who were kind of treated or triaged on scene at the neighboring healthcare facility there. We're still waiting for updates on their condition as well. So still a lot to be answered, and in about an hour's time now, hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of those answers.
And Tanya, for people who don't know this community, tell us a little bit about Tumbler Ridge.
I spent some time there. My first radio gig was up in the northern BC region, in the Peace region, so it covers, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, and I remember covering a music festival in Tumbler Ridge. And from what I can see and hear now, it seems like it's still that very much that tight-knit community. We're hearing from local leaders that this is a place where people know their neighbors, they know their coworkers, and there's so many intertwined connections. For example, the town councillor we spoke to, his wife worked at the high school and was there when the shooting happened. We spoke to a student whose mother worked at the healthcare center across the parking lot. So many layers to these connections in this community, as we often see. This is a town of about 2,500 people. The school itself, Tumbler Ridge Secondary, has about 160 students between grades 7 and 12. And we heard from a local pastor who's kind of been on the front lines helping the community with this grief and with the support. And we spoke to him earlier. He described how he was at the community center late yesterday after that lockdown or that shelter in place was lifted, and he went there. That's where RCMP were meeting with families who'd been affected, who perhaps had children who'd been victims, and he said it was heartbreaking to see the uncertainty and a lot of these parents not even knowing the fate of their child.
While the medical people were doing all they could in the background with those who were injured, the RCMP and their staff were with the parents trying to explain, but could not release the information as to whether their child had survived or not. And that in itself was absolutely heartbreaking. And several hours had passed since the shooting, so you can imagine, or at least try to imagine, what the parents were going through. Like, did my child survive, or did he or she not survive?
And keep in mind, this is a community. The town councillor told us that we don't worry about crime here. He said, we don't lock our doors. This has been a very safe community. So jarring and shocking, all words to describe what these people are feeling today.
Absolutely. Okay, and Tanya, of course, we do know that the RCMP is set to provide an update on the shooting. That's coming up about an hour from now. So 11:30 a.m. British Columbia time, local time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. What are we going to be watching for there? Do we have any sort of information on what we might be hearing?
I mean, we still need some basic details, right? What we have right now is still very preliminary information. And so we're hoping to get more information perhaps on the suspect. RCMP yesterday said they did know who the suspect was. They had an identity. They were not releasing it publicly. So now that next of kin and their protocols they followed have kind of happened. We're hoping to perhaps get more info, at least identity on the suspect. We don't know about motive yet. We don't know what kind of weapon specifically. We don't know the puzzle pieces to fit with the separate locations. What was the timeline between the residents and the school? Did the shooter have a relationship, and if so, what was it, with the victims? Did the victims themselves have any threads among them, commonalities? So still so many questions, and as you say, within the next hour, we're hoping to get some more of those answers. We'll bring you those as that information comes in, Hillary.
Okay, Tanya, we do appreciate this. The CBC's Tanya Fletcher for us in Vancouver. Well, navigating tough conversations with young people in the aftermath of the mass shooting in BC. Just ahead, we'll talk about strategies to help support kids in the wake of tragedy. You're watching CBC News Network.
We will get through this, we will learn from this, but right now it's a time to come together, as Canadians always do in these situations, these terrible situations, to support each other, to mourn together, and to grow together.
This is a time for all Canadians to unite, to support the families and the community at large. We'll be in touch with the Prime Minister and the other parties later today to offer all of our support to work together and help the community in any way we can in this terrible time.
The sadness, grief, and the promise of support from political leaders continues across the country following yesterday's deadly mass shooting in the small BC community of Tumbler Ridge. 9 people were killed and at least 25 others were injured in the attack. Investigators say the suspect was found dead inside the school from a self-inflicted injury. It's the deadliest attack connected to a Canadian school in nearly 40 years. And we're expecting to get a briefing from police in just under an hour, which, of course, we will bring to you live just as soon as it gets underway. It is understandable for children to experience feelings of sadness or anxiety following a tragic event, such as the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge. Many will have lots of questions. For parents and caregivers who are also navigating their own emotions, finding the right words, it can be challenging. The CBC's Deanna Sumanak-Johnson joins me now for more on this. So a lot of kids are going to have a lot of questions today, I'm sure, both for their parents, their caregivers, their teachers as well.
Right.
Seeing that this is happening at a school, what should people be keeping in mind when it comes to navigating all this with children?
I can tell you, Hillary, definitely the topic at the drop-off at my kids' school this morning. I think parents have so much to contend with here. Teachers as well, as you rightly pointed out. I think for many older children, teachers will be the first ones to broach this. There are ways to tackle this, say the therapists that we've spoken to. One therapist I spoke to said she has what she calls 3 C's, meaning staying calm is the first one, that you have to assess as a parent your own state of readiness. Am I in the right state of mind to have this conversation right now? Am I self-regulating? Am I able to project that calm aura so that the child feels comfortable having this conversation with me? The second C she wants to highlight is being curious. Have a listen to what Ashley Wiley, psychotherapist, had to say.
Based on age, kids know different levels of information. And in this age of social media, they are probably going to find out. Their friends are probably going to be talking about it. So are we able to be curious about what they already know, right? A lot of times as parents, we want to fix. We don't want them to hurt. We don't want them to worry. And so we rush in with information that may not even be the information that they have already.
She goes on to say that by giving them more information that they have, you may actually inadvertently and accidentally frighten them more than they are already. And her third C is keeping it contained. You're the safe place as the parent, and you need to provide an environment where your child can come to you with what they know, with what they're afraid of, and know that you will listen to them without judgment. So calm, curious, and contained are the 3 things that she recommends for how parents can deal with this.
Okay, calm, curious, and contained. And such a good point about social media, that it, depending on the child's age,
we're not their only source.
Exactly, and they may even know more at this point than what you know, just from reading other sources here. I have to imagine that there are going to be some school boards, school administrators right across this country who are going to be looking at this small community and thinking that, well, if that can happen there, can it happen elsewhere? What about that?
Yeah, I think for so many years, and you pointed out, Hillary, 40 years we haven't had something like this on Canadian soil. And I think that it is, while all schools have procedures for lockdowns, for secure in place, and many parents have gone through it, I think this is giving extra urgency to it. We spoke to school administrators to get their take on it. Those meetings are not happening quite yet. I mean, not today, but they're all pretty confident that they will happen in the future to make sure that Canadian schools are best prepared to handle something like this. We got a chance to speak to Alan Campbell. He is the director of the Canadian School Boards Association. Here's what he had to say.
The never-ending newsreel where you're just hit every hour with some new crazy headline. You know, basic conversations around safe access to schools, monitored access to schools, and what that means from one community to the next. You know, whether you're a rural or an urban community, the prospect of having the schools locked at all times, and the need for anyone, parents included, to need to buzz in to get access to that school.
Yeah, so our schools being locked all the time, and of course those lockdown drills that kids may not like, they may find them distressing, but they are so necessary. In fact, some of the kids that spoke to you guys this morning were saying that they felt ready to deal with this because they did have those lockdowns, as horrible as the situation was.
And as scary as those the drills can be. Okay, Deanna, thank you for this. We do appreciate it.
Thanks for
CBC's Deanna Sumanak-Johnson for us.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy.
A mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia has killed 9 people. The suspect is also dead. We're expecting to get an update on the police investigation next hour. That's coming up in about 45 minutes from now. We will bring that to you live right here on CBC News Network just as soon as it begins. Well, Jerry Lynn Kirk is the executive director of the Tumbler Ridge Chamber of Commerce, and she joins us now. So, Jerry Lynn, thank you for joining us today. I cannot even begin to imagine how you must be feeling today, what this must be like for you and everyone else in your community, but we really are so sorry for everything that you're dealing with.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Yeah, this is an interview you never dream that you will ever be doing. Yesterday at this time, my world was just moving right along, and today it's upside down.
It's upside down. And can you give us any sort of insight into what this feels like right now to be a member of this community? You're actually in Prince George right now. You're not at home. I'm sure that's also difficult, that you're not at home right now.
It is difficult. Yeah, it's, I don't even know exactly what to say. It is, Tumbler Ridge is where I raised my children. It's where I spent the best years of my life. And yeah, to know that my friends and people I know so well are suffering individually, but not only individually, but as a community, it's devastating.
We've been hearing today, Jerry Lynn, that Tumbler Ridge, because it is a small community, that it is really the sort of place where everyone knows everyone. Can you talk to us a bit about that and how a tragedy just of this magnitude is going to impact Tumbler Ridge?
If I was to paint you a picture of the most beautiful community, it would be Tumbler Ridge. Physically, it's beautiful, the mountains, all of the beauty that nature offers there, the whole geopark portion, it's just beautiful. But the beauty doesn't even come close to how amazing the people are. How, if you're hurting, people help each other, how interconnected you are with people. And most of the time that's a very good thing. Sometimes it's a really difficult thing because everybody seems to know everybody and everybody knows everybody's business. And so you can imagine. But I wish that I could take each one of your listeners to Tumbler Ridge and just introduce them to this amazing place that I am privileged to have called home for so many years.
And Jerry Lynn, I don't want to ask you to reveal the details of private conversations, but even just sort of generally, what are you hearing from people at home right now about how they're doing, about how they're processing this?
Yeah, like, I guess there is deep, deep grief. There is some anger. There is just a sense of being overwhelmed. There is a sense of hope. And I know that the province is reaching out and that various organizations are reaching out to provide services to a community that really has very few services. For the last year, we have had only a D&T center, which is Diagnostic and Treatment Center, that only runs during the day and it closes down at 4. If you get sick after 4, you have to get taken into Dawson Creek, and that's an hour, 20 minutes. And if the roads are icy, it can be quite treacherous. So here we've gone from a community that has not great services, well, great services, but not a lot of services, to a community that's being just bombarded with lots of offers of help and people, offering to help out. And probably one of the most amazing things is the Lakeview Credit Union, which is a chamber member from our chamber. I was talking with them and we spoke this morning, and they have set up an account where money can be donated to, so that all of these GoFundMe, things that are going around that may have not been set up by people who are actually from the community, so that people have a place to make donations to the community. And that's the kind of community it is, where everybody just wants to help everybody and protect each other.
Thinking here about the first responders as well in your community, Jerry Lynn, as you're saying, it is very small. There are not a lot of resources. I would have to imagine for the police officers, for the very few healthcare workers in that community, this must be really devastating.
It is. I can't even imagine what it would have been like for the police officers to walk in to that situation and see what they had to see and to deal with it. The first responders, ambulance, healthcare workers, who on an average day would, be dealing with colds and different things like that, and all of a sudden to be dealing with this kind of devastation is just horrific.
I was struck just a moment ago by something that you said when you were talking about how you were feeling and the devastation, but you also said that you were feeling some hope. What are you feeling hopeful for right now?
I guess maybe that's very much part of my character, that I believe that that things will get better, and I believe that it'll take a lot of time for healing. But I believe that Tumbler Ridge will come back stronger and better, and we will miss those who are gone from us. But I think that Tumbler Ridge will come back stronger because of this. And I have to believe that, because if you don't have that hope, it just would be overwhelming.
Well, we certainly hope that that is the case for all of you, for yourself, and for all of your fellow community members there in Tumbler Ridge. Jerry Lynn, thank you. We really do appreciate you coming on and speaking with us at such a raw moment for your community.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure.
That was Jerry Lynn Kirk of the Tumbler Ridge Chamber of Commerce. Okay, well, we have a first-hand account of what unfolded in Tumbler Ridge High School during yesterday's shooting. CBC News has spoken with a student who survived the attack by barricading himself inside a classroom. Take a listen.
It was definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
What kind of photos were they sending?
They were disturbing, just showing blood and things like that.
Oh man, Darian, I'm so sorry. And so then you realized just how serious.
Then I think that's when it all really set in.
Yeah. How scared were you?
I was definitely pretty scared. I was wondering if we were formulating an escape plan if anyone did come up to the door, that we were going to run out the garage door and out of the back towards the visitor center.
How many? How many of you were there in the classroom at the time?
There would have been maybe 15, I think, maybe 14. Yeah. A relatively small class.
Was a teacher there with you?
Yeah, Mr. Naronia was our teacher.
Yeah. What was he doing?
He was just making sure everyone was in the correct place, making sure everything was going smoothly. I think once we realized, kind of organized us all to start moving the tables towards the doors and just formulating our escape plan if anything did happen.
That was Darian Quist, a grade 12 student at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. He was finally escorted out of the classroom by police to the nearby community center, where he was reunited with his mother. Okay, well, as we continue to monitor the latest on the mass shooting in Northeast BC, we are also closely tracking another tragic story. Police in Quebec say a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide in a First Nation in the west of that province. The community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa. Police say they were called to a home in the Algonquin First Nation around 2 a.m. local time and found a man and his 2 children at the scene. They say they all had suffered gunshot wounds. Police say 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. Here's another look for you at Tumbler Ridge, BC. Flags are flying at half-mast throughout the municipality, honoring the victims of the mass shooting that killed 9 people yesterday. The BC RCMP are expected to give an update. That's a little bit over half an hour from now at this point. We will take you there live just as soon as that gets underway. You are watching CBC News Network. Do stay with us. We have more coverage straight ahead. Hello, I'm Hilary Johnstone. This is CBC News Network. It is a grim day for British Columbia and the entire country. The community of Tumbler Ridge in northeastern BC is reeling after a mass shooting. We are expecting to hear directly from the RCMP this hour. They're slated to hold a virtual media briefing about half an hour from now. We, of course, will bring that to you live just as soon as it begins. We have extensive coverage of this story and the investigation for you. These images show students being escorted out of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School yesterday. They were inside, in lockdown, for hours. Here's what we know at this hour. 9 people are dead. 2 of them were killed at a second location. At least 25 people were injured, but we don't know yet the extent of their wounds. The suspected shooter is dead, the result of a self-inflicted injury. That's according to police. Tumbler Ridge, it is a small, tight-knit community. It's in the eastern Rockies, about an hour's drive from Dawson Creek. About 2,400 people live there. A satellite image shows the location of Tumbler Ridge Secondary School and the local health center, which is almost right next door. Well, ahead of the RCMP briefing, the CBC's Caroline Bargout is on the scene for us in British Columbia. She has the latest on what we know about this investigation just from outside Tumbler Ridge Secondary School.
Hillary, while we've been here for the past several hours, we've seen quite a few RCMP vehicles and unmarked vehicles crossing into this area right here, which, as you mentioned, is the secondary school is right behind us. There is police tape also. A couple hours ago, police came over and cordoned off another area, putting up police tape between the secondary school as well as a community center, that same community center that you mentioned that the students were escorted out of the school into the community center yesterday. We know that this all started yesterday with an active shooter alert at about 1:20 p.m. Police put out an alert basically saying that the school was in lockdown. They put a secure, hold and secure for this community. Basically, people here stayed inside for about 4.5 hours. Were told not to leave their homes. The students were inside their classrooms, all barricaded for about 2 to 2.5 hours. One of my colleagues spoke to one of the students, 17-year-old Darian Quist. He described what it was like being inside a classroom while this was all happening.
I thought it was just like maybe a secure and hold. But once everything started circulating, we kind of realized that something was wrong. We got tables and barricaded the doors. It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
We now know that 9 people have been killed. 6 people were found inside the secondary school. RCMP are not saying whether they were students, teachers, or both. They're also not saying much about the suspect. All we knew was that there was an active shooter yesterday afternoon. Police were looking for a female with brown hair and a dress, but have not said anything at all other than the suspect has died from self-inflicted injuries and was found inside the school. A lot of things are being posted online. A lot of people are talking in the community, but police have not confirmed any of those details. We also don't know about a motive. Take a listen to what RCMP said last night.
We are not in a place now to be able to understand why and what may have motivated this tragedy. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we're going to try and do our best to determine what transpired that day and what led up to this tragic event in Tumbler Ridge and across our communities.
Police are asking for patience while they conduct this investigation, patience while they're notifying friends and family of the deceased, and while they continue this investigation. The major crime section here on site will be taking the lead.
Caroline, Tumbler Ridge, it is just a small community. How are people there responding at this point? Of course, you can imagine that they're likely in shock.
Absolutely. As the Prime Minister said, people woke up this morning without their loved ones here anymore, and so it's incredibly devastating. A community of 2,400 people. The school itself has about 160 students that are registered. Today, the flags were flying at half-mast here in Tumbler Ridge. Also, Premier David Eby said he will be coming here to the community to support the community. He also talked about other supports that the community will need, like mental health supports. Also, RCMP will be supported in whatever they need for this investigation. Here's what Premier Eby said last night.
This is the kind of thing that feels like it happens in other places and not close to home in a way that that this feels for so many British Columbians and Canadians. The devastation these families face, it's just impossible to understand what they're going through without going through it yourself. That's why I ask for people across the country to do what we can to send love and support to that community right now, because they sure need it.
At this point, there are a lot more questions than answers.
That was Caroline Bargout for us there. I do want to take you to Ottawa now. That is where the House is observing a moment of silence for the 9 people killed in the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC.
Accordingly, I now invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic events in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. The House will now proceed to tributes in memory of the victims of the tragic events in Tumbler Ridge. I now recognize the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, families in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, woke to a different world. Parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, began this day as their first day on earth without someone they loved dearly. What happened has left our nation in shock and all of us in mourning. 9 people killed, more than 25 others injured, some still in hospital fighting for their lives. The investigation is ongoing, and we must allow law enforcement the time and space to do their work accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as this House knows, Tumbler Ridge is a community of some 2,400 people nestled in the foothills of the Rockies. It is one of the youngest towns in the great province of British Columbia. It's carved out of the wilderness in the 1980s, built on the promise of the resource economy and by the determination of its residents. It's a town of miners, teachers, construction workers, families who have built their lives there, people who have always shown up for each other there. When wildfires raged, neighbors helped each other pack up and move out of harm's way. They checked in on seniors and those living alone. They made sure that no one was left behind. When the coal mine shut down, residents supported local businesses. They shared leads for jobs, and they lifted each other up. Mr. Speaker, Tumbler Ridge represents the very best of Canada, resilient, compassionate, and strong.
Yesterday morning, parents in Tumbler Ridge sent their children off to school, and some will never be able to hug their children again. These children and their teachers bore witness to unheard of cruelty. I want everyone to know this. Our entire country stands with you on behalf of all Canadians. I offer my prayers to the victims, to their families and friends, to all those who were injured, and to all those whose lives have been forever changed.
I want to express my profound gratitude to the first responders,
the RCMP officers who entered immediately that school, not knowing what awaited them, to the paramedics and medical staff at the Tumbler Ridge Health Center, to the teachers and the school staff who acted with extraordinary courage to protect the children in their care. In the darkest of moments, they showed the best of our country. I have spoken with Premier Eby to express my condolences and those of the Government of Canada. The Minister of Public Safety has been coordinating the federal response and is en route to Tumbler Ridge with the Premier and Minister Robertson. The MP, Bob Zimmer, is already there. Our officials are in close contact with their provincial and local counterparts to ensure that the community receives every support that we can provide now and in the weeks and months ahead. Mr. Speaker, we have been here before. École Polytechnique in Montreal, the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City, La Loche, Saskatchewan, Humboldt, Saskatchewan, Potepic, Nova Scotia. Each time, it breaks us open. Each time, Canadians show who we are. Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable. Il y a quelques instants, Monsieur le Président, nous avons tenu
Mr. Speaker, a few moments ago, we held a moment of silence for the grieving community and families. For many of them today, silence is only too heavy. We will never be able to fully reconcile ourselves with the senseless violence that tore apart Tumbler Ridge yesterday. But we can seek comfort from each other, and we can take care of each other.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this House mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this House prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you. May the memories of those lost be a blessing. May this community, which has shown its resilience so many times before, once again find the strength to heal. And may this House prove worthy of what Tumbler Ridge has always been, by striving to make Canada a better, kinder, and safer place. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Prime Minister, for your eloquent words. I'm sure words that you never wanted to deliver on the floor of this chamber. As fathers, we both know the feeling of sending our kids to school, hoping that they'll play and perform, laugh and learn, but most of all, come home to us in our loving arms at night. Sure, there's the odd skinned knee or sore belly when they get back, but that's usually the worst of our concerns. Yesterday, as we were tucking our kids in, I got a terrible phone call from Bob Zimmer, the Member of Parliament, who represents Tumbler Ridge, telling me that a shooting had occurred, and though details were not yet well known, it was going to be bad. And those details have come in. Children who should have been thinking about homework and hockey were instead thrown into terror, grief, and unbearable uncertainty. 9 lives were stolen, 25 injured, 9 families devastated, an entire community in grief. That community is the best of Canada, a community of miners and loggers, hardworking people, hardy, strong, the kind of people who fight their own battles but never hesitate to help a neighbor in need. They're the backbone of this nation. Behind every number is a name, a child, a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, a family member, each with a story. For as the rabbi said, each life is its own universe. As a father, I can only imagine the phone call or visit that brought the news, the panic, the helplessness, the heartache that followed. No parent should ever have to fear that their child will not return home from school. No parent should ever bury their own child. En tant que père, je ne peux
As a father,
qu'imaginer
I can only
cet
imagine
appel ou cette visite
the
qui a
call
annoncé la nouvelle,
or visit
la panique,
to announce the news, the panic,
la peine
the helplessness,
qui ont suivi.
the grief that
Aucun
followed.
parent devrait
No
jamais avoir
parent should ever have to
pour la
fear
vie de son enfant à l'école.
for their
Aucun parent
child's
devrait
life at
jamais
school, and no parent should ever have to bury
de leur enfant.
their own child.
To the families who've lost loved ones, there are no words that can comfort or verses that can console. All we have is the words of all members of this House that we are with you, and that in the memories you carry of your loved ones, they will live on in this world, even after they have passed into the next one. To the young people who were in that school, I've had indirect accounts shared with me, and I can't even imagine what you witnessed or the horrors that to which you have borne witness. I cannot comfort you or heal those wounds other than to say that the whole nation wraps its arms around you. To the people of Tumbler Ridge, Canadians across the land are thinking of you. The world is thinking of you. We know that in your small, tight-knit community, grief spreads across families, workplaces, churches, and friend groups, and know that all of us stand with you. To the courageous police, paramedics, firefighters, and other first responders, to the staff who risk their lives to save their kids, thank you for your incredible courage. All of us owe you a permanent debt of gratitude. To the pastors, the priests, the clergy, the medical and the mental health professionals whose daunting task now is to bind up the wounds. May God be with you in your work. And on behalf of the official opposition, as I told the Prime Minister moments ago, we will be with you, with the provincial leaders, with local government, and we will do everything we can to support this community through this hardship. We all stand together. There is no partisanship on this day. And that includes the work that we give in support of our emergency first responders who will, of course, be traumatized, but will be carrying out continued efforts on behalf of the community. And to the RCMP, we will support you in your work as you gather up the facts and complete your investigation, and in good time, at the appropriate moment, make all the facts, indeed all the facts, known to Canadians. And we commit ourselves to being present for all those who have lost so much long after the limelight is gone, but while the grief remains. And so those who suffer today, we offer you our prayers, and for all those who do pray, I ask you to share a prayer with the wonderful people of this amazing town. As the great psalm said, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for you are with me, O Lord. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, today our thoughts are with the community of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia. 9 children were torn away from the community and 25 more were injured. Our thoughts are with the victims of this nameless, senseless violence right in a secondary school. I hope you will allow me to make an exception today so that I can speak directly to the families and people in BC who have not all had a chance to learn French.
In the name of the Bloc Québécois and in my own, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the families of the 9 children whose life was taken, to the 25 families awaiting and hoping for good news about their wounded children, and to the entire community of Tumbler Ridge.
On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and here I presume I can speak for the entire Quebec nation, I offer my condolences to the families of the 9 victims and all our solidarity to the families of the 25 people injured and the community of Tumbler Ridge as a whole. Our hearts are with the families who have been impacted, with the parents who are living through the ultimate cruelty, the ultimate injustice, which nothing can prepare one for, and which, I suppose, changes one's life forever, having one's child torn away. Our hearts are also with the parents who are holding their breath as they wait for news about their children from the hospital, with those who are divided between relief that they could bring a living child home and deep empathy for the families who could not. With all the students at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School whose lives have just been changed forever, with the children who will always be asking why us, why them and not me, why here, why. Their whys will never get an answer. With all the people who are waiting in dread to learn the names of the victims, knowing that in a community of under 2,400 people, the victims will inevitably be known to them. Grandchildren, neighbors, friends. An entire village has lost its children. I would like to thank the police, care personnel, support workers, and all of those who have gathered in Tumbler Ridge to support its people. Thank you for being there today, and thank you to those who will remain there long after the flags are raised and life has resumed its course. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would also like to offer my hand to the government. It can count on our full cooperation if there is anything it needs to support those in mourning. Today, Quebec and British Columbia have never been closer. All Quebecers who have a child at school today are with British Columbia. All Quebecers today are remembering Polytechnique, the women who were taken from us, and the pain which will endure forever. Everyone is asking today, what kind of a world do we live in? Currently, we have not learned about a motive, but could there be any motive that would justify taking a weapon and aiming it at our children? Nothing will ever explain or justify such a horror. If you will allow it, Mr. Speaker, I will end on another note. Our hearts are with Tumbler Ridge, but they are also big enough to have room for another small community, Kitigan-Zibi, and the Anishinaabe Nation, which also lost 2 children today. 2 children whose lives were lost at the hands of their own father, who then proceeded to take his own. We would like to say to our brothers and sisters in the Anishinaabe Nation that they do not suffer alone. The Quebec Nation is with them. I'm sure it is the case for the Canadian Parliament as well. Mr. Speaker, today is a dark day. To get through this ordeal will require courage, fellowship, solidarity, and compassion in great quantities and from all quarters. We will remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, we solemnly gather today in the shadow of a heartbreaking tragedy that has shaken our country. Our nation is in mourning. Notre pays.
Our nation is in mourning.
Yesterday, in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, 9 innocent lives were senselessly taken, and 25 people were injured in a horrific mass shooting. This violence unfolded at a school, a place meant to nurture and protect our children, deepening the shock and sorrow felt by all Canadians. Loved ones have been stolen, families have been shattered, and a small community will be changed forever. In a place where everyone knows one another, where neighbors are more like extended family, a loss like this reverberates through every home, every workplace, and every gathering. To the families who are mourning, we grieve with you. We stand behind you, and we hold you in our hearts. We know that no words can possibly fill the void you are experiencing. But we hope that you can feel the embrace of a nation that stands with you in your grief today, tomorrow, and in all the difficult days ahead. Aux familles,
to the families, we grieve with you, we stand behind you, and we hold you in our hearts. We know that no words can possibly fill the void you are experiencing, but we hope you can feel the embrace of a nation that stands with you in your grief today, tomorrow, and in all the difficult days ahead.
we remember each of the victims, not as numbers in a headline, but as human beings whose lives were rich and meaningful. The light that they brought into this world and the potential they carried can never be replaced and will never be forgotten. To the injured, we send our deepest thoughts of healing and strength. To the students, friends, and teachers who suffered this assault, we are there for you. We express our profound gratitude to the educators who first faced this assault, the first responders who courageously rushed to the scene as it unfolded, and to all the healthcare workers who are caring for the injured. Your humanity and professionalism in the face of trauma remind us of the quiet heroism you display in our communities every single day. We thank the many people of Tumbler Ridge and across the region who have rushed to offer support for one another in this heartbreaking moment. In times like these, the strength of a community is truly revealed. In the face of such senseless tragedy and pain, we feel anger, confusion, and despair. We ask ourselves, how can such violence happen in our communities, in this country? These questions matter, and they deserve honest, thoughtful consideration. And there will be a time to answer them, but that time is not today. Today is a day when we cherish the victims and care for their families. Today is a day when we collectively grieve, comfort, and hold each other just a little more tightly. And today is a day when a nation comes together in solidarity and love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank the Prime Minister for his wise and moving words. I also thank the opposition leader for saying what is hard to say aloud.
Parents to imagine what the community of Tumbler Ridge is going through. Merci aussi le chef de bloc.
I also thank the Bloc Québécois leader who made the important remark that we are now united together. I also thank the Bloc leader for marking the tragedy that the Anishinaabe Nation is undergoing, Miigwech. And I thank the leader of the New Democratic Party, who, like me, is a member for BC.
Politicians will try to find words. I'll try not to. I want to send my love to our dear friend, the Member of Parliament for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. This is the kind of thing none of us want to have happen in Canada, but to have happen in a place like Tumbler Ridge, so small. Everyone knows everyone, and I know that the Member of Parliament knows everyone, and it is a time that our hearts are broken. Maintenant, nous sommes pas seulement une nation.
Now, we are not just a nation, we are a united nation and a family.
Et maintenant, nos cœurs sont brisés.
And now our hearts are broken.
Matthew 5:4, that blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. But that comfort may feel far, far away right now if you're in Tumbler Ridge. Know wherever you are that we're praying for the injured, the 12-year-old little girl fighting for her life in hospital. We will be with you this day, yes, and whether believers or not, we are all one in the human family, and we hold you all close. And if there's ever any opportunity that we can, as individual members of Parliament, do anything to alleviate the pain and the suffering and the grief of the people of Tumbler Ridge, we're with you today et toujours.
Today and always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your beautiful expressions of support and love for the community of Tumbler Ridge. Today, in this House, we are united in our shock, in our sorrow, and in our thoughts for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the families and friends of who were impacted by this tragic violence.
Speak on behalf of all Canadians.
We've just been listening in here to tributes in the House of Commons. We do want to take you to British Columbia now. That update from the RCMP on the shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, has just started.
Officer Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald will provide a statement shortly and will be available to take questions afterwards. Additionally, for any French-speaking reporters, we have Corporal Alex Barube available online to respond to questions in French as well. Sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. And I recognize the significant interest not only the media but the public have in this event, so I will endeavor to do my best to inform you as up to date as possible and to provide some information moving forward about how we will manage our communications. I'll just start with a review of the incident from yesterday. So on February 10th at approximately 1:20 p.m. Pacific Standard Time at Tumbler Ridge, RCMP received a report of an active shooter at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. A police-initiated public alert, PIPA, was issued as officers responded. Police from Tumbler Ridge RCMP and surrounding detachments responded immediately, with members from the local detachment arriving within 2 minutes of the initial call. Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction. Officers entered the school to locate the threat. Within minutes, an individual confirmed to be the shooter was located deceased with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The suspect has been identified as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, who is a resident of Tumbler Ridge. 2 firearms, a long gun and a modified handgun, were recovered by responding officers. Determining the origin of these firearms and what role they played in the shootings remains a significant part of the active and ongoing investigation. Multiple victims were located throughout the school, along with approximately 25 individuals with possible injuries. Once it was determined to be safe, officers evacuated over 100 students and faculty to a local community center, while police continued to assess whether any ongoing threats remained. Those with potential injuries were transported to the local medical clinic for triage and assessment, and 2 victims with significant injuries were transported to hospital via air ambulance. Following a medical assessment of the individuals, no discernible physical injuries were identified for those that remained at scene. I'd like to correct some information that was shared yesterday and to clarify that 9 people in total are deceased as a result of this incident. Initially, it was believed that one of the victims, a female with significant injuries, who was transported from the scene by our members and then transitioned to paramedics, had succumbed to her injuries. Police have since confirmed that is not the case. She is alive and was one of the 2 female victims that were airlifted to hospital. Both of those victims remain in serious condition. The deceased victims from the school include an adult female educator, 3 female students, and 2 male students between the ages of 13 and 17. 2 additional victims, an adult female and a male youth, were located deceased in a local residence. The BC Major Crime Unit has assumed conduct of the investigation and is working to determine the full circumstances surrounding this tragic incident. There's been much speculation within the community regarding the relationship between the shooter and some of the victims. All of that remains part of the active and ongoing investigation. We are not in a position to publicly confirm any specifics at this time. Additional resources have been deployed to Tumbler Ridge to support both the investigation and day-to-day policing operations, which continue with the assistance of our neighboring detachments. BC Emergency Health Services, the Tumbler Ridge Fire Department, the local medical center, the school district, the community center, and many others within the community have provided significant support throughout this response. Anyone in the community who does not need support, who does need support, is asked to go to the Tumbler Ridge Community Center at 340 Front Street. We understand the community has questions, and we understand they want to know the motive behind this tragic incident. We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects. Our investigators remain on scene, actively gathering information to determine the full circumstances of what transpired. This is a deeply distressing incident where 9 individuals have senselessly lost their lives. Our thoughts are with the families, the loved ones, the first responders in the greater Tumbler Ridge community, and all those impacted by this tragic incident. If you have questions, I'm prepared to take them at this time.
Officer Romina Dea from Global News, could you please expand a little bit on the suspect? Was he known to police? Were there any red flags regarding his mental health?
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
Could you spell the suspect's name, please?
Yes. The first name is spelt Jesse. The surname is spelt capital VAN and space capital ROOTSELAAR.
Were the two victims found at the residence where the suspect lived?
Yes.
And why can't you elaborate on the relationship between the victims and in that residence and the suspect?
I can't elaborate on that. So it is believed the victims of that residence and the suspect are family members.
Can you say what parent, sibling, what relationship that is?
Yes, the female adult victim is the mother of the suspect, and the youth male is the brother of the suspect, or stepbrother.
Can you expand? You talked about a history of mental health with this female suspect. Could you expand on that?
I'll give you perhaps remaining some general comments on that. Police had attended that residence on multiple occasions over the past several years, dealing with concerns of mental health with respect to our suspect. I can say that on different occasions, the suspect was apprehended for assessment and follow-up.
So apprehended under the Mental Health Act?
Yes.
Taken to hospital?
In some circumstances, yes.
Any indication whether or not the suspect was receiving any help for their mental health situation regarding counseling, any of those services that are involved?
I don't have that information at this time if the suspect was currently receiving care. I don't have that information at this time.
Any of the interactions with police, did any of them have to do with weapons?
Yes.
In particular?
Yes.
Could you expand on that, please?
I will say that, again, I'm not trying to be too circumspect, but police have attended that residence in the past, approximately a couple of years ago, where firearms were seized under the criminal code. I can say that at a later point in time, the lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for those firearms to be returned, and they were.
Were criminal charges laid in relation to those firearms?
No.
What firearm with FYI media? My question is, we've heard all around the world reports coming out from different media, not local but world, and we've heard people from Tumbler Ridge, actually people that know the shooter, and they are all saying that this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this from them?
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this. We identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately, in the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
Unfortunately, we've heard a lot of transgender as masculine shootings. Do you think there's a correlation here?
It's too early to say whether that has any correlation in this investigation. I think it's important to recognize that this investigation is still in its infancy. We have scenes still locked down, the school and the residence, while we execute search warrants and gather further evidence and talk to witnesses that may have further evidence for police.
Can you tell us about the weapon? I'm just wondering, can you tell me when police, prior to yesterday, last in contact with Jesse?
That's a good question. I probably have that answer somewhere here in my papers, but I believe we were there sometime last year.
So nothing in the last few days?
Nothing in the last few days, that's correct.
Okay, and you talked about the guns that were recovered. And can you say anything about who owned those guns, whether he had any sort of consent?
So I will say this. I know the guns are of significant interest to everybody. Part of the reason we haven't identified the specific models of the firearms or ownership is because at this point in time, our investigators continue to pursue those leads. We want to make sure that the information we do provide is accurate. We want to ensure that we can identify properly the ownership of the firearms, how they were procured, whether they were lawfully owned, unlawfully owned, whether they were manufactured, and whether there could be any other parties to an offense that we are not yet aware of. So when we are able to release that information, we certainly will.
He was quite young. Did he have a license to have that?
I can say that she had a license that had expired. I believe it was in 2024. She did not have any firearms registered to her.
Can you talk about, sir, any indication in the information you have regarding Jesse experiencing bullying at the school, any sort of difficulty at the school because of this transition from male to female?
I do not have any information to suggest that was the case. I can say that Jesse dropped out of school approximately 4 years ago and was not currently attending the school.
Sir, I have a question here from Jared from the Western Standard. They wanted to just know why we waited until now to confirm the identity of the suspect.
It's a good question. I know it's one of concern, specifically with the speed of social media. I think it's important to recognize that yesterday, when we first provided a media availability, it was approximately 5 hours after the active shooter event. At that point in time, we were still trying to lock down locations. We had victims that we were evacuating. As you can imagine, the scene was quite chaotic with significant amount of trauma. And it's important for us when we do release information to get it accurate. I point to the case of now having to correct and say that there's only 9 deceased persons instead of 10. We want to get information out as quick as possible, but we also appreciate that that information needs to be accurate, because particularly when we're dealing with victims or are dealing with the identity of a suspect, we have to take into consideration, in this case, our suspect was deceased. We had to locate next of kin to notify them. So I would hate, notwithstanding the public interest, I would hate for someone to find out that their loved one was deceased coming from our podium or coming from the news media in advance of being told in person.
And then I have one other question here from Ruth with Energetic City. Was the suspect related to anyone in the school?
I can say that the suspect was not related to any of the victims of the school. I don't have any broader information beyond that, other than say that the suspect was related to the 2 victims at the private residence.
Did the suspect leave a note or any other communication in advance of this happening?
Not that we've located so far, but we are continuing to pursue that lead.
Sir, are you able to give us sort of what the police's working theory is on why this happened?
Well, we don't have an idea yet as to motive. And again, recognizing we're still less than 24 hours into this incident, it is something that we are certainly passionately pursuing. But it would be too early to speculate on motive at this time.
Was there a bull put out to be on the lookout for prior to the shootings regarding the suspect?
Not that I'm aware of, but once the shootings commenced, we did issue the public police alert.
And did police open fire on the suspect?
Police did not return fire, to the best of my knowledge, but went into the school.
Where in the school were the victims killed?
There was one victim that was located deceased in the hallway, in the stairwell of the school, and the others were located, I believe, in the library of the school.
Can you comment on the home of the shooter? What was it like? Was it in disarray? Sometimes when there's some sort of abuse going on, there's certain things you can see in a home. Was it anything like that apparent?
I can't comment yet on the nature or the environment of the family home. It was locked down originally to secure a search warrant in order to allow our investigators to go in. So I can't comment at this point in time.
Can you tell us the rough address of the home, like where the 2 people found deceased?
I do have that information. It will be locked down, so I would respectfully ask members of the media and the public not to attend the scene of the family home because we have a lot going on there, but it's 112 Fellers Avenue in Tumbler Ridge.
Regarding the home, were there additional firearms or weapons found during the search?
I don't have that information at this point in time. I can say that historically there were firearms that were secured at that residence in a safe, but I haven't updated with the investigators yet to determine if they've gone in and located more firearms.
Just looking for clarification, you talked about police being called to the school about an active shooting. Were they called to the home before that?
Yes, no, they were called after. So we understand the sequence of events, and I'll get to this. So we did not receive a call to attend the home until approximately 2:47 p.m. or 1:47 p.m. Pacific time. We were called because a neighbor, there was a young female at that home that went to the neighbors, and that's how we learned that there were 2 deceased at that residence. So the neighbor called the police. We know the sequence of events now is that the incident at the home occurred first, where we have the 2 deceased family members, and from there our suspect attended the school and commenced their criminal activity there.
What was the relationship of the child who alerted the neighbor to the victims and the suspect?
Family member.
Has the reunification process been completed for the injured and the evacuees?
For the students, so most of the what I would call injured individuals are people that were assessed for injury were released right in Tumbler Ridge shortly after receiving triage and/or treatment. Those that have been medevaced, I can't speak to that, but I won't speculate on whether they've been in contact with their family. We're still dealing with extended family of those that are deceased.
Do police believe, based on the information you have thus far, that the suspect had gone into the school specifically targeting an individual, or it was a random shooting?
So we don't have information at this point to suggest that anyone was specifically targeted. I will say that as we continue in the investigation, there is further evidence to gather from the school with respect to video surveillance and that of our officers as well.
What can we expect with the victim IDs? Will the RCMP be naming them, and what status are you at with family notification?
So we're currently ongoing with the family notification. I will say, as I mentioned before, that most of our victims are quite young. Most were born of the students, most were born 2013 and 2012. So as you can imagine, for family members, extended family members, friends of the family, et cetera, this is incredibly traumatic. And so we will deal with and work with the families and cooperate with them in terms of the release of the identities of the victims, photographs, and the like. I know we need to approach this with a trauma-informed practice. We don't want to create additional trauma for families that are dealing with probably the worst circumstances of their lives.
So some victims may not be named officially, or that will be up to the families?
That will be up to the families as they are minors.
In terms of the 25 people who were injured, how many of them sustained gunshot wounds?
So of the 25 surviving individuals, the 2 that are currently airlifted, the majority of the rest, there were not gunshot injuries. The reason they were all examined and triaged in first instance is there were a lot that presented with injury, blood, et cetera, that weren't actually injured, but we had to work through all that.
So what kind of injuries were they? Was it like glass or?
I don't want to speculate. I don't have the exact details, but you can imagine in a chaotic situation where the students and faculty are barricading themselves in a room that any types of injuries could result.
Were there any, you mentioned that there weren't any recent, no recent involvement with police and the suspect, but were there any calls, concerns by anyone in the public to police about the suspect in recent days, weeks, months?
The most recent incidents I have are from spring of last year. So we've checked our police indices, their databases, et cetera. I don't have any information that there's been anything since then.
And could you give us the context of the spring of last year?
It's similar to what I said before. The concerns regarding mental health, self-harm, those types of concerns.
Okay, we'll take 2 final questions.
Just to clarify the question on the injured. So was it 27 injured in total and 2 airlifted, 25, or was it?
So I don't mean to smile, but to clarify that, I'm going to say I'm not entirely certain, because we have injured from gunshot wounds, we have deceased, and then we have those that were triaged at scene. I'm going to say that the 25 that were triaged at scene are separate from those that were airlifted and those that are deceased.
And sir, we just have one other question here regarding the victims. The ones that were airlifted, do we have any updates on their status at this point?
Critical but stable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I'm just gonna I need to steal this.
You can take the whole thing.
We have been listening in here on CBC News Network to an update from the BC RCMP. We were just listening there to the Deputy Commissioner. I'm going to go through some of the new information that we have learned slowly and in detail for people who may be just joining us. In a few moments, I'll bring in my colleague, the CBC's Caroline Bargout, as well. I'd like to start here with bringing you some more information that we just learned there about the victims. And there has been a revision here from the police about how many people have been killed. They are now saying that there have been 9 people killed in total. That number includes the shooter, so 8 other victims. We know that 1 educator from the school has been killed, 3 female students, and 2 male students. We are told that they are between the ages of 13 and 17 years old, but most of them were born in either the year 2012 or 2013. We also learned that at an additional site, this is the 2 people who were found dead at a different home, separate from the school, that there was an adult female and a male youth. After some questions from reporters there, we did learn that those 2 additional victims are the mother and either the brother or stepbrother. Police were not clear there of the suspected shooter. So that's a little bit of an update there. We did learn that the reason why there has been this revision is because one of the victims who had been airlifted to hospital, originally police had information that that person had died. They are now saying, though, that there had been 2 people airlifted to hospital. We heard an update on their condition there, that they are critical at this point, stable. Also hearing there that there were 25 additional people who were injured. It does sound as though most of them, though, were able to be treated in the community. On the shooter, the police have now given us a name. They say that the shooter was 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar. They identified the shooter as a female. After some questions from reporters, they did say that the shooter chose to be identified as a female, but had been born as a biological male. Some 6 years ago, had gone through a transition, but was known both socially and publicly as a female. So that is the latest information we have on the shooter, 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar. In terms of a timeline here, we also heard from police that they responded at 1:20 p.m. local time in British Columbia to a report of an active shooter. They said that members from the local RCMP detachment were at the school within 2 minutes, that there was active gunfire at the time, and that there were shots fired at the police, although we heard there that they do not believe that police returned gunfire. They entered the school, and they say that is when they found the deceased shooter. We also learned that one of the victims was found in the school's stairwell. The others, according to police, were found in a library. We also know there from police that there had been a history with this 18-year-old suspect, Jesse Van Rootselaar, that there had been a number of phone calls where police had been involved at the home, at the residence of that shooter over the last number of years. The police described those calls, the nature of the calls, as being mental health calls. They also said in the past that firearms had been seized under the criminal code, but they had been petitioned to be returned and had been returned. I'd like to bring in the CBC's Caroline Bargout. She joins us now from Tumbler Ridge with more on all of this. She has also been listening in. And Caroline, if you can, just bring us up to speed on some of that information. Of course, that is a lot of information to go through and digest. So if it is repetitive, that is okay, especially for viewers who may just be joining us now. There were questions there about whether there had been a history of bullying at the school with the suspect. Police saying that they had no information to suggest that. Also saying that as far as they know, that suspect had dropped out of that school some 4 years prior, was not attending that school. But if you can, please bring us up to date on some of the latest that we just learned there from the RCMP in British Columbia.
That's right, Hillary. There's a lot of information to digest, not just about the suspect, who we now have had identified as Jessie Van Rootselaar, 18-year-old transgender female, but also about some of the victims. We now know an adult female educator was found in the school, as well as 3 female students and 2 male students ranging in age from 13 to 17 years old. Police were also asked about the second scene, the scene where the suspect's mother and stepbrother were found. Police believe that that was the first, that the suspect killed them first and then went to the school, but they didn't find out about it until probably 20 minutes after they were called to the active shooter scene at the school. And as you mentioned, when RCMP officers arrived here, it was 2 minutes after they got a call about someone firing a weapon inside the school, and police said that they were taking gunfire. Someone was firing in their direction. They did not return fire, but did find the suspect deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. As you mentioned, Rootselaar had dropped out of school 4 years ago, and there seems to be quite a bit of contact with police. Police saying that they had gone to the home for mental health related calls on a number of occasions last year, including the spring of last year. Police also said that there were 2 guns that were recovered, a long gun and a handgun that was, I'm imagining, in the school. They were not too specific about where those weapons were located, and the investigation will determine whether those were used. As you mentioned, 2 students were airlifted to hospital in critical but stable condition now, and the 25 other injured people, it doesn't sound like they were injured from gunfire. I should mention, actually, Hillary, a little while ago, behind me, you could see this is the school. This is obviously the scene of the active shooter investigation right now. There's a lot of police there. But a few minutes ago, while the RCMP were speaking, a crowd of maybe 20 people were gathered there, and they potentially could have been family members or community members. We're not sure, but there was definitely a crowd of people that were standing there and in a huddle. I mean, they could potentially also be investigators. All day today, we've been here for several hours, and we've seen a number of vehicles, unmarked vehicles, RCMP vehicles, investigators there. There's a trailer there right now. There is quite a bit of a crime scene for them to get through to figure out a motive. As you heard the Deputy Commissioner say, there is a lot of information to still be found here at the school specifically to see why this suspect came here and targeted this school. We also don't know if any of these suspects were specifically targeted or if this was a random shooting. All of that will come out in the investigation, which I imagine will take some time.
Will take some time for sure, because as you're saying, of course, it is now an active crime scene. It's also the site of so much devastation for so many families. And as we were hearing there, Caroline, from the police, at this point, it does not seem that they really know what the motive is. Of course, that's going to be even more difficult for investigators now that that suspect, of course, is dead. We also heard from them saying that they don't believe that the suspect was related to any of the victims at the school. Of course, that's not the case with that secondary scene at the home. And they said that the part of the reason they took so long to sort of come out and formally identify this suspect is because we are in the age of social media, of course, a lot of misinformation, but they said that it was simply so much to be dealing with, medical evacuations out of that very small community, still trying to lock down some of the scenes. So very difficult and dynamic scene for investigators yesterday. Can you talk to us a little bit, Caroline, about some of what you have been hearing from people in Tumbler Ridge today?
Well, in Tumbler Ridge, it's very somber here, I have to say. People are really sad. They're not really wanting to talk a lot about this. Obviously, they're grieving. This is a very small community, 2,400 people. I will say that the grocery store just down the street from where we are standing, there was a little setup there with coffee and a cookie, basically saying, come and have some comfort. people here are really trying to find a way to connect with one another, to grieve with one another, to try to help one another, even with offering coffee and a cookie to anyone who comes into the grocery store, because this is a very small community. The school had about 160 students registered. One of the students had spoken to a colleague of ours last night. He was in the lockdown. He said they were barricaded for 2.5 hours, between 2 and 2.5 hours before they were taken to the community center. You know, his mom didn't know what was going on with him. A lot of parents were wondering what was happening to their children. Community members who have loved ones who work here, who attend here, they're all very, very invested in this, and we're very, very stressed about it. Now they're learning that somebody has come into the school, has killed a bunch of people. They're learning the identities of these people, and this community is absolutely grieving. In fact, the flags are at half-mast here in the community, and people are really just trying to deal with this as best they can. The Premier of British Columbia, David Eby, says that there is supports here. There will be more supports, more mental health supports at the community center and other places, trying to help these community members, these family members, the staff, the students, all try to come together and figure out how to get through this.
A long and really quite unimaginable road ahead for members of that broader community in Tumbler Ridge, but then, of course, also for the families who have been so directly impacted by all of this. Caroline, thank you for all of this, for the reporting. Of course, we will be speaking with you again, but for now, thank you. The CBC's Caroline Bargut in Tumbler Ridge, BC. Well, I'd like to now bring in Manda Meggs, who is also in Tumbler Ridge. She lives there in the community. She's the executive director of the Tumbler Ridge UNESCO Global Geopark. So, Manda, thank you for joining us. We are so sorry that your community is dealing with such a tragedy right now.
Thank you.
It has not even been 24 hours. How are you doing? How are members of your community holding up?
I'm still very much in shock. I imagine that there's very few people in our community that aren't feeling that way to some extent. Yeah, the community, like I just heard briefly on the soundbite that came on ahead of me, it's very quiet here in Tumbler Ridge. And Tumbler Ridge is normally very quiet. This is exceptionally quiet. You can feel like the sadness and the grief in our community today.
The sadness and the grief in your community, which I'm sure is unimaginable right now. I know that you have called Tumbler Ridge home now for about the past 6 years. That's enough to, of course, be feeling this. You are a member of the community. Do you think it's going to change now after what has happened, and if so, how?
I don't know if it's going to change. I know that this community has changed me. When I first moved here, you know, it's the kind of place, and we run at the Geopark, we run the visitor center. So we hear all the time from people who come and visit our community that they fall in love with it when they come here. Our guest book is full of people who express that they wish they could live here, and they love how safe it feels. They love how friendly it is. It's one of the you know, most beautiful and friendly and kind communities that I've had the privilege of living in.
I
hope it doesn't change. Yeah.
You hope it doesn't change. I think it might be helpful here, Amanda, just very briefly, for people who are not familiar with this. Of course, a lot of people will be, but what is the Tumbler Ridge UNESCO Global Geopark? Why is this community so well known for this site?
So it's a UNESCO designation, sort of like a World Heritage or a Biosphere, except that we focus on the connection between people and Earth, and we have exceptional geological heritage. So as a geopark, we're very connected with our community. We work with nonprofits and council and industry partners. So we're very deeply embedded in the community. And of course, we also work with the schools. We help our educators develop curriculum based on our geoheritage and things like that. So yes, we definitely are feeling this very deeply today.
And in that role, in your role with this UNESCO site, I know that you've been sort of acting as a bit of a global ambassador for the geopark, and that you have had some international outreach since this tragedy. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, like everybody, I think yesterday was a flurry of answering text messages and you know, trying to tell people that we're okay. There was a great amount of people who were reaching out from all over the world, asking about people that they knew there, asking how we are doing, just letting us know that they're thinking of us. And that's all very appreciated. There's been a big outpouring of feelings, grief, love, empathy from around the world. Our colleagues in Portugal, Iceland, Germany, and beyond have been reaching out to say how sorry they are to hear that this has happened here.
And now that that outreach is starting and you're starting to hear all of these condolences, do you have a message then for people across Canada, but then of course elsewhere around the world as well, about what you think your community needs right now?
I still don't know the extent of a lot of the details of what has happened, and I certainly can't speak for the families of victims or the survivors. Our community, I know, is appreciating all the love that they're seeing online. They would probably also appreciate a little bit of space. Like you mentioned, it's a very close-knit community. I'm not exaggerating at all when I say that every single person is going to be affected by this and is going to be personally affected by this. So, you know, that takes time to process, and I can understand why it's been hard to get people to open up about what things are happening here, and no one wants to speak on behalf of the victims. I can't speak on behalf of them or their families. I can speak to our community and how we are rallying around them, which I think we are. This is something that our town has been very good at. Our community, when things happen, whether it's an industrial accident, a wildfire evacuation, the very first thing that I notice in this community is all the people who step up and just want to say that they are ready to do what needs to be done. And that has been consistent since I've lived here, absolutely.
And just finally here, Amanda, I'm wondering then if you maybe have a message for some of the people in your community who are so deeply affected by this and impacted by this very directly.
Just before I came on this call, I saw a very lovely post from a very talented BC artist, poet Shane Koizen. And the first lines of the poem were, "Grief in a small town has no corners to hide in." And so I encourage people, you know, you're feeling the grief. Every member of our community that's affected by this should be able to get support for what they're feeling and what they're going through, no matter how they are connected to it. So I encourage people to reach out to those channels that are open. I also encourage people to be kind, especially online. We know that there's already plenty of misinformation, speculation, rumors, people who are very willing to bend this one way or another. I would just ask that anyone who is speaking about this tragedy, please do so with kindness and don't make assumptions. There's already enough here to mourn. We do not need to be adding to people's grief with the sort of vitriol that you see following these incidences.
Grief in a small town has no corners to hide in. I think that's one that a lot of our viewers will remember from today. Amanda, thank you for this. We really do appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Amanda Meggs in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia. Well, the House of Commons adjourned early today out of respect for the victims and families in Tumbler Ridge. MPs held a moment of silence, and party leaders then delivered statements about the tragedy.
This morning, families in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, woke to a different world. Parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters began this day as their first day on earth without someone they love dearly. What happened has left our nation in shock and all of us in mourning. 9 people killed, more than 25 others injured, some still in hospital fighting for their lives. The investigation is ongoing, and we must allow law enforcement the time and space to do their work accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as this House knows, Tumbler Ridge is a community of some 2,400 people nestled in the foothills of the Rockies. It is one of the youngest towns in the great province of British Columbia. It's carved out of the wilderness in the 1980s, built on the promise of the resource economy and by the determination of its residents. It's a town of miners, teachers, construction workers, families who have built their lives there, people who have always shown up for each other there. When wildfires raged, neighbors helped each other pack up and move out of harm's way. They checked in on seniors and those living alone. They made sure that no one was left behind. When the coal mine shut down, residents supported local businesses. They shared leads for jobs, and they lifted each other up. Mr. Speaker, Tumbler Ridge represents the very best of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we have been here before. École Polytechnique in Montreal, the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City, La Loche, Saskatchewan, Humboldt, Saskatchewan, Potepic, Nova Scotia. Each time, it breaks us open. Each time, Canadians show who we are. Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable. Il y a quelques instants, Monsieur le Président, nous avons tenu un moment de silence pour
a
les
few
familles
moments
et la
ago,
communauté
we held a
en
moment
deuil.
of silence for the grieving community and families.
Aujourd'hui, le silence
For many of them today,
Nous ne pourrons
silence
jamais
is only
nous
too heavy.
réconcilier complètement avec la
We
violence
will
insensée
never
qui a
be able to
déchéri
fully reconcile ourselves
Ridge
with the senseless
hier.
violence that tore apart
Mais
Tumbler Ridge yesterday.
Nous pouvons trouver de réconfort les uns
But we can
auprès des
seek
autres.
comfort
Nous
from each
pouvons
other,
prendre soin les uns
and we
des
can take care of each other.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this House mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this House prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you. May the memories of those lost be a blessing. May this community, which has shown its resilience so many times before, once again find the strength to heal. And may this House prove worthy of what Tumbler Ridge has always been, by striving to make Canada a better, kinder, and safer place. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Children who should have been thinking about homework and hockey were instead thrown into terror, grief, and unbearable uncertainty. 9 lives were stolen, 25 injured, 9 families devastated, an entire community in grief. That community is the best of Canada, a community of miners and loggers, hard-working people, hardy, strong, the kind of people who fight their own battles but never hesitate to help a neighbor in need. They're the backbone of this nation. Behind every Number is a name, a child, a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, a family member, each with a story. For as the rabbi said, each life is its own universe. As a father, I can only imagine the phone call or visit that brought the news, the panic, the helplessness, the heartache that followed. No parent should ever have to fear that their child will not return home from school. No parent should ever bury their own child. En tant que père, je ne peux
As a father,
imaginer
I can only
cet
imagine
appel ou cette visite
the
qui a
call
annoncé la
or
nouvelle,
visit
la panique,
to announce the news,
l'impuissance,
the panic,
la peine
the helplessness,
qui ont suivi.
the grief that
Aucun
followed.
parent devrait
No
jamais avoir
parent
craint
should ever have to
pour la
fear
vie de son enfant à l'école.
for
Aucun
their
parent ne
child's
devrait
life at
jamais
school, and no parent
avoir à
should
pleurer
ever have to bury
de leur enfant.
their own child.
To the families who've lost loved ones, there are no words that can comfort or verses that can console. All we have is the words of all members of this House that we are with you, and that in the memories you carry of your loved ones, they will live on in this world, even after they have passed into the next one.
In the face of such senseless tragedy and pain, we feel anger, confusion, and despair. We ask ourselves, how can such violence happen in our communities, in this country? These questions matter, and they deserve honest, thoughtful consideration. And there will be a time to answer them, but that time is not today. Today is a day when we cherish the victims and care for their families. Today is a day when we collectively grieve, comfort, and hold each other just a little more tightly. And today is a day when a nation comes together in solidarity and love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our hearts are with the families who have been impacted, with the parents who are living through the ultimate cruelty, the ultimate injustice, which nothing can prepare one for, and which, I suppose, changes one's life forever. Having one's child torn away. Our hearts are also with the parents who are holding their breath as they wait for news about their children from the hospital. With those who are divided between relief that they could bring a living child home and deep empathy for the families who could not.
There are no words, and politicians will try to find words. I'll try not to. I want to send my love to our dear friend, the Member of Parliament for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. This is the kind of thing none of us want to have happen in Canada, but to have happen in a place like Tumbler Ridge, so small. Everyone knows everyone.
Those were just some of the tributes we heard earlier today. Prime Minister Mark Carney has also cancelled previously announced overseas travel in the upcoming days in light of the shooting. Now, we do have an update for you here. After we heard from the RCMP in that press conference, which we just carried for you live, the RCMP have then come out and have clarified some of the ages of the victims. They have now said that the victims in the school include a 39-year-old female teacher, 3 12-year-old female students, 2 12-year-old male students, and 1 13-year-old male student as well. They are also now saying that the 2 people, the 2 victims who were found dead at a different location in a home, this is separate from that school, that it was a 39-year-old female who is the shooter's mother and an 11-year-old male who police have described as either a brother or a stepbrother of the shooter. They were not clear on whether it was a brother or a stepbrother. Of course, being the mother and the sibling of some sort of that 18-year-old suspect who the police previously identified as Jesse Van Rootselaar. If you are affected by this story, we want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you are in British Columbia, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the mental health support line, that phone number on your screen, 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, you can call 988. We have some more sad breaking news for you. Actor James Van Der Beek has died. He is most well known for playing Dawson Leary in the popular late 1990s TV show Dawson's Creek. Van Der Beek had been open about his battle with colorectal cancer. In a statement, his family says he died this morning and that he, quote, met his final days with courage, faith, and grace. Van Der Beek was married with 6 children. He was just 48 years old.
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
RCMP in BC have identified the suspect in the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, as 18-year-old Jessie Van Rootselaar. The shooter was a local resident. 9 people were killed in the shooting and 27 were injured. Van Rootselaar also died from an apparent self-inflicted wound. RCMP say the suspect used 2 firearms. They are investigating where they were obtained. They say firearms have been removed from the suspect's home in the past and were returned. We are now joined by Sarah Hunter. She is a former resident of Tumbler Ridge, but she now lives in Ottawa. So Sarah, thank you for joining us on this very, very sad day for the community which you used to live in. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate it.
Can you take us to the moment yesterday when you first heard that this had happened?
Yes, I was, of course, it's a pretty significant time difference between the Ottawa area and Tumbler Ridge. I got a phone call from my dad a little later in the evening, and you know, you never get phone calls that late from loved ones if it's an okay thing. And he called and I said, "How are you doing?" And I said, "What's wrong?" Because I knew immediately there was something wrong. And he told me what had happened. And I think my first instinct, and I'm still very much, I think like many people are, in shock, a little numb. But my first thought was just no. How is this possible? In Tumbler Ridge? How? And it's just completely unfathomable.
And what have you heard from your dad and from others who are in the community?
Well, I still have loved ones, family, friends in the community. I am very grateful and thankful to say that at this time, the immediate contacts I know of are alive and safe. But I think the silence really says it all. It's, what do you say? What can you say? I have seen other folks like myself who are former residents who still feel very connected to the community, reaching out and making contact. You know, people that we maybe haven't talked to in years, even decades, connecting and checking in on each other. And that's the kind of community that Tumbler Ridge is.
And Sarah, you did graduate from the school, correct? From Tumbler Ridge Secondary School?
I did, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the school? Because it's not a big school, some 160 students at this point. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and about its place in the community as sort of an anchoring place where people send their children every day?
Well, it's funny. I was there, it's not funny, ironic, but I was there when the mine shut down, and we went from 2 elementary schools to 1, and all of the grade 7 students were shuffled into the high school. So it used to be an 8 to 12 school and is now a 7 to 12 school. And it was just, everybody knew everybody else. You know, if I have 2 younger siblings, and if you didn't necessarily know me, you would know my siblings, you know, you would connect to be like, oh yeah, that's, you know, Sarah's sibling and Sarah's brother, right? Whatever it is. But you just, everybody went there. Everybody knew where it was. There would be packs of students walking to school every day because it's so small. There's not really any sort of public system, transit system. So, you know, folks would, we'd all walk to school today, and we'd see each other in the hallways, and everybody knew everybody else. Everybody knows everybody else. It you know, basketball games, sporting events, being right next to the community center, folks would often jump up for lunch. It truly was the main space for teenagers to, you know, get to know each other and communicate and connect. And it seems like it's continued to be that way since I left.
Sarah, we've heard from the police just in the past few moments confirming the ages of some of the young victims at the school. They are mostly 12 years old. There's one 13-year-old. That would certainly suggest to me that they are from some of those younger grades, likely grade 7 or grade 8, based on their ages. How do you even start to absorb that sort of loss for Tumbler Ridge?
Slowly. Together, taking care of each other. This is not the first crisis that Tumbler has ever experienced. Certainly none other to this magnitude, but we've been evacuated from forest fires. We've experienced homes blowing up due to gas leaks. You know, there have been young lives lost in the community before. And ultimately the response is always the same, no matter what differences you may have historically in that moment, because people are human and you don't always agree on everything. At the end of the day, we all come together and we all look after each other and take care of each other. And that is going to be the way that I'm sure the community is going to continue to move forward. And will be the only way to get through this, really.
And just finally here, Sarah, of course, you were in the nation's capital, you were in Ottawa, but like you've been telling us, certainly spent a lot of your life there in Tumbler Ridge. What do you think that community needs right now from Canadians who are not in Tumbler Ridge?
Peace, understanding, time. I know that there is often a push to get more information to try and understand, to try and get closure. But trauma and crisis like this aren't easy to live through generally. And to be coming from a teeny tiny town in the middle of the Rocky Mountains to suddenly be magnified on the world stage, it can cause more harm than support. So I think gentleness, kindness, compassion, patience, all of these things will be deeply appreciated, I'm sure, and very much needed in the next while to support the community and as they move forward.
I spoke with someone about an hour ago who currently lives in Tumbler Ridge, and she described a lot of those emotions that you're describing right now, Sarah, but then she also said that she had some hope that the community would be able to pull through this. Is that how you feel?
Absolutely. Like I said, this is not the first crisis. This is not the first thing that we've had to pull through together. My mom passed away there in 2008 due to cancer. And the way that the community rallied around my family, around each other, that's just how Tumbler is. It's not perfect. There's always going to be, I think, when you know everything about everybody else and everyone else's family, there are always going to be things that are going to divide you and you're going to disagree on. But, we recognize that community is community and we are all there together. And that's the important part. And so I can absolutely see the support and care coming to Tumbler from residents past and present, and even some future residents who have been talking about how they're moving to Tumbler and they are heartbroken, but are looking forward to being able to come in and provide some of that support when they do move to the community.
Well, Sarah, thank you so much for coming on and speaking with us today. I'm sure this was not easy, but it is so valuable for Canadians to hear about this little community of Tumbler Ridge. Like you've been saying, everyone knows everyone, so this is going to hurt very, very deeply. So thank you for your thoughts.
Thanks, Hillary.
Sarah Hunter is a former resident of Tumbler Ridge. And for continuing live coverage of this story, you can visit our live page. It will have all of the latest updates for you. You can find it on the CBC News app or on our website, CBCnews.ca. Stay with us. We'll have more coverage for you straight ahead. The community of Tumbler Ridge, BC is grieving following a mass shooting that killed 9 people and injured dozens of others. Among the dead are an adult female educator, 3 female students and 2 male students. Another adult female and a male youth were found dead at a residence. RCMP say the alleged suspect was known to police.
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
BC RCMP Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald, who you just heard from there, said that the student victims were, quote, quite young, saying that most of them were either born in 2012 or 2013. And we have since even heard an update from police that most of them were 12, one 13-year-old as well. Well, news of the shooting has sent shockwaves across this country and around the world, prompting an outpouring of grief and sympathy, including from several international leaders. CBC's Mark Carcassol is tracking this for us and has the very latest now. What are we hearing?
Hillary, it's quite something to go on social media and to see the reaction from people all over the world, regular, everyday people, world leaders, all of them taking time to pay respects, pay tribute and mourn along with Canada after what happened in Tumbler Ridge. We heard Prime Minister Mark Carney mention earlier in the day and publicly thanking many world leaders for reaching out to him individually, but many of them also expressing their condolences publicly. We've seen online condolences expressed by the President of Ukraine, the President of France, the Norwegian and Italian Prime Ministers, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. No secret to mass shooting violence. The Bondi Beach shooting was not long ago. On X, he writes, "I am deeply shocked and saddened to hear about the tragic attack in Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. I send my sincere condolences to all Canadians impacted by this horrific event. Australian hearts go out to the families and friends of the victims, and we are all thinking of those injured." More reaction and condolences coming in from Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also on X, who writes, "Deeply shocked by the horrendous shooting in Canada. I extend my heartfelt condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones and wish a speedy recovery to the injured. India stands in solidarity with the people of Canada in this moment of profound grief." We also heard earlier in the day from King Charles. He's not the only member of the royal family to weigh in. William and Kate, the Prince and Princess of Wales, on X, writing, "We stand with all Canadians following this morning's appalling tragedy. Our hearts are with the entire Tumbler Ridge community, and we extend our deepest condolences to the families and friends affected by this devastating loss." We've also heard from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. One world leader that we have not heard from yet is United States President Donald Trump. We haven't heard from Vice President J.D. Vance either. Various provincial and territorial premiers across Canada weighing in as well as various organizations such as the Vancouver Canucks, who wrote on X today, quote, "With heavy hearts and our deepest sympathies, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones who lost someone dear during today's tragic event in Tumbler Ridge, BC. While there are no words that can ease the pain or help fully process such a profound loss, please know that our thoughts and prayers are with you during this time of unimaginable grief and sorrow. We also send our love, strength, and support to those who were injured or deeply affected by this heartbreaking tragedy." There's no doubt that many of the victims in this incident were most likely Vancouver Canucks fans. Many Canadian Olympic athletes weighing in. Alpine skier Cassidy Gray mentioning on Instagram earlier today how heavy her heart is, being that she's from small town BC. And in Toronto, the CN Tower tonight will dim its lights for 5 minutes at the top of every hour in honor of those who lost their lives in Tumbler Ridge.
Mark, thank you for bringing us this reaction and some of the notable exceptions as well. We do appreciate it. CBC's Mark Carcassol for us. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. Police now say that 8 people were killed in yesterday's shootings. The suspect is also dead. 1 educator and 5 students were killed in the shooting yesterday at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Police say the suspect's mother and sibling were killed at a separate location. They have identified the suspect as an 18-year-old who had dropped out of the school. We have a first-hand account of what unfolded inside Tumbler Ridge High School during yesterday's shooting. CBC News has spoken with a student who survived the attack by barricading himself inside a classroom. Take a listen.
It's definitely tense. I think we were all very nervous, so we tried to keep things light and just try and keep each other motivated and not fall into grief. But once people sent me some photos, it definitely set in what was actually happening.
What kind of photos were they sending?
They were disturbing, just showing blood and things like that.
Oh man, Darian, I'm so sorry. And so then you realized just how serious.
Then I think that's when it all really set in.
Yeah. How scared were you?
I was definitely pretty scared. I was wondering if we were formulating an escape plan if anyone did come up to the door, that we were going to run out the garage door and out of the back towards the visitor center.
How many? How many of you were there in the classroom at the time?
It would have been maybe 15, I think, maybe 14.
Yeah.
A relatively small class.
Was a teacher there with you?
Yeah, Mr. Naronia was our teacher.
Yeah. What was he doing?
He was just making sure everyone was in the correct place, making sure everything was going smoothly. I think once we realized, we kind of organized us all to start moving the tables towards the doors and just formulating our escape plan if anything did happen.
That was Darian Quist, a grade 12 student at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. He was finally escorted out of the classroom by police to the nearby community center where he was reunited with his mother. Stay with us. You're watching CBC News Network. Police now say 8 people were killed in a mass shooting yesterday in the small BC community of Tumbler Ridge. 6 people were killed at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, including a teacher and 5 students, 3 girls and 2 boys. The students were aged 12 and 13 years old. 2 more people were found dead at a separate location. Police say they were the mother and sibling of the shooter, who died of a self-inflicted injury. Well, Governor General Mary Simon has issued a statement responding to the mass shooting. It reads, quote, "My husband Whit and I are devastated by the news of the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. Our deepest condolences go to the families of the victims of the senseless violence and to the entire community." She goes on to say, quote, "We extend our deepest gratitude to the officers and first responders who bravely risked their lives to protect and help their fellow Canadians and who continue to support a community that is in crisis. In this unimaginable moment of tragedy, the whole of Canada has Tumbler Ridge in its thoughts. Let us stay united in our compassion and reach out to one another with love and tenderness today as we join the entire nation in grieving." And King Charles is expressing his sorrow about the tragedy in Tumbler Ridge. A statement from him reads in part, "We can only express our deepest possible sympathy to the families who are grieving the unimaginable loss of their loved ones and those still awaiting news from hospital. In such a closely connected town, every child's name will be known and every family will be a neighbor." The King adds, "We can only begin to imagine the appalling shadow that has now descended across Tumbler Ridge, and our hearts go out to all those whose lives have been so shattered by this senseless act of brutal violence." And as we continue to monitor the latest on the mass shooting in Northeast BC, we're also closely tracking another tragic story. Police in Quebec say a man and 2 children are dead after what they are calling a suspected murder-suicide in a First Nation in the west of that province. The community is about 100 kilometers north of Ottawa. Police say they were called to a home in the Algonquin First Nation around 2 a.m. local time and found a man and his 2 children at the scene. They say they all had suffered gunshot wounds. Police say 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 others later died in hospital. The children were aged 10 and 12. House Leader and Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon is a Quebec MP. He was asked about the deaths as he headed into the Liberal caucus on Parliament Hill earlier today. Here's what he said.
It's just an unbelievable thing to wake up to. I know that community very well. My thoughts go out to the chief, all the members of that community. These are joyous, wonderful, incredibly productive and constructive people who live, who are our neighbors. And to lose 2 children like that is just an unbelievable thing.
Quebec Premier François Legault has also commented on the deaths. He says he's deeply shaken by what happened and is expressing his support for the community. You are looking at scenes from Tumbler Ridge, BC. Flags are flying at half-mast throughout the municipality. We will have more coverage for you on this tragedy coming up on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Hillary Johnstone, sitting in for Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. We have new information to share on the deadly mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC. RCMP gave an update just a short time ago. The details are troubling. They describe a suspect with a history of police interactions. Dwayne McDonald is the Deputy Commissioner of BC RCMP. He says local police arrived at the secondary school 2 minutes after the initial 911 call.
Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction. Officers entered the school to locate the threat. Within minutes, an individual confirmed to be the shooter was located deceased with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The suspect has been identified as 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar, who is a resident of Tumbler Ridge. 2 firearms, a long gun and a modified handgun, were recovered by responding officers. Determining the origin of these firearms and what role they played in the shootings remains a significant part of the active and ongoing investigation. The deceased.
I'd like to bring in the CBC's Tanya Fletcher. She's in Vancouver now with more. Tanya, you were listening in at that news conference by the RCMP. What more do we know about the victims?
And to get to that, Hillary, we have to clarify the number of casualties. You know, initially yesterday, police had said there were a total of 10 people dead. Now they're saying that number is 9. And that's because one of the 2 people who were airlifted to hospital, whom they believed had died, in fact, did survive. She and the other person, though, are still in serious condition. So we do have 9 people, including the suspect, dead at this point. That's new. Otherwise, as far as the victims, we do know of the 6 who were found at the school. We have 1 teacher, a female educator, 3 female students, and 2 male students between the ages of 13 and 17. At the home as well, you know, we did speak about the 2 locations. There were the 6 found dead, plus the suspect at the school, and then 2 more victims found deceased inside a home. We now know the nature of that residence, why that is relevant. That is the suspect's home, they say, and found dead was an adult female, turned out to be the suspect's mother, and a male youth who was the suspect's stepbrother. As far as the scene itself, they say that most of the students, all but 1, were found in the library, those victims, and 1 was found dead in the stairwell. They say as far as the residence goes, it was a neighbor who wound up calling police after a young female from inside the home, they say was also a family member, went looking for help. That neighbor called police, and that's how they found that secondary site. Also, the 25 people who were treated, kind of triaged on scene at that medical center just kind of across the parking lot there, most of them, or all of them in fact, have been treated and released. They're saying, as far as the suspect or the victim goes as well, there's no information to suggest that any of these victims were specifically targeted. They're still trying to figure out, you know, the exact nature of the relationship, if there is one, between the suspect and those victims. But at this point, they're saying none of them were necessarily targeted in particular that they can tell. Again, most of those victims are quite young. And this was, of course, as more than 100 staff and students were evacuated yesterday. And those 2 victims who were in more serious condition, who were airlifted, are in, they say, a critical but stable condition right now, Hillary.
Tanya, we also learned new details about the suspect, an 18-year-old. What did police say?
18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar is the suspect's name, a resident of Tumbler Ridge. They believe this person acted alone. They're not looking for any other suspects. And this person was known to police. They say they attended this home multiple times in recent years. And they talked as well about those 2 firearms, and they spoke about how they know, investigators, how much of interest this angle will be. And here's them going into a bit more detail on what exactly they're looking into.
Part of the reason we haven't identified the specific models of the firearms or ownership is because at this point in time, our investigators continue to pursue those leads. We want to make sure that the information we do provide is accurate. We want to ensure that we can identify properly the ownership of the firearms, how they were procured, whether they were lawfully owned, unlawfully owned, whether they were manufactured, and whether there could be any other parties to an offense that we are not yet aware of.
And more about the suspect being known to police. They say they attended that residence in the past a few years ago where firearms were seized under the criminal code. The owner of those firearms petitioned for them to be returned to them, and they were. And on multiple occasions, they say the suspect was apprehended under the Mental Health Act for assessment. The suspect dropped out of school 4 years ago, police say, and was not currently a student. They add it's too early to speculate on motive. They couldn't comment on the nature or the environment of the family home, but at this point, they still don't have answers as to the why in all of this, Hillary.
Tanya, thank you. The CBC's Tanya Fletcher for us in Vancouver. Well, the House of Commons adjourned early today out of respect for the victims and families in Tumbler Ridge. MPs held a moment of silence, and party leaders then delivered statements about the tragedy.
This morning, families in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, woke to a different world. Parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters began this day as their first day on earth without someone they loved dearly. What happened has left our nation in shock and all of us in mourning. 9 people killed, more than 25 others injured, some still in hospital fighting for their lives. The investigation is ongoing, and we must allow law enforcement the time and space to do their work accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as this House knows, Tumbler Ridge is a community of some 2,400 people nestled in the foothills of the Rockies. It is one of the youngest towns in the great province of British Columbia. It's carved out of the wilderness in the 1980s, built on the promise of the resource economy and by the determination of its residents. It's a town of miners, teachers, construction workers, families who have built their lives there, people who have always shown up for each other there. When wildfires raged, neighbors helped each other pack up and move out of harm's way. They checked in on seniors and those living alone. They made sure that no one was left behind. When the coal mine shut down, residents supported local businesses. They shared leads for jobs, and they lifted each other up. Mr. Speaker, Tumbler Ridge represents the very best of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we have been here before. École Polytechnique in Montreal, the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City, La Loche, Saskatchewan, Humboldt, Saskatchewan, Potepic, Nova Scotia. Each time, it breaks us open. Each time, Canadians show who we are. Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable. Il y a quelques instants, Monsieur le Président, nous avons tenu un
Mr.
moment de
Speaker,
silence pour
a
les
few
familles
moments
et la
ago,
communauté
we held a
en
moment
deuil.
of silence for the grieving community and families.
Aujourd'hui, le silence
For many of them today,
Nous ne pourrons
silence
jamais
is only
nous
too heavy.
réconcilier complètement avec la
We
violence
will
insensée
never
qui a
be able to
décharpillé
fully reconcile ourselves
Ridge
with the senseless
hier.
violence that tore apart
Mais
Tumbler Ridge yesterday.
Nous pouvons trouver de réconfort les uns
But we can
auprès des
seek
autres.
comfort
Nous
from each
pouvons
other,
prendre soin les uns
and we
des
can take care of each other.
To those families who have lost loved ones, this House mourns with you. To those who are recovering from injuries, this House prays for you. To the students, the teachers, the parents, every resident of Tumbler Ridge, all of Canada stands with you. May the memories of those lost be a blessing. May this community, which has shown its resilience so many times before, once again find the strength to heal. And may this house prove worthy of what Tumbler Ridge has always been, by striving to make Canada a better, kinder, and safer place. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Children who should have been thinking about homework and hockey were instead thrown into terror, grief, and unbearable uncertainty. 9 lives were stolen, 25 injured, 9 families devastated, an entire community in grief. That community is the best of Canada, a community of miners and loggers, hardworking people, hardy, strong, the kind of people who fight their own battles but never hesitate to help a neighbor in need. They're the backbone of this nation. Behind every number is a name, a child, a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, a family member, each with a story. For as the rabbi said, each life is its own universe. As a father, I can only imagine the phone call or visit that brought the news, the panic, the helplessness, the heartache that followed. No parent should ever have to fear that their child will not return home from school. No parent should ever bury their own child. En tant que père, je ne peux
As a father,
imaginer
I can only
cet
imagine
appel ou cette visite qui
the
a
call
annoncé la
or
nouvelle,
visit
la panique,
to announce the news,
l'impuissance,
the panic,
la peine
the helplessness,
qui ont suivi.
the grief that
Aucun
followed.
parent devrait
No
jamais avoir
parent should ever have to
pour la
fear
vie de son enfant à l'école.
for
Aucun
their
parent ne
child's
devrait
life at
jamais
school, and no parent
avoir à
should
pleurer
ever have to bury
de leur enfant.
their own child.
To the families who've lost loved ones, there are no words that can comfort or verses that can console. All we have is the words of all members of this House that we are with you, and that in the memories you carry of your loved ones, they will live on in this world even after they have passed into the next one.
In the face of such senseless tragedy and pain, we feel anger, confusion, and despair. We ask ourselves, how can such violence happen in our communities, in this country? These questions matter, and they deserve honest, thoughtful consideration. And there will be a time to answer them, but that time is not today. Today is a day when we cherish the victims and care for their families. Today is a day when we collectively grieve, comfort, and hold each other just a little more tightly. And today is a day when a nation comes together in solidarity and love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our hearts are with the families who have been impacted, with the parents who are living through the ultimate cruelty, the ultimate injustice, which nothing can prepare one for, and which, I suppose, changes one's life forever, having one's child torn away. Our hearts are also with the parents who are holding their breath as they wait for news about their children from the hospital, with those who are divided between relief that they could bring a living child home and deep empathy for the families who could not.
There are no words, and politicians will try to find words. I'll try not to. I want to send my love to our dear friend, the Member of Parliament for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. This is the kind of thing none of us want to have happen in Canada, but to have happen in a place like Tumbler Ridge, so small. Everyone knows everyone.
Prime Minister Mark Carney has also canceled previously announced overseas travel in the upcoming days in light of the shooting. We're going to take you to Tumbler Ridge now. Paula Coots is the head librarian for the community's public library, and she joins us now. So, Paula, I would like to start here by saying that we are so very sorry for everything that your community is experiencing right now.
Thank you very much.
Paula, I know that there are likely many businesses that are closed in the community today. Your library is open. Can you talk to us about why you were open, what sort of support you're offering people?
I briefly thought last night of closing, but we are a community hub. We're very popular when we have power failures or fire evacuations. Afterward, people say, we missed you, we needed you. We have a lot of regulars. And so I thought that in order to provide some sense of normalcy and comfort, we should be here. We should be open. Sorry.
It's okay.
We're offering all kinds of different things. First of all, my staff is very supportive and connected to the community. And so we've got Lego up in case the children come in. We also have some clay in case they want to do some modeling and creating. We've got the Olympics playing on a projector. We've got coffee on. We are in the community center, so they are providing support. We've canceled our regular programming. We were scheduled to have a welcome baby party today for all of the babies born last year, and we postponed that. We'll have it toward the end of March, I think, and we're here, and people are indeed coming in. They're sitting quietly. We've recently purchased a quiet pod that 4 people can sit in, and it's basically a soundproof booth. And we've got that available for people if they need it. There is counseling in the community center.
And Paula, can you help us understand just how close the library is to the school?
I can look out my office window and see the schoolyard, the stanchions for the football, the back of the school. We're up a tiny hill from the high school. Everything, if you look at an aerial shot of Tumbler Ridge, the library is in the community center, which is, everything's here. The daycare is in the community center. The library is here. The health center is maybe 500 paces to my right. Everything is right here.
It's right there. And I know that you were off yesterday, but your staff at the library, they really jumped into action to try to offer some support. Can you take us through some of that?
Well, they were, of course, locked down, so that's what they were helping with. They were extra bodies in terms of, taking blankets to the kids or bringing the kids water, that kind of stuff. So it was hard for my staff, and I offered them the day off, and certainly we've offered them access to any supports available. We're a tough bunch here. We carry on, and certainly the people coming in are seem grateful, seem to appreciate that we're here, and that we're still here.
You're still there.
I think that's part of what it is. Yeah.
Paula, you are a librarian. I imagine that libraries and books are things that bring you a lot of joy. We heard from the police today that a lot of these students who were killed were found in the library. I imagine that makes your heart pretty heavy.
Yes, absolutely. It just, everything does. It really doesn't matter where it happened. It shouldn't have happened. Everything is hard.
Do you think that your community will be able to find a way to heal and to move through this?
I think so, because people are very aware of supporting each other, and because we've started to hear names, and so everybody's connected. We all know somebody. It's It's horrible. It's just horrible.
Is there anything you
But
think?
we'll move forward.
Of course.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Is there anything that you think your community needs right now from Canadians?
The one thing we need, recently they've reduced our emergency services at what we call our clinic, and so that our emergency services are not available after 5 o'clock and before 8 a.m. We have 2 ambulances in town, and basically that's it. So our mayor and council are working really hard to try to restore some kind of after-hours service. And Mayor Kirkuk and his council have certainly been lobbying Northern Health. And I think if anything, somebody said to me today, all they thought of was, wasn't it good it happened between 9 and 5? You shouldn't have to think that way. We shouldn't, as a community that's 120 kilometers from the next closest place with a health facility, we shouldn't have to think, gee, we hope tragedy happens only when the clinic's open. If this had happened after hours or in the nighttime, there wouldn't have been a place for those 25 people to go. So I guess we need help, as probably the whole country does, accessing doctors, accessing nurses, and medical care. That's what we need. If this brings Northern Health's attention to our predicament, then perhaps there's a little bit of comfort in that.
A little bit of comfort in that. And just finally here, Paula, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts or any words, anything you'd like to share for your fellow community members who jumped into action yesterday. As you're describing, very few resources, but the police, the first responders, the doctors, the medical professionals in the community, it would seem that everyone really tried to do their best. Do you have any message for them?
Just keep going. That's all that we can do, is keep going.
Well, Paula, thank you. We really appreciate having you on, and we're so very sorry for what your community has experienced.
Thank you.
Paula Coots of the Tumbler Ridge Public Library. Okay, we have an update for you now. This is the identity of one of the victims of the shooting in Tumbler Ridge. CBC News has confirmed that Jennifer Strang was among those killed. She is the mother of the person the RCMP identified as the shooter. Strang was 39 years old. She was originally from Lawn, Newfoundland. If you have been affected by this story, we want to point you towards some mental health resources that can help. If you are in BC, you can access support through the province's Help Starts Here website or by calling the Mental Health Support Line, that number 310-6789. You can also connect with Kids Help Phone by calling, texting, or by requesting counseling over an online chat. And if you are in an immediate crisis, you can call 988.
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
RCMP and BC have identified the suspect in the school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, as 18-year-old Jessie Van Rootselaar. 8 people were killed and 27 were injured. The suspect also died from an apparent self-inflicted wound. RCMP say that the suspect used 2 firearms. They are investigating where they were obtained. Well, for more on what impact this incident could have on the community, let's bring in Dr. Greg Passy. He is a PTSD psychiatrist, and we have reached him in Vancouver. So, Dr. Passy, thank you for joining us on this very sad day.
You're welcome. It is a horrific day.
What goes through the minds of people after an incident like this has happened?
Well, they go through phases. So, shock is the first thing that happens. There's obviously grief. There can be anger. And it can paralyze people. Some people will have to isolate in order to cope. Other people will reach out and want to be around people. And I just wanted to point out these types of mass shootings in schools, they typically, the survivors, the PTSD rate, the post-traumatic stress disorder rate is upwards of 28% in the first year, and 17% will continue to have symptoms of PTSD longer than a year. So it's devastating. I happened to live in Masset. I was in charge of the hospital there before I became a psychiatrist. And we had a fire and 1 child died. And it was devastating, for the community, obviously the family, but also the first responders and the medical staff. It's hard to deal with this. And my hats are off to the first responders and the people that did the medical attendance. It's very hard if you're not trained to be able to triage people and deal with multiple casualties. So, wow, just wow.
Multiple casualties, and as we were just hearing from my previous guest, already in a community that does have really limited resources. Dr. Passy, I have to imagine that some of what you're talking about, these high rates of PTSD and then it continuing even a year after the event, that a lot of that must have to do with the fact that a school is supposed to be a safe place for people, particularly children. What does this do to people's broader sense of safety?
Well, it shatters your sense of safety as a parent, as a student, as a child, a teacher, etc. We have a certain view of peaceful existence here in Canada, and unfortunately, there is evil in the world, and evil does strike out at times. We don't know why this person did what they did, if it's a mental health issue or we just don't know why. And I mean, the other, right now everyone's focused on the acute effects, and that's very, very important. But, a grief reaction, the UBC research on grief reactions, it takes up to 2 years for a person to work through a grief where there's a loss of a loved one, etc. So this is going to have a long-term impact on the community. Everyone's going to know everybody. When I lived in Masset, I mean, we knew everybody. And anything that affected an individual or family, it had an impact on a good chunk of the community. Plus this also, there's the effect on the medical staff and the first responders, police, etc. Not only in the community, but in those hospitals that are receiving the injured. There's also that impact. So, yeah, it's the destruction of our view of Canada as a safe place, and that's so tragic.
So what do people need then? People who have experienced these tragedies, you're talking about it can take a year, even 2 years, you're saying, for them to really process it. What do people need, not just right now in sort of the acute sense, like you're saying, but longer term? What sorts of resources and help are going to be needed here?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky question because it's a very individual thing. Some people are going to need to be able to pull back, withdraw, and isolate for a time to be able to process this. Other people are going to want to reach out and get support from family members, teachers, spiritual leaders, community leaders, etc. So there's the acute sort of response where, you know, you try to get support to these individuals, family, friends, mentors, coaches, priests, ministers, whatever is necessary. So there's sort of a 3-layer thing. The first layer is those closest to the individuals, the family, the community members. The second sort of layer, if you're spiritual, religious, is churches, etc. And then the third layer is going to be the mental health. And what we do know is the better the support and quicker the support that's delivered after a traumatic event, the less likely an individual is going to develop PTSD. So there's the immediate response, but we also know that people are going to spend upwards of 2 years going through this grief and post-traumatic stress disorders with things like nightmares and numbness and lack of appetite and motivation and isolation, all of those things. I mean, they can be there a year or even longer. So it's a layered response. So it's family, friends, people close to them, then community, teachers, religious leaders, etc., and the mental health on top of that. So and it's not that one has to precede the other. You want to provide as much support as possible. And we have a real problem in Canada with mental health providers. There's very, very few of us that are psychological trauma experts. And so I hope that Tumbler Ridge is able to access as many mental health professionals as is necessary, and that those mental health professionals actually have experience with things like trauma and grief.
And Dr. Passy, just finally here, I'm wondering about the broader attention on a community so small. We have heard today from the King. We have heard from world leaders. Of course, we have heard from politicians in this country, from Canadians. How does that maybe complicate the healing when there is so much global attention on such a small place?
I don't think it complicates it. I see that as provision of support, that people acknowledge the extreme tragedy of this situation, and that they're thinking of the survivors and those that did not survive in Tumbler Ridge, and their thoughts and their prayers and their best wishes from the King right on down to the average citizen anywhere in Canada. That's all perceived as support, which again helps an individual get through this extreme level of guilt, there's going to be guilt for the survivors that they survived and others didn't, but the extreme sense of loss, the grief, the anxiety, yes, I see all of that as support and helpful.
Well, I think everyone probably wants to be just as helpful as they can right now. Dr. Greg Passy, thank you for this, sir. It was great to have you on.
You're welcome. And my deepest condolences and prayers go to Tumbler Ridge.
Of course. Dr. Greg Passy is a PTSD psychiatrist. Thank you.
Thank you.
For continued coverage of the story, you can visit our live page with all of the latest updates. You can find it on the CBC News app or on our website at CBCNews.ca. Stay with us. We'll have more coverage for you straight ahead. We continue to track devastating news from the small town of Tumbler Ridge in northeast British Columbia. Police now say that 8 people were killed in yesterday's shooting. The suspect is also dead. 1 educator and 5 students were killed in the shooting at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Police say the suspect's mother and sibling were killed at a separate location. They've identified the suspect as an 18-year-old who had dropped out of school. Well, images and videos of the mass shooting are being circulated online. To understand this kind of content and how it can affect viewers, we're joined now by James Densley. He's a criminology professor at Metropolitan State University. He's joining us today from St. Paul, Minnesota. So, James, welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
School shootings, mass shootings at schools are relatively rare in Canada compared to, of course, what we have seen where you are in the United States. But when they do happen, social media platforms, they share information. It's, of course, not always accurate. A lot of it is not. How can social media content, how can it be triggering in events such as this?
It can be incredibly triggering here. We've known for a long time that you don't actually have to be physically present at a traumatic event to have a trauma response to it. And by seeing this type of imagery, you can get at what clinicians would call a secondary or vicarious trauma, which is you are experiencing the suffering yourself. Often with social media, these images come at us in very unexpected ways because of the endless scroll that's built into the way social media is built. You can just be looking at your regular feed and all of a sudden be exposed to something that you didn't consent to see, that you didn't want to see. It can be very jarring, and it can really shape your perception of reality and of the world that you're living in. So it can have lots of impacts, and the research is there to support the idea that they can be quite detrimental, especially to young people.
I'm sure some of your advice would be to put down your phone right now if you're concerned about seeing that kind of content. But of course, that won't be possible for everybody. So what should people do if they are exposed to this content and then realize that they are feeling in sort of that way you've just described?
Yeah, I think it's on all of us to just be taking care of one another and looking out for each other after a terrible tragedy like this. And so if you think about as a parent or as a school teacher, taking the lead, asking people, like assuming they've been exposed to knowledge about this event, not necessarily the most gory aspects of it, but even just the fact that it happened. And then asking those questions to get people talking. And I really think the important thing is to focus on feelings. So saying things like, that sounds scary, or you sound upset about this, to get people to talk, remaining calm throughout this, and then modeling as well your own behaviors with social media. Be careful about what you post. Be careful about when and where you're using your phone. And so you're trying to encourage others to follow suit. And then, as you mentioned, we want to stay informed. So we can't just necessarily delete all our social media apps or throw our phones away. But you can do things like turning off autoplay so that you're not exposed to something unexpectedly and immersed in it. You can also set screen time limits, or even have a no phone zone at the dinner table or in bed or something like that. So again, you're not immersed in the content. And then I think as well, thinking about who do you follow and where are you getting your news and information from? It doesn't have to always be breaking news. You can maybe get that summary report from a trusted source, maybe like the CBC, for instance, as opposed to going to other outlets where you might be seeing some of the darker edges of this work.
Do you think that social media companies, do you think that they have done enough to try and limit the public and in particular young people's exposure when these sorts of events do happen?
Social media companies often err on the side of this is around freedom of speech, and they'll also argue that they are not publishers, they are just platforms. And so they're beholden to different editorial standards than news organizations and otherwise. But I think we can all agree that the social media companies who are really in this for profit, the attention economy is about keeping you glued to your phone as much as possible and engaged in this, are not doing enough to protect particularly young people. There's been countless stories and examples of how their content has created harm. And I think there is absolutely more that can and should be done. They have the technology to know, for instance, what I would like to watch next on the movie channel. They should be able to apply those same algorithms and other things to restrict content that we don't want our young people engaging and watching. And so I think social media does have a lot, those companies have a lot to do with this and need to be held accountable.
And just finally here, James, what about in terms of talking to your children sort of preemptively, warning them about what they might be seeing? Any advice there about what parents, educators, caregivers, the sorts of conversations they should be having with their children and their teenagers as well?
Yeah, as I was saying before, I think it comes from a place of care and compassion and staying calm and being that listening ear that you want in those conversations. I think as an adult, you've got to be looking for the signs of trauma. If there's hypervigilance or trouble sleeping or irritability. And we often say, you want to hug your children and bring them in closer after an event like this. And I think those rules absolutely apply here. But I think it really comes down to being open to the conversation, assuming that young people have been exposed to some of this content, and just coming at it from a place that you're all trying to work this out together, and that you can be a resource. You're not necessarily there to tell them that everything's going to be okay automatically, but you are there to say that you care and you understand that these are difficult circumstances and a lot to process for a young mind that hasn't developed yet how it's going to respond to something like this.
James, it was great to have you on today. Thank you for this. We do appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Take care.
James Densley, a criminology professor at Metropolitan State University, joining us there from St. Paul, Minnesota. Our top story this hour, a deadly shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, has left 9 people dead, including the suspect. 27 people are also injured. This is new video into our newsroom from just outside the school where the shooting happened. It's difficult to see, but people gathered and are laying flowers, sharing hugs and a moment together as the small, tight-knit community comes to grips with the tragedy. Officials have declared a day of mourning in BC, and MLAs will gather for a moment of silence in the provincial legislature. Well, news of the shooting has sent shockwaves across this country and also around the world, prompting an outpouring of grief and sympathy, including from several international leaders. The CBC's Mark Cargasol has been tracking all of that reaction for us, and he joins us now. So what are you seeing out there?
Hillary, not just international leaders, but average everyday people who are living all over the world on social media, paying their condolences to the people of Tumbler Ridge today. But yes, many world leaders also weighing in. We heard our own Prime Minister thanking many world leaders from across the planet for their condolences. They include people like Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the Prime Minister of Australia, of India, French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood up in the British Parliament and talked about the situation in Tumbler Ridge today. Some others who have weighed in publicly include German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who wrote on X today, "This morning we received terrible news from Canada. The school shooting, which claimed numerous lives, has deeply shaken us. Our thoughts are with the people of Tumbler Ridge as they mourn their families, friends, and loved ones. I wish those who were injured a swift recovery." Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also weighing in today, writing, "I express my deepest condolences for the massacre that occurred in British Columbia, while conveying my closeness to the community of Tumbler Ridge and a heartfelt thought for the families torn apart by grief. I express my deepest condolences, or rather, I wish to extend the full and most sincere solidarity of the Italian government and my personal solidarity to the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and to the entire Canadian people in the face of this terrible tragedy." We've also heard from members of the royal family, King Charles, the Prince and Princess of Wales as well. We have not, though, heard from United States President Donald Trump. He has yet to weigh in. I do understand, I believe he's talking somewhere right now, holding a news conference, so we may hear from him at some point. We'll see if he says anything about the situation in Tumbler Ridge. The Toronto Blue Jays also weighed in earlier today on Instagram. They kind of became Canada's baseball team over the summer and into the fall with that epic run. They write today, "We are deeply saddened by the tragic events in Tumbler Ridge, BC, and extend our heartfelt condolences to the families, friends, and the entire Tumbler Ridge community. We stand with you in support during this time of unbearable grief and mourning." Speaking of athletics, we do know that there are hundreds of Canadian athletes overseas in Milan, Italy right now who are preparing or are in the midst of performing their various events at the Olympics. And you've got to imagine the way this has weighed in on them when they woke up this morning and heard the news. One of them who commented publicly, Canadian alpine skier Cassidy Gray on Instagram, who is from BC. She wrote in her Instagram story, "Woke up with a heavy heart this morning after seeing what happened in Tumbler Ridge. My heart is with all the victims and their families. You are in all our thoughts over here in Italy. This one hit close to home as a small town BC girl. Hug your people tight today." It's probably good advice for anyone, any day. Also, another note, the CN Tower in Toronto has announced that tonight, for 5 minutes at the top of every hour, it will dim its lights in honor of the victims in Tumbler Ridge.
Okay, Mark, thank you for all of this. The CBC's Mark Carcassel for us.